Gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of LEAP 2025. Opening the day, His Excellency, Engineer Haytham Al-Ohali, Vice Minister of Communication and Information Technology, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to day two of LEAP. I've been doing the day 2 opening for the past 4 years. And it always amazed me how much energy just carries over from one day to the other in LEAP. When we started LEAP back in 2022, it was really about bringing 4 key ingredients to the table. The first, the power of investments. And we've seen how over the past 3 years, over $30 billion of investments in the kingdom. To add to that, 14.9 that was announced yesterday. The second ingredient was about bringing industry leaders and knowledgeable speakers that can really add value. The third was having the latest technology the globe has to offer. And fourth is the cutting-edge innovation that our entrepreneurs and startup community brings to the table. Yesterday in his speech, His Excellency, the Minister, talked about accelerated momentum and how 2025 is going to be a critical year as AI is being adopted by industries, organizations, and enterprises. And if you follow LEAP closely, you would know it's a great platform to kind of predict market transitions and key trends. And we certainly saw that yesterday. So where previous years we've seen big announcements around digital infrastructure and cloud, yesterday was a clear shift into AI-enabled infrastructure powered by compute and platform, all the way down to tailor-made solutions such as the Qualcomm Alam PC that we saw unveiled yesterday. We've also seen, His Excellency also talked about the global digital divide and how we're quickly running into an AI divide. And it was really heartwarming to see the Grok announcement, where not only it's the largest inferencing node in the region, but also the lowest cost per token out there, which means Saudi is doing its part to democratize inferencing to more than 4 billion people that live within a 3,000 radius of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. But it wasn't just about the announcements. We've seen very interesting debate around edutech, around cybersecurity, innovation, and communication in space. And today, we have a packed agenda for you, all centered around, of course, AI, cloud, and quantum computing, and how these are going to be slowly but surely disrupting industries. Following the $14.9 billion announcements yesterday, I'm glad to continue that today by unveiling the day 2 special announcements. So I leave you with that, and I really hope you enjoy your day 2 here at LEAP. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the stage, Mohammed Abunayan, board member at DataVolt, and Rayan Fayez, the deputy CEO of NEOM.
والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Your Excellency, Minister Abdullah Sawaha, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very proud in this moment to stand in front of you all because thanks to His Excellency last year when he launch our ambitions in DataVolt to invest $5 billion and before 2030. We are here today, and thanks to His Excellency Abdullah Sawaha and his great team, and my great partner, Neom, who has been able to make this ambitious deliver today. And today we are announcing a very important moment on this history of our journey of really DataVolt, but also the country more relevant and important, that as always he said, His Excellency, we walk the talk, and we are able today to deliver net zero data centers, and it will be the first in the world. And thanks to Neom, thanks to the ecosystem here in Saudi Arabia who made things to happen. The compute of our ability to be the lowest cost of our compute in the world, and that's what we are going to promise. But more relevant and more important, we were going to the world, and we are approaching the world, and we are going after who's home in the world to come to Saudi Arabia. Today, with this great announcement, with the support of His Excellency and his great team, we are asking the whole world to come to Saudi Arabia. And this is where it's going to make the difference. And thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you, Burakan. Your Excellencies, Your Excellency Minister of MCIT, thank you very much for hosting us here today. As Abu Rakan mentioned, we're here to announce a great opportunity and a great investment coming from DataVolt in Neom, in Oxagon in particular. This is to create something that hasn't been done before. When His Royal Highness announced Neom in 2017, and you remember the iPhone move that he made, it's not there just to create a new region, but to become the future city and to create an economic, to create a city where we tackle future challenges. And there's nothing that exemplifies this more than the deal that we're announcing today. This is a significant investment in Oxagon that comes on the back of other significant investments, also led by Abu Rakan and his organizations in Neom Green Hydrogen. And inshallah, it exemplifies the big success that Oxagon and Neom in general and Oxagon in particular in attracting capital and attracting industries of the future. Would like to thank you again, Your Excellency, for your leadership in all of this, as not only as obviously hosting this event, but also as a Neom board member and a supporter of everything future-oriented that we do in Neom. And with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Sulaiman Al-Mahedib, the Vice Chairman of Vision Invest, as well as Rajit Nanda, to join us in the stage for the picture taking.
تفضل ريان جنب الوزير. ابو يوسف الله يطول عمرك. شكرا. الله يسلمك.
شكرا لدعمك.
الله يرفع قدرك يا ابو يوسف. شكرا.
You want to go to the other side?
شكرا طويل. شكرا شاكر مقدر. الله يجزاك عنا خير. شكرا.
Welcome to the stage the engineer Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Badran, the CEO of Mobily.
Your Excellency, Engineer Abdullah Sawaha, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's an honor for me to share with you Mobily vision on how to elevate the kingdom to be a global digital hub. As an enabler for Vision 2030, Mobily committed to invest on the infrastructure and then data center, submarine, and fiber network to accelerate the economic diversification, attract the hyperscaler and global enterprises. And as you know, Saudi Arabia is globally and geographically located in an area where it can link the east to west and have an access to a different location. So recognizing this potential position for Saudi Arabia, Mobily has committed to invest more than $900 million in developing, investing on the data center, submarine, fiber connectivity, cross borders, so that to attract the and cater for the demand on AI, GPUs, hyperscaler, IoT, and also the 5G growth and expansion. We have in Mobily a 39 megawatt of data center capacity will be deployed. 13 out of these 39 megawatt is already completed and will be commercially on by the end of Q1. The other 26 will be coming within next year, inshallah. On the other side, with the expansion of data center, definitely we need to make sure that the international capacity can handle that huge traffic that is coming from both the hyperscaler traffic and also the organic growth of the traffic that will come on the future. Mobily invest on a couple of submarine capacity and cables, and first one was an Africa one that will come by next year. SME 6 also, another submarine cable will be coming within two years. Also, we have also a terrestrial connectivity that will link Gulf to Red Sea through and will carry the traffic from the Gulf side to Red Sea. Additional to this, we have an expansion to our fiber network everywhere, just as I said, to cater to carry that expected high traffic that will coming from the organic growth and from the hyperscalers will also provide the best latency in the future. By the end, I would like to thank His Excellency Engineer Abdullah Swaha and our colleagues and ministry, and our colleagues also in CST for their support in accelerating the digital transformation and accelerating the rollout of our digital network. In conclusion, many thanks for your attention and wish for this gathering successful in shaping the future digital transformation for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Many thanks for all of you and شكرا لكم جميعا.
Welcome to the stage, Engineer Amr Al-Ajmi, the Executive Vice President of Alfanar.
السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Good afternoon, everyone. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's an honor for me to be in front of you today here, representing Alfanar company. Let me take you on a journey back to 1976 in Farasan Island. Who know where's the location of Farasan Island? That's mean good. There are some people, they don't know where is the location of Farasan Island. By the way, it's a beautiful island. It's in the Red Sea, but not in Neom, not in the Red Sea Global, in Jazan region. In that years, 1976, it was the first project for Alfanar, electrification of Farasan Island, powering Farasan Island. From that, in the last 5 decades, Alfanar continued in that journey. Reached 2010, Alfanar built the electricity supplied to Al Haramain Railway, one of the major projects in the history of Saudi Arabia, who's connecting Al Madinah Al Munawwara to Makkah Al Mukarramah. Then, in 2020, another phase of the transformation of the Saudi Arabia. The base of that, the replacement of 10 million smart meters. Alfanar awarded 5 million smart meter replacement done in 13 months with the support of Ministry of Energy and supervision of Saudi Electricity Company. Out of the 10 million, 1.5 million smart meter manufactured by Alfanar in Riyadh. By the way, the world records, it's Saudi record, 120,000 smart meter replacement in one a day. What's amazing, Saudis, what they are doing. Not only that, in the LEAP 2023, in this stage, with the support of His Excellency, Engineer Abdullah Suwaha and his great team, we signed the agreement with a big name in the market, HPE, to manufacturing, localizing the server as a first factory in the Middle East. Wow, what's the leap in that time? Not only that, in the last October, Alhamdulillah, we celebrated with our partner HPE the exporting of high-end Saudi-made server manufactured by 700 Saudis women in Alfanar factory. Exporting to the region, not only covering Saudi market. Alhamdulillah. With this grid of Saudi Arabia, with the main infrastructure, the electrical infrastructure, our share as a EBC more than 40%. our manufacturing equipment. We are manufacturing more than 50% of the grid component. What's a reliable network? It's one of the best national grid in the world. And today, we are here to announce our leap to the future. 88 megawatt, 4 data center, 1.4 billion US dollars, in 4 locations, 2 cities. Yes, the world knows Saudi Arabia as exporting energy. But soon in future, Saudi will export the data. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, Gary Sorrentino, the global CIO of Zoom Communications, Inc., and Steve Rafferty, VP of EMEA at Zoom Communications, Inc.
Assalamu alaikum.
Good morning.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please introduce yourself because Steve's not here.
This is Mohannad Al-Kalash. I'm the VP of Middle East, Turkey, Africa, and Pakistan.
Let's go back one. So it's hard to believe that I was here 3 years ago and I announced Zoom's intentions to embark on our journey in the kingdom.
Yeah.
But like I keep hearing we say at Leap, and I know the slide is wrong, we're walking the talk here at Leap. Since then, we've landed our first large Saudi customer, we built our first data center, and we've hired very senior local talent. And we're at Leap here today, bigger than ever. I hope you visit our booth right outside. And we are fully committed to this ambitious Vision 2030 objectives. And we're here to announce that we're going to invest an additional $75 million right here in the Kingdom of Saudi.
And I'm happy to be the local talent they hired and start the journey of Zoom in the Middle East, Turkey, Africa, and Pakistan. Yesterday, we have obtained our RHQ license from His Excellency Dr. Khalid Al-Faleh and the great team from MISA. And I'm committed to put all of our investment in Saudi Arabia to build a new data center located in Riyadh, as well as that we have already a previous data center that it's there in Jeddah. Our platforms that it will be fully populated and fully fledged with AI companion, which it happens in the UCaaS and the CCaaS journey to offer a digital transformation for the multicast journey to our customers. Everybody knows that Zoom platform has great meetings, but guess what? Zoom more than meetings. What we have is the AI-first work platform for a human connection that it's located in Saudi Arabia, and it's fully populated that we can serve our esteemed customer as of today. Thank you so much. We are extremely excited to be at Leap. We are within the accelerated moment of Leap. And I would say this in Arabic, والله ما مثلك بهالدنيا بلد. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the stage, Abdullah Al-Yusuf, the Vice President of Infrastructure at SR.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. My name is Abdullah Yusuf. I am the VP Infrastructure for Saudi Railway. And I know that most of you are asking yourself that what a railway man doing here in telecom conference, but I will answer this in a few seconds. SAR is owned a huge network here in Saudi Arabia for railway. In the west region, the famous high-speed train for Haramain, the north railway network, the east network, and also Mashaa'ir, which is used for Hajj and season. Along this network, we have a huge network of fiber optic cables, conduit, and tower transmissions for telecom. All of these investments is more than $52 million that we have done already invested from Saudi perspective. So we are glad and we are really honored today that we have recently get the license from CST to use and to lease this telecom infrastructure as a commercial. And we believe that we are reaching to an area that nobody else is there in terms of fiber optic and telecom towers. And we have this opportunity to say that to all the business partners that we have a good opportunity to have a business together, inshallah, in future. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the stage, Mohammed Abdul Rahim, the CEO of Sky5 Arabia.
Your Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Swaha, distinguished guests, my name is Mohammed Abdul Rahim. I'm here to represent SCIT. SCIT is a startup and an investment group, as a Saudi investment group that started in 2022. The most important thing, it's a dream come true, actually, that Saudi is actually bringing and giving us the privilege of having Saudi as the first country worldwide to start launching connected aircrafts using Wi-Fi with 4G. This is a technology that's happening only in Europe since 2019. It was a dream for us to actually bring that to Saudi since 2018. Now we are proud that we have been privileged by the Minister of Telecommunications, CST, guiding us, helping us in actually bringing that live to the network and to the Saudi. The important thing what we would like to say here, that CST have set actually the benchmark across Middle East and Africa. Today, every single country, when we are going and proposing what we are expanding and how we did it in Saudi and how we want to expand, they actually come back to the regulator, to CST. What are the conditions? What are the frequency? And this is quite important. Today, we're announcing that we're going to be expanding in Turkey, in South Africa, headquartered out of Saudi Arabia. And because what we have been getting as support from CST, as well our strategic partner, Saudi Telecom, in building the network out of Saudi, we're announcing today that we will be spending $100 million as an initial investment to expand the service, not only in Saudi, but across Middle East, Africa, and Turkey, with an ambitious target to connect more than 1,000 aircrafts. I still go back to the statement that His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Swaha mentioned at the World Economic Forum. Saudi will become the first country after Europe worldwide to launch this kind of service. And this is actually bringing the prophecy of connected everywhere. We've all been struggling about how level the connectivity that you're getting on the internet, on the aircrafts. Today, we are committing to bring 100 megabit per second per aircraft. You can actually have, for the first time, the service you're getting at home, on your mobile, actually on the aircraft. And with this, I would again like to thank His Excellency, Mr. Abdullah Swaha, Dr. Mohammed Al-Tamimi, and Saudi Telecom for bringing us the confidence to expand not only in Saudi, but across the whole region. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the stage, Mohammed Al-Rihali, the Middle East Managing Director of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, HPE.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We've been operating in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for more than 50 years. 5 decades, we've been an integral part in the digital transformation of Saudi Arabia. In Leap 23, we created momentum, partnering with Alfanar. We announced our intent to produce high-end servers built for AI in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And this couldn't happen without the support of MCIT, CST, Ministry of Investment, Ministry of Industry, and Local Content Authority. Leap 24, we walked the talk, the multiplier effect. We announced from this platform the launch of our production line, impacting 4 important pillars. Saudi Arabia being a regional hub, and Amir talked about the export to the wider region. Our deep focus on talent development in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Localization by having tremendous capacity from the local facility and aligning ourselves to Vision 2030. Leap 25, accelerating momentum. And we are making a bet again on Saudi Arabia. It gives me a great pleasure that HPE today announced manufacturing HPE Aruba networking in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. More than 20,000 units that is going to be produced annually. Fixed and modular switching and the latest technologies from our Wi-Fi based on Wi-Fi 7. And this is not only fulfillment. This is going to have an impact of 30% on the efficiency of the supply chain in Saudi Arabia. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, together and again, we will leap. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Rishad Premji, Executive Chairman of Wipro, in conversation with the journalist Ben Thompson.
Good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon, I should say. It's a busy day already, and there's a lot to get through. But welcome back once again to the main stage here at Leap. There is so much for us to get through, so much happening on this stage. And in this next session, I want us to look at one of the key issues, of course, is the disruption and the opportunities that are presented by AI. It's something that you will have heard a lot about, you'll have discussed a lot already. We know about the transformative effect that it can have on so many things right now. But I want to talk about how firms maybe want to adapt to that, make sure that they can seize the opportunities whilst also making sure that they navigate some of the risks that go with it. How do they embrace it to stay ahead of the competition? So as you can see, delighted to have my next guest with me, Rishad Premji, who's the Executive Chairman at Wipro. Rishad, good to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Lots for us to talk about. And I want to kick off, first of all, because you're just back from Davos, from World Economic Forum there. Quite clearly, the topic there this year was the intelligent age, as they were calling it. What was your standout from there? Because it struck me, looking at some of those conversations that took place there, it wasn't just so much about what AI can do. It's about how we do it.
Yeah. So first of all, thanks for having me, Ben. I would say there are 3 big things that I took away, right? One was certainly a big conversation around geopolitics and the implication of geopolitics on economies.
Yeah.
Two was just the fragility of economies across the world and what's happening. And the good news is the kingdom is one of the fastest growing economies in the world along with India. And three was all things AI, right? And I would say there were 2 or 3 big positives that I took away on the AI front. One was clearly the view that the speed and scale of adoption is going to pick up and accelerate dramatically this year, right? So every year gets better, faster, and I'm coming more from the vantage point of large enterprises adopting it. Second was the comfort look that the technology is moving ahead very fast. So the challenge isn't how quickly the technology moves. The challenge is going to be how quickly large organizations can actually adopt and adapt themselves to be able to adopt. And then the third thing was the good news is, which is the cost of innovation is coming down disruptively. So the cost of deploying this stuff is going to be a lot easier. But there's still, I think, challenges that remain. The challenges are that organizations still need to get their act together from a modernization perspective, from a data perspective, from a data architecture perspective. So how do you have the right data? Because there is no impactful AI without data. How do you have the right responsible framework? How do you have a structure that's free of bias, that's secure, that is well-governed, that is responsible? How do you have the right guardrails? How do you have the right approach to skilling? Because again, I think that the linearity of adoption of AI and how quickly you reskill people is going to be incredibly important. So there are huge opportunities, and I think enterprises will move dramatically as we move into this year. But there's still challenges and things that we need to get right to be able to take this forward faster.
Whilst the direction of travel for so many companies is that they know they need to adopt this technology, there is a real fear about getting it wrong, or maybe investing in the wrong place. What is your sense of firms' awareness of what they need to do and how they make sure they back the right stuff?
Right. No, and I think that's a real concern, right? The concern is if you put something out there and it derails, that has huge implications both from a business standpoint, from a public standpoint, and so boards, particularly of large companies, are incredibly sensitive to how they get it right. So I'll just use our example as a company because we're a public company and we're fairly scaled, and we have everything go through a very formal ethics council and a sort of an AI framework council to ensure anything we're putting out there for ourselves is approved by the right stakeholders to ensure that it's safe and secure and is free of bias, it has the right guardrails in place. And I think that's something that is perhaps today a little bit of the limiting factor with the speed at which organizations are adopting and scaling. That'll change though, it will change.
I mean, Wipro, 80 years old, isn't it? Disruption, change is part of what you do. Give me a sense of how transformative this will be for the organization. Right. Given everything that the business has gone through, where do you rank this on the scale of disruption?
No, look, we're a technology services company, and I think the beauty of being a technology services company is any technological change creates opportunity. Yeah. Because you then help customers implement that technology to solve use cases, real problems in the world, right? Because the technology in itself isn't very useful without its applicability. I think this is probably the most profound disruptive technology in terms of the speed at which it is moving, which has huge implications, right? And what we are trying to do is trying to make our organization all pervasive. So we're calling it an AI-powered Wipro, how everything from a mindset, from a tool set, from a skill set starts with AI. So the first thing we're doing is we're training everybody to sort of think about AI first. So 235,000 people across the organization have been through a Gen AI 101 course starting with me. Yeah. We have 50,000 people at the next level, 5,000 people at the following level, 500 people at the highest level. And the objective of this is how do we build the right skill set to enable helping our customers to solve real-world problems. And then I would say there are 3 ways that we're trying to implement it, right? One is, how do we as a large organization operate better? Because the first question a large enterprise wants to have is, stop selling me all this stuff. You're a big company. What are you doing to disrupt yourself? We're about $11 billion of revenue. We're 235,000 people. So what are we doing to change ourselves? So I'll give you a couple of very simple examples. We're trying to implement this across all of our functions. Yeah. So the big function we're implementing this is across HR. We have a simple conversational agent called We Now for Wipro Now. It can answer all your questions from how do you apply for leave, how do you pull out appraisals, how do you understand policies, etc., which you would normally either try and look up through the internet or reach out and raise a ticket to find out the answers for. We've had 14 million queries over the last 12 months. 14 million queries with over 80% user favorability, right? So we're creating a dramatic simplification how we serve one of our most demanding customers called the employee, right? We have 1,100-person shared services center, which will come down to 300 people. But most importantly, we're creating a delightful experience. So we're changing the way human resources functions in the company. Another simple example, medical claims. We process 40,000 medical claims inside of the organization. How do we use Gen AI to ensure that we are matching very simply policies with what people are submitting? We have 20% of those claims now that are going through touchless. So just how do we disrupt the way we serve ourselves as a company? The second is how do we deliver better? How do we change what we are doing for our customers and change that paradigm of how that happens? So again, very simple example in the pharma space. We do a lot of work from a pharmacovigilance perspective. When a drug is out there, companies want to make sure what are the adverse effects, what's being printed in science journals, what's in the media, etc. We have something called TaloSafe, which scans everything and makes a highly complex manual process significantly faster, right? 40% efficiency in how you can get more alert in terms of what your product out there in the pharmacy space is having implications for. So just how do we dramatically deliver better? And then the last thing I would say, how do we change the game for our customers from a very business-specific context? So one of the largest airports in the Middle East, we built a very simple avatar to change the passenger experience, which works not only with static data, but also dynamic data like flight changes and gates, etc. So how do we create a much better user experience for employees at the airport? Another last example I'll share. In the financial services space, how do we make financial advisors infinitely better financial advisors? Better at understanding the portfolio, better at understanding their customers, better at understanding taxation. How do we just significantly help them cross-sell and upsell better in the space? So I'm going to give you specific examples to share a breadth of things that are happening. And I think the value of the technology is in helping customers solve very real-world use cases that actually create not only savings from a productivity perspective, but also delightful experiences.
I mean, we don't need to convince anyone here in this room about the benefits of the technology. The challenge, it feels, in all of this is how we navigate the risks. How do you deal with the human element of all of this? That there is inevitably concern about the impact it will have, for example, on jobs and on skills. How do you make sure you bring your team with you on this journey?
So I fully agree with you. I think the biggest challenge for scaled adoption is going to be change management. How do you take people along in this journey that it is good for you, that it makes your job better, easier, faster, right? There will be some jobs that will disappear. And, you know, somebody described this to me really well. They said, think of every job in the form of tasks. Every job, from the CEO's job to somebody starting from campus with you, has tasks in their jobs. And if you can have more than 50, 60% of the tasks that you do in your job be done better by a machine, then the likelihood of that job being less relevant in the future is going to be important. So one is, how do you convince people where the jobs and the tasks that they're doing can be done better with machines and help them adopt it from a change management perspective? The other is, where the tasks are significantly more that can be done by machines, how do you help reskill those people? So I'm a big believer that the linearity of adoption and reskilling is going to have to go hand in hand. And you're going to have to help people reskill. So I'll give you a very simple example. We launched something called I Aspire inside of Wipro 6 months ago to help our employees reskill. And we've identified two things. One is, if you look at their own skill set today, and you say, look, these are the jobs that are going to be relevant in the future, and these are the skills you need to build, and this is the pathway with which you can build it. Or, these are the jobs you're interested in the future, and these are the skills you need to navigate to be able to have that job. So taking people along from a reskilling perspective, giving them comfort that I think that they have a future, is going to be incredibly important, to not have the spirit of people fight adoption, which I think one should not underestimate.
We tend to focus as well, don't we, at times like this, on the workforce. What this revolutionary technology will mean for people who are employed in organizations like yours and elsewhere. I wonder what it changes about how you lead an organization too. The skill set that is required, because quite clearly it's about bringing people with you. But I imagine it's also about, you know, leadership that is willing to take risks. It's willing to experiment. It's willing to be flexible. It's willing to say sometimes, you know what, this isn't right for us. We want to do it this way. Has it changed how you run the organization?
No, absolutely. I think you've got to be sort of, one, cognizant to people's fears and concerns and anticipation of what the future holds, right? So a strong sense of empathy in leadership is going to be incredibly important. I think this mindset of being very agile in your thinking and the willingness to very quickly pivot in your own beliefs is going to be incredibly important. So learnability, I think, as a skill is going to be incredibly important. How do you learn to learn? How do you learn to unlearn and learn something new? at a pace and frequency that is very different. And especially, I'm talking from the vantage point of a technical organization, right? Because we build scale technical skills, but also the mindset of critical thinking, problem solving, right? Ability to take people along, change management, communication, judgment, right? How to understand when the model works and is relevant to solve problems and when you need human intervention in that world. So it's going to be an exciting ride. It can be bumpy, I think, at times, especially from a technology services perspective. But I think the opportunity to help customers adopt this on scale in the enterprise world, I think, is going to be huge.
Speaking of bumpy, all of this revolutionary change is coming about at a time that geopolitics is quite unpredictable. And I wonder where your focus is right now, of how you navigate this disruptive technology and how you might navigate a very different world that we find ourselves in, and how you maybe marry up the two. It was certainly a theme, wasn't it, at the World Economic Forum, because President Trump was front and center in a lot of businesses' minds about what it will mean for how they operate. How do you navigate something like that?
Yeah, no, I think, look, Ben, I think there's an appreciation that there's a deep interconnectedness within the world. And I'm not talking only about from a trade perspective of goods, but also trade of services and talent and mobility of talent. And I think hopefully better sense will prevail and enable that mobility of talent. The good news for countries like India is that we've become the tech talent of the world and a talent destination, not only because of cost, but more importantly, because of quality. One of the very interesting things I observed during COVID, which was a profound change, is that people used to come to parts of the world where talent existed, certainly with India as well, because it was cheaper before, and they stayed for quality. But people are now coming because the talent exists and is great, and it also happens to be cheaper. So I am very hopeful that this good sense will prevail in thinking through how do we leverage the benefits of this technology and not derail its adoption because of geopolitics.
When we look around the world right now, where are the opportunities for you? I mean, I think Wipro's got a 20-year history here in the kingdom. Where in the world is presenting opportunities for you right now?
Look, the opportunities are across the world, but one of the markets we're the most excited about is the kingdom, right? And the uniqueness here is just the scale of growth. It's the second fastest growing economy in the world, and that continues. We've been here for the last 20 years, but we've never seen opportunities like we are seeing today.
And what are those opportunities?
So I think one, we've spent this time this morning meeting with ministers in government and meeting with some of our customers here. And I think the mindset of disruptive digital adoption on scale is paramount, right? And across all elements of the government as well as private enterprise. We were just spending some time and thinking about how the scale of adoption, whether you look at education, when you look at the municipal administration, whether you look at justice and just virtual courts. So there's a huge opportunity as you move from being a very oil-centric economy in the kingdom to a non-oil-centric, to leverage the power of AI and Gen AI to disruptively leapfrog what was otherwise perhaps a slow adoption. So we see tremendous opportunities, both as a partner, but also for the kingdom in terms of their journey for being relevant in industries perhaps that was not so big in the past.
There is quite clearly a focus on skills and what will be needed in future, and there's the real challenge about trying to train people for jobs that we don't actually know will exist yet. What does good reskilling, upskilling look like? And who is doing that well? Where in the world are you thinking actually, that is where the skills base will be?
Yeah, no, I don't know if anybody's cracked that fully, right? I think every organization, every country has to focus on sort of their own journey and where they think the future jobs are. So we as a company, for example, as I was sharing earlier, is obsessed with how do we take people along. I'm also of the view that you'll have to sort of think through the balance of the scaled adoption of AI and what that means for job disruption and the demand for more. So for example, the argument is, software and code can be written faster we're already seeing that today at 20-30%. Now the argument is whether you need 20-30% less people to do that, or whether your demand for software will go up at a speed that's faster than the decline. And I don't know how that unfolds, right? We're not seeing that in the drop of people yet. We're going to hire 13,000 people this year. So we certainly see the demand for more, despite the fact that we're able to do stuff with less. So that balance also, I think, will unfold over time.
The final challenge in all of this, of course, is energy use as well. You know, where will that energy come from, given that we have this insatiable demand for it? Do you worry about everything that you want to achieve, everything that we are led to believe will be the future, and yet there is a huge challenge about powering that future?
Yeah.
What does that mean for you?
Yeah. So, look, it's a real consideration, right? Certainly, as an organization, we're trying to do our best in terms of what we can do to significantly change the way we consume, and I'll talk about AI in a second. We've committed to transform to net zero by 2040, and we mean true decarbonization, not carbon offsets. We've seen tremendous progress in scope 1 and 2, where we've reduced tremendously, almost 90% since our benchmark in financial year 17. 84% of the energy consumption we do on our campuses is renewable energy. Yep. We're significantly changing our usage of fresh water, all elements of just good energy, just environment conservation. And our big focus now switches to how do we help both our partners as well as our customers consume impactfully less. Look, on the AI side, I think two things will have to happen. One is how do you have clean energy sources to power the data centers? Two is, I think, just the speed of innovation will perhaps bring down the quantum of power that you require, and I think that's going to be real. And then the third thing I will say is just being very smart about identifying what you need to solve problems. So for example, there are many, many use cases that we're working with our customers that don't require large language models, that can work very easily with small language models, that don't require large GPUs, that can be working on CPUs, right? And so require a different profile of energy usage than perhaps other bigger, more sophisticated, more complex problems. So just really identifying how you can smartly spend where you need to spend and being aware, outside of the argument of just the innovation and the speed at which both the clean energy sort of journey moves, as well as the disruption and innovation and how much consumption do you need as you consume AI.
And when you're talking to your customers and your clients, what are they most worried about? What do they most need their hand held for? What can you guide them through?
Look, I think all our customers are on this journey of how do you move from experimentation to scale adoption. And that's the thing that they need the most amount of help with, right? Two is, large organizations are messy. They're complex.
Are they nervous about getting it wrong?
They're thinking about how do they make sure they don't get it wrong because they are worried that it derails the speed. But I think the biggest challenge for them is some of this technology is very cool. It's very exciting, but it works brilliantly in a perfect world. And most large enterprises are not perfect. So this journey of how do you modernize the stuff you have, the applications you have inside the organization. How do you have the right data architecture? How do you identify the right use cases? How do you identify which models to use? How do you have the right guardrails? How do you fine-tune those models? How do you manage those use cases? How do you identify new use cases? I think that's a journey that most large enterprises are very much still on, and that speed only gets better. So I'll give you a statistic. We have about 200 use cases going with our customers across the globe. Our adoption from piloting to adoption was about 15% last year. It's moved to 35%. It'll move faster this year. So you can see the speed at which just the move from piloting to adoption is also driving.
Time is almost up, but just in a couple of sentences, if we meet again on this stage a year from now, what do you think will have moved the most? What will be the biggest transformation, do you think?
I just think the scale of adoption and the scale of comfort in adopting it will be dramatically different.
I will hold you to that.
Terrific.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and say thank you to Rishad Premji, the Executive Chairman of Wipro. Thank you.
Good.
Our thanks to Rishad and to Ben. Joining you now, Mohamed Abounayan, board member of DataVolt, with the business journalist Martina Fuch.
Assalamu alaikum, rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, masal khair. Hello everyone. Good afternoon, Mohammed. It's great to see you here. What a day, what a LEAP event, right? You are so busy. We'll get to your news announcement very, very soon. But let's first of all position DataVolt in a local, regional, and global picture. How has the company established itself as such a key player in the data industry over the last couple of years?
I have to say that, first of all, thank you for your really having this interview. But I have to say we are very lucky because in Saudi Arabia, thanks to our great leadership, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, and the Vision 2030, and all what we are seeing happening, the LEAP, everything else. This is really what made Saudi Arabia is not only dreaming. Saudi Arabia does not have aspiration and, you know, they want to do things and they aspire to do things. But the great things that we have seen, that everything is happening in the ground. And Vision Invest, where its own DataVolt in the business since 2003, is really in the investment of infrastructure, and they are not following the normal, I have to say, way of doing things. They always would like to make a very clear positioning and different positioning, where it started with Aqua Power, where it's the great start and what make, you know, the impact in the industry. And DataVolt coming now, since 18 months, it's going to be a disruption. It's not going to build data center. It's not going to do the AI in the traditional way. It's not going to be, you know, another company. It's going to be the company who is going to make the difference when it comes to implementation of what data center, how they will host. It's the factory of AI. It's the host of the compute and the most competitive solution worldwide. But it's going to be the latest technology.
Explain.
That's what's important.
More. So you have made a huge announcement with a new data center that is very sustainable, the first in the world. $5 billion have just been announced. Can you tell the audience what you have launched just now?
As I said in the introduction, you know, what we learn in this country, thanks to our great leadership, that we are not only announcing, we are implementing. And I remember the same time last year when we were here at this stage and we announced, you know, our ambitions of DataVolt, thanks to His Excellency Abdullah Sawaha and his great team, because I'm sure that you know very well that there is always important of a partnership between the government and the private sector. And you know what, that without this great partnership, DataVolt will not exist. We will not make what we have made. Thanks to NEOM, they have chosen us to do their data center in Hexagon. Without this great partnership, we will not be here. But, you know, thanks to our board, but more important and relevant to our management, because I am always criticizing sometimes the board to say that their contribution is only almost 1%. But the management is really doing the 99.999% and the team. And we are very blessed that we have a great team, over 140 now, in our offices in the United States, in San Francisco, our office in Riyadh, that's the main head office, our offices in Dubai, in India, and in Tashkent. Today, you know, we are global, and we want to bring the best talent, the best knowledge, the best experience, the best technology, and we are going to make the data center of the 2050. We are not going to make the data center of the past. It has no relevance for us. We are going to make the data center of the future. And the AI, with this AI, you know, evolution and the changes happening in the whole world, you need to be flexible, dynamic, adapting to everything is going to come. And you need to be the host of the world. And as you know, His Excellency said in Davos, many of our great ministers, they have said, we have been able to export oil in the past. We have been the biggest player in the world.
And now?
But with this vision, we are going to be the biggest data, you know, hub to the world.
And you are planning to be operational by 28 in NEOM.
2028. The good things that our management, they know very well. When we put a project, we put a graveyard. That people does not deliver, they will be, you know, we will pray our normal pray on them and, you know, put them to this peace and do it. Because we, you know, we learn something from our leaders.
Yeah.
That credibility, accountability, and delivery. We need to be safe. And we deliver it safe in 2028. I'm standing here. But my great team, who I trust very well, they have a great track record, that they will be able to deliver 2028. And if you see the size of this project, I'm not going to talk about the future phases, but this first phase is going to be something nobody else in the world has built.
Are you still looking for investments?
You know, we welcome investors, but you know, our strategy, and I have my bigger brother, Suleiman Al-Mahedib, since he is my partner from day one in all what we are trying to do and what we have to do. For us, we are not looking for financial investor.
What kind of investor?
You know, we are looking for investor who is going to add value and deliver value. And we are always open mind, open heart to anybody to come from the whole world to trust this vision 2030, to trust this great country where it went through a great transformation, social, economical, where we are sitting here in Leap. This is a dream. When we attended all the Leap in the past, if you go around and see who is around and see what really energy available, what investment coming, you will say, what is this? Is that something that we could project in the past? No way.
Yes.
But it shows how the whole world now, pleasantly surprised about what Saudi Arabia is able to deliver. And thanks to this great leadership, and thanks to the ecosystem, and thanks to our government, who they are today, and we are saying it here publicly. I'm sure I will be criticized by the private sector, but the government is very, very high speed. They are bullet train, and we need to catch this bullet train because the speed and the action and the impact they do, I don't see anybody else in the whole world could do.
Saudi Arabia is definitely a role model, also for green energy that you mentioned before, and it's of course about the investment philosophy rather than fast money
as well. But you know, if you allow me, the green energy, thanks to our leadership, and this is the vision, 2030, you know, nobody has, you could quote me, in the world, a minister of energy in the world, like His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman, who has made what he has made in 5.5 years, where he transformed the energy sector, the electricity sector. He put the leadership ambitions and vision that to make Saudi Arabia 50% renewable. Who could believe Saudi Arabia having oil-based economy to be 50%? Europe is not going to make it. United States is not going to make it, in my opinion. You know, many countries is not going to make it. I don't want to criticize anybody
Let's come back to DataVolt.
But Saudi Arabia is going to make it, and that's the reason DataVolt positioning in net zero.
So let's talk about DataVolt again, Mohammed. Yeah. So you have just spoken about the expansion plans as well, and you have a construction project in Uzbekistan as well. Tell us more about your global ambitions.
Our global vision that we believe always that you have to be global because you are going to be, hopefully, that's our ambition to be the Saudi champion. And to make us a Saudi champion, we need to connect the world to Saudi Arabia, and we need to also expose ourselves to everywhere else. But also, you know, what we are doing in Uzbekistan, it's a small data center, but again, it will be a net zero. But in Saudi Arabia, because we are very blessed with the green energy, including not only renewable, we will be the only country in the world will have data center powered by green hydrogen and renewable. And nobody has it. Nobody has it in the whole world for such scale and such positioning. And that's the reason I was saying in the introduction that we are always going to the world, but we would like to invite the world to come and host themselves in Saudi Arabia, because this is the only country that they will do it really in such large, in such best, I have to say, first class, you know, when it comes to practice and implementation and technology, but it is sustainable, because all of these incentive program is giving in the whole world, people giving incentives to this and to this and to this. Saudi Arabia business model is different. They will give support, but they would like to see whatever investment here in Saudi Arabia is sustainable. It's not relying on incentives where it cannot be connected to sustainability.
And we will see that in the future as well.
100%.
So, good. We'll speak in a couple of LEAP editions again about that. So, in terms of collaborations and partners, you have one joint venture with Center 3.
Yes.
What more partners and collaborators are you looking for here in the kingdom, or regionally or globally even?
Thank you for this. We had to sign this joint venture yesterday, and I'm really grateful to my brother, really, Ulayan, who is really, I have to say, a great leader who made STC where it is today with his great transformation. But in reality, I'm sure you know, putting an asset without piston class in operation and maintenance cannot be done. And today that we are able to deliver for the existing data center, when we have another data center, it's not going to be net zero, and it's not going to be as big as this, plus STC data center, we would like to see best in class of, you know, operation and maintenance. And the operation of maintenance of such complex, you know, operation and maintenance for such complex, you know, I have to say, industrial zone, because this is a huge factory. It cannot be really, I have to say, giving your ability to give a life cycle cost, very efficient, very safe, but the best surface, the best class of surface in the world. And I think the partnership between STC and DataVolt is the best news to the market, to the sectors, and to the industry, because you have two great leaders on this industry. They are working together to deliver something. Again, it's going to be new to the world, that we are going to localize knowledge, technology, and youth. And that's the most important, where STC and DataVolt is focusing at how to engage the youth, how to train the youth, how to develop the youth. And that's the reason we have the academy today in, you know, Energy and Water Academy in Riyadh. We have 20 young girls and 20 young boys studying, as we said, in the classes today of AI and data center.
It's all about the next generation.
Yes, this is
Before
where
we go, we only have 1 minute left. Tell me about your vision for the future for DataVolt.
The good news that, you know, because I'm too old, I'm not
No,
you know, talking
Mohammed.
about long time. But, you know, thanks to this great young management standing, some of them here and many of them, it's outside, that their ambitions is following our leader and our great leader ambitious, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, who always has no limitation. The bar will increase every year, every day, and we will go beyond. Our great minister, His Excellency Abdullah Sawaha, and his great team, we have seen when he started in this ministry with his great team, how everything has changed, how everything has been pushing the bar, because this is what the new Saudi Arabia. In the new Saudi Arabia, there is no limitation. There is no things that you will think about, that you will say, I'm contained in this, I will think about this, and I will do this. No, no. You are part of the world, and you will do something will please the world, but will surprise the world, because this is the new Saudi Arabia.
And on this remark, we will close this panel. Thank you so much, Shukran Mohammed. No limitations. I hope that is also a message for the audience.
My apology and thanks to the audience that if I said something that does not suit their hearing, please forgive me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Shukran Gasila.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Our thanks to Mohammed Abanayan and, of course, to Martina. Please welcome Shiv Khemka, Vice Chairman of Sun Group, in conversation with Ben Thompson.
Welcome, everyone, once again.
When we transitioned, the guy who was heading the show before.
Then we'll just get rid of that microphone. Good afternoon, once again, to you all. And quite clearly, the focus of these sessions is on technology. We know that it has the power to change so much, doesn't it? Society, business, how we work, how we live. But does it change how we invest? And how do we make sure amid so much change and uncertainty that investment is in the right place and in the right things? I'm delighted to be joined on the stage here by Shiv Khemka, who's the Vice Chairman of Sun Group. Shiv, nice to see you. I tried to find a pithy, succinct way of describing what Sun Group is, but I'm going to let you do that because you've got a lot of different interests in a lot of different pies. But briefly, just explain it for us.
So we're a family business from India, about 125 years as a business, 4 main divisions, operating businesses and investing businesses, energy and natural resources, clean energy, advanced manufacturing of advanced electronics, and asset management, venture capital, private equity, real estate.
We'll come back to that in a minute, and it's relevant because it means that you've got a lot of interest in a lot of different things that are all subject to slightly different uncertainty. But talk to me first of all, though, because you've been doing this quite a while, and I think it's fair to say you've been at the sort of the forefront of a lot of change in the world. You've been there at key moments in different countries. Talk to me how you navigate change and how you make sure that you have a bit of a sense of direction when it feels sometimes like the world is going a bit crazy.
I think I've been very fortunate because I left India when I was very young. I was 11, went to school in France, studied in England, then lived in the US, then lived in Latin America. When I lived in Latin America, I was in Brazil. Hyperinflation was running at 80% per month, and things were changing rapidly. I went back to business school in the US. Then I moved to Russia in 1990. And 91, everything started to unfold and unravel. And again, I was kind of at the front end of a lot of disruption happening there. And so I think it's just almost embracing the change and looking at trends and getting a sense of what's happening. We were lucky to invest early on in these different waves. And we've been reasonably flexible and open to looking at new industries, new ideas, new geographies, and trying to determine as a group, as a family, what we think are the trends where we should put our capital, energy, and time to take advantage of those waves.
What does it take to capitalize on those opportunities? Because amid so much uncertainty, it would be very easy to hunker down, to kind of find a way to protect yourself. But actually, what you're telling me is the opposite.
Well, I think if you realize that every wave will end soon, if you have a sense that nothing is permanent, then you're always looking out for the next 10 years, 15 years. Like at the moment, it's very clear that this AI wave, the quantum wave that is coming soon thereafter, are the very large shifts that are happening. I think geopolitically things are happening in a way that is becoming clearer, with the world dividing in different ways and reconnecting in different ways in terms of supply chain. And so I think these opportunities become obvious, and if you are able to navigate them and invest in them, hopefully you'll catch the wave in the right way.
So what are you most focused on right now? You've touched on AI and quite how transformative that will be. Quantum, of course, around the corner too, still in very early days. Where is your focus? What are you looking at?
So we really have 3 areas of focus. The first is everything to do with investing at the front end in AI, quantum, bioengineering, and all those technologies that are being created and absorbed very quickly by industries, enterprises, and customers. And I think we're at the beginning of a massive shift over the next decade or two, including space. A lot of different things are happening at the moment. The second area for me that's really interesting is the energy required for this change.
Yeah.
And Mohammed Abu Nayan just spoke, chairman of Vision Invest and DataVolt, and the work they're doing is really focused on the energy to intelligence. And I think the kingdom is doing an incredible job in that way. And, but I think it's a global issue. It'll happen all over the world. And I think the third area of focus for me is the shifting of the supply chains.
Yeah.
Supply chains that have traditionally been very China-centric, I think will start moving and becoming China +1, China +2, as they move to places like Indonesia, Vietnam, India, the Kingdom, US, and so on.
Talk to me about India's place in all of this as well, because it strikes me it's quite a microcosm of what's happening in the rest of the world. And actually then if you look at a country and the opportunities and the challenges that presents, that then we can extrapolate to the rest of the world. What do you learn from India?
Well, I think India really is a microcosm of what's happening globally. And if you look at India, it has very high technology, very high levels of education. At the same time, it has massive poverty and huge inequality, and so on. It has very urbanized locations, a lot of rural locations. So India is a microcosm of the world, and I think it's a very challenging country to lead because of all the diversity, different languages, different cultures, different subcultures, religions, etc. And so, but I'm very bullish about India. I think India today is a $4 trillion economy. It should grow about 8 to 10 times in the next 25 years. The US should double. China should go maybe 4x. So I think the wave that is lifting India right now, as long as we manage to keep our governance models under control. We are a democratic nation. We've got a young population, quite technology-oriented. We are very focused on clean energy, since we don't have natural resources, hydrocarbons at scale.
Yeah.
I think all of those things bode well for India in terms of what we're doing now. And so I'm very optimistic about India, and we are putting more investment into India, and we think that the challenge in India is jobs. We need to create 1.3 million jobs a month for the next 30 years, just to keep...
Just say that again.
1.3 million jobs a month for the next 30 years.
Yeah.
So how do we do that? And so I think entrepreneurship is very important. Having entrepreneurs, having young people creating jobs, and giving them the infrastructure to allow them to do that. And hence, digital infrastructure is critical in our country. And there's a big push, I know from the very top, to think about digital infrastructure and physical infrastructure that we need, as well as focus on education, health, and all the other human indices that are needed to allow us to prosper.
You're bullish about the Indian economy, also optimistic about tech. But there's a danger that this revolutionary, transformative tech can fall into the hands of the very wealthy and the very few. How do we make sure that we don't make that mistake? Particularly, again, with that microcosm of India, how do you make sure it's equitable, that everybody has the right access and the skills to access it?
I think, to me, that's the most important question you've just asked. And I was delighted to see His Excellency Abdullah Al-Swaha, the minister, yesterday, spend, I would say, 60% of the conversation about the digital divide, the AI divide, the importance of making sure that we look after not just the 2 billion that will benefit from all of this, but the 7 billion that might not.
Yeah.
And I think it's all about leadership. It's all about the Crown Prince's vision. It's all about the vision of people like Prime Minister Modi and others. And I think it's about leadership. It's about, technology is a tool that can be used in many different ways. And it's all about all of us I think everyone here in the room will do well. Everyone here will create wealth and have a good life. The question is, what about all those others that don't have the fortune to actually be part of the transformation, to have the skills, to learn, to have the ability to work in this new economy that's being created? And so I think it's a big challenge.
What does that look like in practice? What is good practice when it comes to making sure that everybody has the right skills?
I think it's going to be about corporations taking responsibility for retraining, reskilling, governments, school systems. I think it's all about the digital infrastructure being used to provide access to educational tools to everyone through remote learning, all those kinds of things. I think it's not one magic bullet. It's many, many different things working together to try and enhance human indices, particularly in education, reskilling, talent, and the mobility of the talent as well.
There's a real danger, isn't there, when we talk about this new tech, that we sort of over-rely on regulation. That regulation will be the answer to make sure everyone has access, that everybody is, able to partake in this revolution. It's not just about regulation, though, is it?
I think regulation is important because without regulation, I think you won't have guardrails to allow the, the profit motive to become sort of the only motive. So I think you do need regulation. At the same time, I think it also needs a mindset change. I think it's about leaders stepping up to the plate and, the young generations demanding a more inclusive culture, which will take care of those that aren't. I was traveling around Silicon Valley a few years ago with Peter Diamandis and Larry Page and a few of these people visiting for 3 days tech companies, AI companies. And at the end of 3 days, what shocked me was that at the end of the 3 days, there had been no discussion about the bottom of the pyramid, the middle and the bottom of the pyramid. It was all about how do we make products and services for the top 10, 20% of the planet's wealth, and how do we make that wealth improve in terms of its efficiency. And I think that's a problem, and that we need to change that.
Talk to me about the role of here in Saudi Arabia. I mean, you were telling me you've been here, 50 times in the last, 8 years or something? So you're a frequent visitor. First came here, in 96. What does the leadership that you get here in spaces like this, in tech, that allow us to do? How does that change the landscape?
Well, I first came to the kingdom in 96, and I would come every year or two, mainly visit Jeddah, and would hardly spend any time in Riyadh. In the last 8 years, I've come to Riyadh maybe 50 times and spent a lot more time here and hardly gone to Jeddah. And I think the Crown Prince's vision has been really exemplary. And I think the fact that you have events like this, the fact that you have leadership, companies, corporations developing, entrepreneurs developing, the startup economy, I think the projection of the kingdom globally, I think all of that is incredible to see. Women's empowerment, to see how women are entering the workforce, to see the incredible focus on, the development of different industries, whether it's the mining industry, whether it's the technology industry, whether it's digital infrastructure, whether it's clean energy and solar power, hydrogen, all of these things, NEOM, Oxagon, the Red Sea project, everywhere you look, it's astonishing to see really what's happened in this incredible country. And it's like a startup nation. It really is like a startup country. And the excitement, the enthusiasm. And I think once someone comes to the kingdom and visits it once, they keep coming back. The problem is the media perception often in places where people have never come here or have no experience or exposure to the kingdom is still, 20 years old, is not connected to reality today. And so I think it's very exciting. I think the quality of people in terms of the ministries, the quality of people is incredible. And they've opened up to bring the best people back, Saudis who are educated around the world, and global human capital back here. And so I see a big bridge that can be built between the US, Europe, the kingdom, India, Japan, Korea, etc. I see really a bridge, and this is almost the center of that capability globally. And Africa, of course, has a huge aspiration, and I think the kingdom, again, can play a very important role in that aspiration.
I asked the same question a little earlier, but a year from now, we're sat on this stage talking. What are you most hopeful will have changed?
In the kingdom?
Oh, generally, in terms of, particularly with your focus on how we democratize tech, make sure that there's equity of access for all. How quickly can that change? And is that one of your focuses of how we make sure that problem gets resolved?
Well, so we have a foundation activity. We have a foundation. We do a lot of work in that space. We educate about 3 million kids a year with a focus on teaching them to be ethical, altruistic leaders. Because we think it's all about a mindset change at scale that's required. And that's happening here. You can see it happening here. Our first engagement with the kingdom in the last 8 years was with MISC Foundation, which is the Crown Prince's foundation, which is doing incredible work in values. I'm part of something called the Values 20 group, which is doing a lot of work globally in terms of thinking through the importance of values and the interaction of values with the G20. And they're doing incredible work in entrepreneurship. They're doing incredible work in education. And so I think it's happening step by step. There are lots of little things happening around the world, and it's about hoping and working hard in that direction and doing your bit.
Shiv, our time is up, but it's been a joy to talk to you. Thank you for spending some time with us. Ladies and gentlemen, Shiv Kamkar, Vice Chairman of Sun Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it.
Much.
Our thanks to Shiv and to Ben. Please welcome Patrick Johansson, President for Ericsson, Middle East and Africa.
Good afternoon. What an inspirational conversation. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here at LEAP. Today, I invite you to join Ericsson in exploring uncharted territories where innovation meets opportunity as we confidently step into the future aligned with Vision 2030 and unlock the potential of emerging technologies. Our portal of innovation at Ericsson serves as a gateway to this transformative journey. It is through this portal that we will discover how creativity and collaboration can pave the way for groundbreaking advancements and sustainable growth. Our ecosystem in the kingdom is ready to support this evolution always. And I'm thrilled to share of how we can shape the future together. Welcome to a new era of possibility. Today, with 5G, we have powerful innovations, and they're not just possibilities. They are accessible realities that enrich our lives and drive widespread adoption across the globe. Globally, by the end of 2030, we expect that we have 6.3 billion 5G subscriptions across. 5G is by then carrying 80% of the mobile data traffic, and we have around standalone subscriptions, which is the key to enable the full 5G enhancement, will be at 3.6 billion. Here in the kingdom, combined with the GCC countries, in 2030, we have a growth of about 3%, and then ending up with a total amount of subscribers of 95 million. So a very, very nice development. At Ericsson, our success is driven by a commitment to technological leadership, with nearly 20% of our annual sales dedicated and invested back into research and development. This ensures that we deliver the most competitive solutions. Our R&D investment enhances quality, cost effectiveness, sustainability, and energy efficient products. It is the cornerstone of our competitiveness and future success. We're investing also not only in previous standalone, but now also with very much open architecture to create programmable and accessible networks, leading to what we call an open world. Ericsson's programmable networks are vital for enabling flexible, efficient services, rapid delivery, rapid adaptation to changing demands. Also, by integrating the open architecture to our new global network platform, we are aimed to expose all the network capabilities to developers, paving the way for even more innovative applications. We have recently launched a new venture between some of the world's largest telecom operators, and this new venture we have called Aduna. This will provide global network APIs to a broad ecosystem to developer platforms. This will enable developers worldwide to utilize unique network features like latency, location, security, speed, and on-demand services. So, let us explore how the emerging technology can support the kingdom's digital transformation, accelerate even further, and positively contributing to consumers, industries, and society in a sustainable way. For over a century, Ericsson has led sustainable change, using digitalization and 5G to address climate challenges throughout research and collaborations in industries. Globally, we collaborate with partners to expand their 5G networks using Ericsson dual-band radios, enhancing performance, and reducing emissions. For sustainable management, we've introduced a 5G Advanced Automated Energy Saver. This is a pioneering energy efficiency management tool. Our AI intent-based operation solutions has won its third award, acknowledging the future readiness of our partners' 5G network. In the kingdom, with our partners, we are advancing several initiatives. We're exploring renewable energy and solar hybrid sites to cut emissions even further. We also pioneer recycling through Ericsson's connected platform. With our partners, we have, so far in the kingdom, cut diesel consumption by 23 million liters annually for about 496 sites, so quite a substantial amount per site, which has then earned us the Green Energy Award. Our collaborations continue to boost AI and machine learning for operational efficiency and sustainability. Ericsson is also very proud to be at the forefront of 5G innovations for a sustainable future, offering top-notch customer experiences. Globally, we are supporting our partners' autonomous networks ambitions with successful trials of a platform that we call Ericsson Automated Configuration Consistency RAP on certain live commercial networks. This platform enables the CSPs to deliver consistent, high-quality service across networks, and then allowing users to enjoy seamless streaming, browsing, and gaming with minimal delay. We've also tested another worldwide first. It's an easy on-demand process for consumers to experience the true benefits of a premium 5G network connection with enhanced performance characteristics leveraging on network slicing. A requirement then will be 5G standalone that I talked about earlier. This will allow the subscribers to upgrade their services with an on-demand, time-limited premium subscription to deliver through a dedicated network slice, on demand. We have our own research called Ericsson Consumer Lab, and there we have looked through what are the latest sentiments from customers. And the differentiated connectivity shows that generative AI applications, they are driving a demand for a more and even further differentiated connectivity, uninterrupted, high-end connectivity, and among smartphone users across the globe. So this is not only for the kingdom. And The number of users engaging with Gen AI is more than likely to increase the efficiency and the usage of 2.5 times over the next 5 years. They were joining on the video calling, streaming, online payments, and other services, and they are willing to pay extra for this service. For a survey here in the Kingdom, it reports a higher satisfaction than 4G users, but we also see that users face issues in high traffic areas. As a result, 4 out of 10 users in the Kingdom are no longer willing to accept best effort 5G performances, matching very much the global trends. However, 48% of the 5G users, they are eager to experience enhanced 5G connectivity, and they are willing to pay a premium for this connectivity. Our solutions from Ericsson enhance network efficiency and performance, providing CSPs and enterprises with tools to automate operations, optimize resources, and predict network issues before they actually affect service quality. This isn't just about fixing things faster, it is about preventing disruptions altogether and putting the experience front and center. To give you some examples, Ericsson has deployed a state-of-the-art 4G and 5G private mobile network across Paris, both airports, providing service to more than 120,000 professionals with secure, reliable, and ultra-fast connectivity to transform these locations into smart airports. This deployment does enhance operational efficiency, security, and digitalization, and also, of course, supporting the good and safe air traffic control and advancing the transformations across the aviation industry. Another example is our EP5G platform deployment by BT in the Belfast Harbour, which is then transforming it to a smart logistics center with a 35-acre 5G coverage across the port, optimizing operations through real-time data and automation. This, of course, is not only about 5G, it is leveraging IoT, AI, and autonomous vehicles to enhance productivity. One example of how private 5G networks revolutionize industries. If you go into the Kingdom, there we are collaborating on the 5G Edge technology using the Ericsson Local Packet Gateway, pre-integrated appliance-based solution that is optimized for the enterprise edge. It's simplifying management and dramatically accelerating time to service. This initiative then serves to accelerate 5G deployments in our customer networks and unlock the business potential. We also used digital twin technology at a stadium to generate optimizations, recommendations, which always succeeds the human intuition. The AI-enabled automated decision-making significantly improved user experience, resulting in a 60% improved downlink throughput and an 8% increase in the user satisfaction and a 40% increase in the traffic for these 2 matches that we tried it out. And of course, where did that happen? Right here in the Kingdom. You guessed it right. So, on that topic, I first of all would like to congratulate the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for being officially announced the host nation of the 2034 World Cup. The Kingdom being the host for the 2034 World Cup is a monumental achievement and a very, very exciting opportunity to showcase the country's rich culture and passion for football on a global stage. In 2022, despite the arrival of 1.4 million visitors to Qatar, together with our customer, we managed, from Ericsson, the increased demand on network, ensuring reliable and high-speed connectivity. And we are really into sports and supporting the user experience. So recently in 2024, at a giant sporting event held in Paris, together with our customers, we had immense success and meticulous preparation behind the opening ceremony, which was then seamlessly watched by 1.5 billion people. The focus in France was on deploying premium 5G services to ensure top network quality for a global sporting event. This involved enhancing connectivity, deploying the latest technology, and preparing teams for real-time response. International visitors do prioritize excellent 5G connectivity and a straightforward business model for the moment they arrive in the airport and throughout the experience and to their departure. As a valued partner in the kingdom, we are committed to leveraging our global experience to ensure that the kingdom delivers the best air experience to millions of participants at this major football event. Since 1978, Ericsson has been key to the kingdom's telecommunication progress, starting with a fixed-line telephone network expansion, and this has then now paved the way to where we are today in 5G Advanced, soon moving into 5G deployment and the talent growth. At Ericsson, we are dedicated to enhancing skills and nurturing local talent through comprehensive training, supporting Saudization to boost the economy. Our partnerships with KAUST and KAXT advances into 5G and 6G and connectivity solutions, fostering innovations in sectors like gaming. Our Spark Tomorrow hackathon that was recently held highlights our dedication to the kingdom's digital transformation under Vision 2030, aiming to build a truly knowledge-based economy. Our collaboration with KAXT includes a gaming research lab to commercialize this experience on 5G and then in the future on 6G networks. And to coming back on talent, since 2018, the graduate program that we've held in the kingdom has welcomed almost 200 engineers, where women making up 50%, and we have provided them with in-depth training as we onboard them into our company. Because technology and innovation is nothing. Talent is key to future innovation. Standing here, I am also very, very happy to announce a significant milestone for us in Ericsson. We have now recently moved our Middle East and Africa regional headquarters to Riyadh. Our cutting-edge office will be a hub designed to serve our customers with excellent feature innovations and dynamic showrooms of how we collaborate together with partners across the ecosystem, all representing the future of technology. This very important and strategic move strengthens our alignment with the Kingdom's Vision 2030 initiatives and brings us closer to our local partners and customers. It also, tying back to my previous topic, makes us to tap further into the pool of local talent and resources, further strengthening our commitment to the region. Let me summarize. Large scales of advanced technologies are effectively laying the foundation for relevant services to be created and launched. Only with the infrastructure in place, we can have the right conditions to allow all apps to be developed, tested, deployed, and scaled. All of us in it, through the ecosystem, technology partners, providers, service providers, enterprises, government, and academia, all need to play an active role defining the journey into the new world. We are very, very thrilled to be here, and we invite you to join us in exploring new ideas and share exciting demos in our booth. Please don't hesitate to stop by and be part of this experience. Our main goal is to foster sustainable growth while supporting development of emerging technologies and solutions that will open new portals of innovation together with the ecosystem. For almost 50 years, Ericsson has been a proud partner of the digitalization of the kingdom. We are very happy to be here supporting the vision to 2030 and beyond. Together, we will create the future. Thank you.
Thanks to Patrick Johansson, the President, Ericsson, Middle East and Africa. Please welcome Aidan Gomez, co-founder and CEO of Cohere, in conversation with Daniela Braga, founder and CEO, Defined AI.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody's still awake. We have a very interesting chat with Aidan Gomez, co-founder and CEO of Cohere, a security-first enterprise AI company that builds foundation AI models and end-to-end products designed to solve real-world business problems. Prior to Cohere, Aidan worked at Google Brain, where he co-authored the seminal paper, Attention is All You Need, which introduced the groundbreaking transformer architecture that underpins large language models. During his time at Google Brain, he collaborated with a number of AI luminaires, including Jeffrey Hilton, Jeff Dean, where the teams focused on large-scale machine learning. Based in Toronto and London, I guess in London, I just learned in the back, Aidan holds a bachelor's in computer science from the University of Toronto and a PhD in computer science from the University of Oxford. Aidan, what is Cohere and its mission? What role does it play in the AI ecosystem, and why is that important?
Yeah, so the mission of Cohere is to put this technology, large language models and generative AI, to work inside of the economy. And to do that, we're focused on lowering the barriers for enterprises to adopt the tech securely. So that means completely private deployments, no lock-in to any cloud within any VPC, the ability to customize and integrate your data and your tools so that more and more we can start to shift the work that humans are doing onto these models. And in order for them to succeed, they need to be able to use the systems that humans today use to get their job done. Until we're able to integrate the generative AI with the internal software and systems that enterprises use, we won't fully be able to shift that work. And so that's really where we're focused.
Very cool. Now, the world of large language models has become increasingly crowded with the recent buzz of DeepSeek, which you commented on the Business Insider, and alongside with models like Meta Llama, IBM Granite, OpenAI GPT, Amazon Nova, and so on. What sets Cohere apart, and why should customers choose Cohere?
So I think it's the fact that we're focused. We're not trying to do everything. We're not trying to solve math problems or help people with their homework. What we're trying to do is focus on enterprise use cases and automation. So that means being very good at the data that exists inside of enterprises, which doesn't look like data out on the web. And so most models are trained on rich language and social media data, this sort of stuff. But that's not actually helpful when what you want to do is you want to automate work in finance or work in HR or that type of stuff. So we're focused on building technology tailor-made for enterprises.
And on that note, can a customer without knowledge of LLMs come to your platform and uses it without knowing, almost like low-code type of thing, or you need some touch?
Yeah, so we have a bunch of different products. I mean, the most low-level base stuff that we build, they're just models. So it's like our command model, which is a generative model that you can speak to. I think of a generative model as kind of being like a CPU. It's a general piece of technology. You could deploy it anywhere. You could deploy it inside any vertical for any purpose. But in and of itself, just owning a CPU isn't valuable. It's what you build with it that is actually valuable. The same is true with generative AI. Just having a model by itself is not valuable. It's what you use that model for where the value really comes out. So for that piece, you do have to be technical. You need to be a developer to be able to build something on top of this model to create value. On the other side, we also build applications. So we have our North platform, which we launched a few weeks ago. And this is just a platform for driving automation within industry. So it connects into all of your software, Salesforce, your ERP like SAP, and it can actually use that software like a human uses it. So you can start to shift work onto this system.
Can you show here to the audience some use cases and success stories in 2-3 industries? And maybe you can disclose some names of your customers.
Yeah, happy to. I think the announcement we made a few weeks ago with North is a good example. So it was with RBC, which is one of the largest banks in the world, over 100,000 employees. And there, we're deploying this automation platform across the entire organization. Hundreds of teams, a couple thousand use cases. So that's one of the major ones. But it's not just specific to banking. Another fantastic partner of ours is Oracle. And so Oracle has their Fusion applications. They have NetSuite. And so they have the software where humans get work done today, whether it's inside their supply chain management software or their HR software. And what we do is we power the Gen AI features inside of that. So all of those features that are speeding up work inside that software, making teams more efficient, that's all Cohere's models.
Mm-hmm. What's your view on data, responsible and secure AI? And what are the biggest challenges in making AI secure in the workplace, particularly when it comes to large language models and AI agents?
Yeah, it's crucial. It's one of the biggest barriers that we're seeing. Originally, when people were just testing out the technology, the security piece wasn't so important because they weren't putting mission-critical data into those systems. Now, we're moving out of the proof of concept phase. We're going into production phase. And these models are touching the most sensitive customer data, internal secrets of your company. And so security is front of mind. The issue with Cohere's competitors is that to access them, you need to send your data outside of your security perimeter. So with Cohere, what we've done is there's no security risk. We bring our models to your data instead of the opposite. Mm-hmm. So that's a key blocker for access. And we're seeing very, very high demand in secure and private deployments. We're also seeing on-prem become more and more relevant. So folks wanting to really keep their information within their data center.
Mm-hmm. So where do you see enterprise AI heading this year? And maybe where do you see Cohere heading this year as well?
Yeah, so we're very focused on agentic behaviors. There's 2 key unlocks to agentic. The first is reasoning. So your audience might have heard a bit about O1 and DeepSeek's R1, these reasoning models. Cohere will be releasing ours shortly. That's a total paradigm shift in terms of what you can deploy these models against. Just to give a brief understanding of what reasoning is, before reasoning, what would happen is the input space to the model, the question that you can ask the model, it's anything. The input space is anything. It's maybe asking, what's 1 + 1? Or maybe it's asking, prove Fermat's last theorem or some incredibly difficult math problem. So it varies wildly. But the model would spend the same amount of time answering both of those questions, which makes no sense. With reasoning, what the model can do now is it can spend different amounts of energy on different difficulties of problem. So now we can approach not only dramatically more efficiently, but more effectively extremely hard and easy problems. So that's a major unlock for agentic, and especially when agents are using tools externally, they're having to make decisions. You want them to be able to think through problems and really reason about them. The second thing, reasoning is the first. The second thing is learning from experience. So with a human, when you tell them you did something wrong, here's how to fix it, they remember that. And they learn forever not to make that same mistake. And that's going to be coming in models soon. No production model has that capability to learn from experience with the user. But once it does, it will unlock the ability to teach your own model just by interacting with it. And so it will become like your model just by experience.
Well, you've been around for 6 years, 2019, around that,
Yeah,
right?
approximately, yeah.
Can you tell us a little, but you've raised 1.1 billion. You also commented around DeepSeek's investment efficiency, so to speak, because that's how they report it. Could you tell us a little bit of the challenges in, scaling and scaling a company like you? It's a relatively recent company, yet very successful with a lot of investment. What's next in a world where a lot of people are pouring continuously so many billions, and how are you staying ahead?
I think DeepSeek was very validating of Cohere's strategy. We've been saying for a long time that just scaling up compute is not an efficient strategy. Just building larger supercomputers isn't going to yield what we want it to yield. And so I think it's fantastic that DeepSeek released their numbers on training, showed the efficiency, and gave a healthy shock to the market as to what is practical. For Cohere, we've been operating, we looked at those numbers, we compared internally. We're operating at similar efficiencies. And so I don't think it's a technological breakthrough, but what it is a healthy shock to the market that you shouldn't just try to improve these models by scaling up compute spend. Now, that might be an issue for some other parties that I won't mention that want to spend tens of billions of dollars a year on scaling up their compute. But I think it's good news for the market. There are ways to make this technology extremely efficiently and effectively. And so it's going to be cheap, available, and extremely effective.
Because we have startups in the audience, what would you tell entrepreneurs starting in today's DNA in AI? What would be areas to focus, and not just necessarily fields, from a CEO, founder, advices to startup founders, what should they do and not do and avoid?
Yeah, I think be ambitious, really look for product opportunities. Right now, the opportunity space on top of models, we have a new generation of technology. It's completely applicable across all verticals. And so the product opportunity is massive. Like, I would love to see 10 times as many companies exploring that, discovering ways to deploy this technology into unique verticals or use cases to provide value. Because the enterprise world, it needs help to adopt this technology. The biggest thing the enterprise world needs is good products and good solutions which make it as easy as just plugging it in and going. Because at the moment, like I was describing with a LLM being similar to a CPU, it requires a lot of effort to make it valuable. Once it's valuable, it's extremely valuable. But it requires a lot of effort and expertise. And so there's a huge opportunity for founders to close that gap and deliver something directly to the enterprise.
And now that we're closing, we're in Saudi Arabia, what is your plans for the week and what are you looking for and plans for Cohere in the region?
Yeah, no, it's my third or fourth time in Riyadh, and I'm super excited to be here. The weather is incredible. I really want to get out into the desert and spend some time there, but I think I'm going to be too busy meeting with partners, meeting with investors. We just hired our first employee, and he's starting in a week, and so I want to meet up with him and welcome him to the company.
Here?
Yeah, here in Riyadh. Yeah. So we'll open up a presence here. But I'm really just excited to be in such an ambitious country that's taking AI so seriously and has the ambition to actually lead. So that's something that I think is incredibly exciting and very needed on the global stage right now.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This was Aidan Cohere. I'm sorry, Aidan Gomez, CEO of Cohere.
Thank you.
Thank you to Aidan and to Daniela. Please welcome Engineer Omar Al-Rashid, Chief Strategy Officer at Mobily.
Every minute, AI writes 5,000 articles, diagnose 300 patients, and help researchers and scientists around the world. Hi, everybody. I'm Omar Rashid, and today I'm talking about amplified intelligence. Because when humans collaborate with machines, here we redefine what is possible. Amplified intelligence is rewiring us as a society, as companies, and as individuals. We are at a crossroad, a period that will redefine how we live, work, and connect. AI is more than a technology. It is a revolution that will empower everyone. This isn't for the few. It's about a fundamental shift that will touch every part of our lives. AI is a spark for a new era. It's enabled creativity and innovation on a scale we never seen before, turning wild ideas into everyday reality. It's not just a game changer, it's rewriting the playbook. Before we start, let's reflect on the past. Every leap has redefined what's possible. With the muscles of the Industrial Revolution, we built cities. With the memory of the digital transformation, we built the internet and made information accessible to all, the foundation of the knowledge economy. And with the mind of amplified intelligence, we will make magic. Can we end traffic jams? Can we speak any language instantly? The answer is shifting from someday to let's just do it. AI progress isn't a slow climb. It's a series of bold leaps. Every week, we see breakthroughs that make us rethink what is possible. In this fast-changing world, leaders in business, government, and our communities must be agile, adaptable, and ready to act. We need to figure out how to combine human intuition and AI precision. Then we will create a system where human brilliance and machine intelligence coexist in harmony. When we combine human intuition with AI precision, we will create a system where human brilliance and machine intelligence coexist. AI can empower us by handling what it does best, freeing us to focus on what drives innovation and creativity. The partnership allows us to solve complex challenges faster, optimize processes, and unleash untapped potential. AI handles the heavy lifting, analyzing data, managing routine tasks, so that we can devote our creativity, empathy, and bold ideas. Together, we form a powerhouse of collaboration that solves complex challenges and transforms industries. In Davos, they asked, will AI steal our job? But the right question, will AI end burnout? Organizations today face two critical challenges. One that we are all facing, which is the skill gap, and the other, unleashing the return on technology investment. Across industries, talent shortages are creating significant challenges. In healthcare, AI-driven diagnostics speed up training and reduce errors. In logistics, AI optimize routes instantly, and human insights handle the unexpected. When we talk about investment in technology, despite the significant investment in technology like IoT, blockchain, and smart cities, many organizations struggle to gain the benefits. AI is the solution. AI agentic acts like a smart concierge, dynamically orchestrating our systems. They learn in real time, turning everything from cloud resources to city traffic, making every tech investment work smarter and faster. When we blend our natural intuition with AI relentless adaptability, we create a system that is agile, efficient, and ready to meet any challenge. The question is Saudi Arabia ready? It is not just ready. We are actually leading the charge. With visionary projects under Vision 2030, a dynamic youth culture, and a world-class infrastructure, we have everything to fuel an AI revolution. Our kingdom has laid the groundwork with robust digital infrastructure, near universal internet, advanced 5G, and innovative projects like NEOM, and a committed huge investment in AI. But here's the challenge. It's about embracing the change. The real power lays in our hands. We need all to challenge ourselves and take the leap, use AI across every industry. AI is already shaping key sectors, and the momentum is building. Education, workforce, AI drives training, platforms are creating a new generation of tech-savvy talents. In healthcare, smart diagnostic and personalized care are transforming patient outcomes. Cultural expansion with AI and VR, Saudi culture can now reach a global stage, inviting everyone to experience our heritage. AI-powered systems are making cities more sustainable, efficient, and vibrant. At Mobily, we are not waiting for the future. We are integrating AI into every facet of our operation. We use AI to build a faster, more reliable network that keep us all connected, deliver personalized digital experiences that engage and inspire, and we developed a robust cloud and smart platforms that empower businesses to innovate. We work inspired by Saudi Arabian Vision 2030 to ensure that technology fuels growth, opportunity, and lasting progress. We are proud to say that at Mobily, we are playing our part in Saudi Arabia AI ecosystem. In connectivity, we powered an ultra-fast 5G network, enabling smart cities and AI-driven applications. We built cloud infrastructure that is scalable, secure, to seamlessly have AI deployment and support growing demands. We have AI and edge computing that enable real-time processing, supporting industries like healthcare, energy, and manufacturing. Mobily is helping today businesses to scale, innovate, and harness the power of AI to drive measurable growth and success. We are taking bold steps to lay the foundations of tomorrow. We have tripled our capacity to keep up with our digital demand, and today we announced a $1 billion investment in expanding data centers. We have the largest IoT network operation in the region. We have 5G expansions and fiber network to ensure fast, reliable connectivity everywhere. These are more than infrastructures. These are the building blocks of an AI-powered future. As Saudis, we are not dreaming about the tomorrow. We are building it today. We're creating an ecosystem where human creativity and AI innovation come together to overcome every challenge. Together, we are not just questioning the future, we are defining it. Thank you for attending, and thank you for your time and attention.
Engineer Omar Al-Rashid, our thanks. Joining you now, His Royal Highness Prince Sultan Fahad Salman Al Saud and Marshal Al Baidan, professional rally driver, your moderator, the business journalist Martina Fuch.
Welcome.
Please. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Masal khair. Shukran Ghazilan. Thank you so much, His Royal Highness Prince Sultan and my dear friend Mashal for joining this panel. We are going to have a very fast-paced and speedy panel because we're going to talk about sports, and not only sports, but also technology, two fascinating topics. Let me first address you, His Royal Highness Prince Sultan. What kind of new initiatives is Saudi Arabia rolling out in terms of promoting technology in sports?
So when we look at what Mashal and I are involved in, E1 in particular, which is a 100% electric high-speed boat race, the inaugural race for it to ever happen was last year in Jeddah, and this year in Jeddah as well, the launch. And thankfully this year, Mashal, being the only Saudi athlete participating, won first place, and we won both trophies. So Saudi is leading the world in any new sport, and they will all launch from here as a starting point. E1 is the example.
Mabruk, Mashal, congratulations. How did you feel when you got those trophies?
Oh, thank you, dear. Actually, you know, it's very special to win an international race, but as well in your country, among your people, is pretty special. It's one of my favorite moments in my racing career.
Well, for those who don't know you yet, let me just give a little bit of a picture and background about your impressive CV. Mashal, you are an international pro rally driver ranked number 3 in the World Championship in 2022. You're also an E1 pilot leading the championship. today, and the first female to obtain a rally license in Saudi Arabia and race the toughest rally in the world, which is the Dakar. Wow, that deserves a round of applause. Mashael, incredible. Woo! So you're really paving the way for women here in Saudi Arabia, but also across the region and around the world, of course. How did you get into motorsports is my question.
So honestly, it's not about being the first. It's about paving the way for others to join. We've seen that ripple effect. We live in the land of opportunities. I'm just one example of thousands of Saudi females that are achieving on a global stage. Today in Saudi, you can be an astronaut, a scientist, entrepreneur, an ambassador, whatever you dream of. I am really thankful for that. And you asked me, how did I get into it? It's having the passion, knowing what you want, and having an army behind you, family, friends, and your country. Alhamdulillah, we are blessed.
Alhamdulillah, absolutely. Sky is not the limit anymore, right? For women and men, of course, all together. Now, His Royal Highness Prince Sultan, you have wearing so many hats, right? You are the chairman of the Saudi Water Sports and Diving Federation, chairman of Water Sports Association, and also a board member of the Saudi Olympic and Paralympic Committee. You're a very busy man, also with the World Cup coming up. How are the preparations going, and what is your vision for this incredible sports championship?
I think the World Cup is the World Cup. As everyone knows, it's the most followed tournament in the world, with the leadership of Prince Mohammed and Prince Abdulaziz taking us forward. Everything is possible. This is going to be the greatest World Cup to ever happen. I wish I was more involved in the day-to-day, but that is not my particular sport. But I've seen the preparations, I've seen the commitment, I've seen the manpower and time put into making it the best tournament to ever exist and to ever will exist in the future as well. And it's exciting. It's very, very exciting.
You're more in the water sports area, but maybe a new sports can emerge with like water soccer or something like that.
The reason why we are here is with E1. E1 is going to be the leading, let's say, route for both builders and developers to create new technology, as Formula One is with cars, but with E1. That is what we are trying to do. That is what E1 is trying to do. So developing things like quieter propellers, more efficient energy use as well, to decrease the amount of pollution and noise pollution created by boats.
Talking about technology in sports, Mashael, how is technology impacting your racing, your driving, and what kind of potential do you see in the future?
I see huge potential. I want to touch on His Royal Highness as well. With E1, we're only scratching the surface. The amount of potential is so much big when it comes to integrating technology and sports. The race bird is such a revolutionary, it's revolutionizing the racing scenery for sure. And when you ask me as an athlete, how do I see technology in sports? Definitely it's data, it's performance analytics. It's when you track your body, the vehicle you're racing, and understanding how can you really take that and speed up your performance and understand what to adjust and tweak. And another thing is, as well, is the smart tech wearables. I wear the Aura Ring. I know that's not an ad, guys, but I really use it. And it really helps me with understanding my body, when to rest, when to push while I'm training, and when do I need to recharge, for sure. And maybe the last thing I would like to mention is when it comes to personalized health and medicine in sports. It's pretty huge because each body is different, and it's really important to customize that based on athlete. That will help a lot as well, and that's where you see technology really helps in understanding and improving sports.
How, His Royal Highness, will athletes interact with fans in the future? What kind of entertainment value can there be?
I mean, I can speak for the events that we manage. We always actively look for young kids, young boys, young girls to meet the athletes. Mashael is a very, very good example, an ideal example for young Saudi women that not only can they compete, but they will win as well. And that's what we're trying to do. When we were at the race, I remember the first race last year, we had a very young girl come up and say, I would like to meet Mashael, I have a gift for her. You remember she drew she drew on a piece of paper and said, I would like to be like you one day. And then I saw the same girl this year as well. And she was more excited, and you could see how happy she was when Masha'al was on the podium, first place this year.
We need role models and trailblazers exactly like you, Mashal. Mabrouk. So you have made a historical achievement in Jeddah last month by winning the E1 World Championship. Incredible race there. What challenges have you been facing in the past? What kind of hurdles have you overcome? And what kind of competitive edge has there been to overcome and win this race?
Honestly, nailing that victory wasn't easy. I was up against F1 world champion boat racers, and they are highly experienced in boat and in water. And I come from a whole different world of rallies, dunes, and so on. So the challenge was that I had to tweak my mindset and technique of racing to really adapt and learn how to race a new technology and on water. And I didn't really have that experience back then. And if you guys have never seen the Race Bird, it's basically a boat, electric boat on foils, and it's a new invention. So I had to think like a Formula One boat driver, understand how can I fly the boat on its foils through the water to compete on that elite level. And alhamdulillah, we managed that with the right support. You know, we have a strong army behind us that believes in us. And alhamdulillah.
Yes. So what's next for you? You have reached so many peaks and achievements already.
Honestly, I'm so hungry for the full championship.
Yeah.
Inshallah. Miami is the place where we'll be, inshallah, and we're going to get it.
See, this is why we were really happy to work with Masha'al, and why we insist to work with Masha'al is she's always hungry. And when we had our first meeting, later I told her we had met potential pilots, about 9 or 10. She was the only one from the beginning of the meeting who said, I would like to ask you a question first. Before you ask me, I said, yes, of course. And she asked if we wanted her to compete or just to be a pilot, to drive. Because if we wanted her just to be a pilot, it was a waste of time and she didn't want to do it. Which for me is the exact mindset I would like. Going back to what you were saying about the boats. Now, every sport has its own difficulties and its own challenges. With the E1 foils, what happens is once you go beyond a certain speed, airflow goes on the boat lifts up. There's much less traction from the water. Now, when the boat lifts up, you have the airflow going under, the waves moving and changing the airflow as well. If the wind becomes stronger, if the waves move a little bit, everything changes. The boat can lift up, down. You also have trimming, where you move the boat's neck or nose up and down as well. So you have to think of the wind, waves, the trim of the boat, all at the same time, while deciding when you're going to get a speed boost, because you have a button speed boost as well. So there's so much that goes into it. It's not just a matter of driving.
To be honest, it's not a sport for me, but I'm glad you're so successful at it, Mashal. His Royal Highness, what are some of the key technologies that the kingdom is developing in the area of sport?
So with E1, PIF is the bigger investor.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for competitions like E1, we wouldn't be able to develop engines and powertrain technology for electric boats. If this tournament wasn't here, this wouldn't be happening. You've seen instances before where both car manufacturers have attempted to do the same thing, but they would do it for one run only and then forget about it, but not create a sustainable series from it.
Yeah.
So this is the first leading example of sport to develop a more sustainable future for ocean and sea mobility.
Sustainability, of course, key as well. Mashal, which are some of the technologies and innovations that excite you the most now, going into the future?
Honestly, I look forward for the stadiums that we're going to build for the World Cup from perspective of the technology of engaging the fans with the athletes. I look forward. I'm sure it's going to be exceptional, for sure.
Yeah. His Royal Highness, which are some of the challenges maybe that you want to overcome now with technologies like AI and DeepSeek and everything that is happening that you want to tackle as well from a sports perspective?
When we look at E1 as an example, you look at all the boats, they're all identical. The only differences with the boats are the color and the pilot. So let's say me and Masha'al are on two different boats. If I weigh more than Masha'al, they will add weights to her boat to have exact competitive equality between all. I think AI and sort of things like DeepSeek will help with the design of the boats, but you will never be able to have that same interactions as humans do, and the decision-making process. It's what makes sports beautiful. I think AI will help with the design, will help with piloting some parts, but I still hope human beings are the final deciders in competitive sport.
Absolutely. And before we go, international cooperation is, of course, also very important. You're both young sports people and also global citizens. What is your wish and dream for the world from a sports perspective, Mashael?
For Saudi, we're on the right track. Alhamdulillah, it's promising. We've achieved a lot, and the future looks really bright.
Yeah. For you, His Royal Highness?
Through sport, I've met people from over 50 different nationalities. And I don't think many other things can do the same for everyone else as well. It's a place of common ground. It's a place that brings people together. If we take advantage of that, I think it'll make the world a better place. Sport is beautiful. You get to meet everyone. So.
On that note, His Royal Highness Prince Sultan, shukran gazilan. Mashael, also shukran gazilan. And good luck with all the competitions coming up and the Olympic spirit that you carry out
from Saudi. Can I just say one thing
about
Mashael? I think what she did in Jeddah is a great example of not what we can do, what we've already done now.
Yes.
So she won. So Saudi women can do it, will do it. She is a living example of that. And it's no longer a question, it's actually fact now. So I think it's a beautiful thing to have.
You are both on social media as well, so people can follow your future trajectory and races as well.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, dear.
Thank you so much. Shukran.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our thanks to His Royal Highness, to Mashael, and of course to Martina. Introducing our panelists, Ala Musawi, Chief Data Scientist, New York City Council, Mark Raybert, Founder, Boston Dynamics and Executive Director, the AI Institute, Smita Kare, Chief Technology Officer, Connected Enterprise, Honeywell, Ari Keneshlati, Vice President of Strategy and Technology and Chief Technology Officer, Mobile Networks, Nokia, and Abdullah Karami, Chief Business Officer, Salam. Your moderator, Panos Madamopoulos Moraris, Managing Director for Industry Programs and Partnerships, Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence.
Should we start?
Yeah, let's dive right in.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. This is going to be yet another panel that we will try, and I think in a novel way, to initiate a conversation at the crossroads of
breakthrough innovation, policy, and hopefully human ingenuity on the topic of building and advancing and deploying AI responsibly. We have an amazing panel coming from a very diverse group of backgrounds, technical, enterprise, policy, and we'll dive right into this. The interest of time, we'll skip introductions. So Mark, let me start with you, man. We've been discussing earlier about robotics and AI, something that's been top of mind for a lot of people recently. My friends from Paris are texting me like quotes, a lot of senior government officials. You've been an entrepreneur, senior executive, researcher, and you are continuing to be very active at the intersection of those worlds. And consistently, I think one of the main questions is, how do we strive a first balance between breakthrough innovation, but also guardrails and making sure that we innovate responsibly? And I think in a vertical like robotics, that's even more pressing of a question. So I would be very curious to take your views on that.
So thank you for having me here. Thank you. So I'm a lifelong robotics lover and developer. And I'm not particularly worried about robotics and AI the way the media seems to be and many of the people in the field. I'm also not a policy person or a regulator. My view is that we should be focused on the balance of opportunity versus risk. Yes, new technology, any kind, can produce risks and cause problems. I always like to point at cars, which I think automobiles have been a boon to mankind, but they've also caused smog and traffic jams and things like that, so there have been problems. But I think that the benefit of cars has been great, and I think new technology can reduce the amount of smog and pollution, and I think self-driving cars may help with some of the traffic problems as well, so that new technology can take advantage of opportunity to solve problems, not only create them. So I think we should be constantly looking not just at what the problems and risks are, but what are the opportunities to solve problems and to make advances.
I'm curious if you could, let me double down on this for a second. Again, given the timing of all this, for folks in particular, I understand in the audience we have a lot of entrepreneurs, we have students, that they are just embarking on their journey of building on the robotics layer, whether software or hardware. A piece of advice that you could give the younger folks?
Well, one of the things I believe in is that the software and the hardware really need to work together. I think there's a lot of people in AI and even people who call themselves embodied AI who really think that the software is going to solve everything, can come first, and you don't have to really know much about the hardware. Any old hardware will do. And in my experience, that's not true. The better you can make the hardware, the more you can know about it. Even the pure software will work better if the developers either know themselves or in close communication to the hardware. Back to the regulation and risk thing, I wanted to say one other thing that I forgot to say. I've been at meetings with all government regulators from around the world, and some of them are so focused on what's the worst possible thing that can happen and protecting against that. And I think that's a bad way to approach the problem. The very worst possible thing, I mean, maybe there's some chance of that happening, but I think there's things in the middle that are more rational to deal with that would produce a better outcome. Certainly for new technology, and almost all of AI is brand new technology and shouldn't be thought of as the final product. It's all evolving. I mean, look, just in the last 3 or 4 weeks, some Chinese results have turned a little bit on their head some of the, I'll call it American results. And that's going to keep happening. And so the idea of regulating based on what the AI does today is really a short-sighted thing, I think.
That's a great segue to Ala. Ala, you come with a very unique background. And I wish we had more folks like you in public policy and public office around the world. You've been into data science and AI and public policy before it became trendy. Meaning you're a deeply technical person, but you engage a lot with regulators, not necessarily coming with this deep technical understanding. So in many ways, you're playing the bridge, which is an interesting, very interesting dynamic these days. So I'm curious if you could tell a little bit more about your experience in New York, navigating that bridge the way you did, and what you feel like are the biggest risks and opportunities coming up for policymakers. And are there any lessons to be learned for folks in Saudi and in this part of the world and GCC?
Yeah. So, piggybacking a little off of what Mark was saying, I think one of the biggest bridges that we need to close, one of the gaps we need to bridge, is integrating AI into other devices, smaller devices. And I think when we achieve that, and this is something where this is really an engineering problem. It's no longer a scientific problem. We know scientists understand how we can get there. It's just there's so much low-hanging fruit that needs to be picked, and it can all be done. And we're really going to be able to revolutionize sort of how, you know, the combustion engine revolutionized travel with the railway back in the 1800s. We're going to revolutionize what it means to do labor. But at the same time, that comes with a huge risk. Because one individual can only produce so much labor at this moment. But one individual can own many machines that can produce a lot of labor. So I'm not 100% sure how it will play out in the future, but I think one of the biggest risks that we need to be cognizant of is the fact that AI, while relieving humans of a lot of manual labor, may also bring the risk of exacerbating the disparate wealth distribution. And so we need to think about how we can change our governing policies to address those risks and mitigate them in the future.
Yeah, and at the very core of this, there's human agency, and both from a public policy standpoint, but also in terms of enterprise leaders. And Smita, I'll come to you talking about leadership at the enterprise level. I spend a lot of my time with CIOs, and I think top 2 questions I get are around ROI. My ROI this, my ROI that. My board is up my neck about ROI. And second is about guardrails. How do I deploy responsibly? You guys are a pretty global organization. So I'm very curious to learn from your journey and share with the audience. How do you navigate this? It's a very noisy world. A lot of people have a lot of expectations from you, both internally and externally, and limited time to respond. Talking about bridges, how do you bridge that gap internally at Honeywell?
Yes. Okay, first of all, thank you for the opportunity with this esteemed panel to talk about a very responsible subject, I think that the society has to handle. So just to put a little context of the role that I play at Honeywell, I'm the Chief Technology Officer for Connectivity Enterprise. So Mark, to your point, connectivity to me is all about the marriage of the hardware and the software, not just the software alone. But Panos, coming to your question, at Honeywell, when we think of guardrails, we think of any breakthrough technology that has come our way, right? Al, to your point, right? You have to think of the strategy guardrails. You have to think of infrastructure guardrails. You have to think about the data, the quality, the profile of the data that goes into it. You have to think about the talent, right? What kind of talent? You have to think about governance and counsel, that is the overarching thing that is guiding the technology. And obviously, you have to think about the culture, right? Is the organization ready to embrace it or not? So we think of guardrails from all of those 6, 7 pillars that I mentioned. At Honeywell, we play in the aerospace, the aviation industry. We play in the industrial operations. We play in the building automation. And we play in the energy and carbon management. So AI is actually a very sweet spot for us. We have the deep history of automation and controls. So we have the domain knowledge. We obviously apply that domain strength. But what we are doing primarily is that we have a very established council where technologists like me show up, legal shows up, security, cyber, a very diverse portfolio. And every idea is vetted through, right, in the early days. As Mark, you talked about, that you have to evaluate the risk, the returns, right? You completely cannot choke the innovation, but you can't let it lose as well, right? So there is a balance out there. So from a strategy perspective, we apply that to the automation domain and to the energy for the good of the society. And the council oversees everything that goes in our product.
Sorry, may I ask, who sits on the council?
I sit on the council. Our legal department sits on the council. Our cyber security sits on the council. Those are 3 main folks. Council, we also have neutral representation, who's kind of bridging the gap and orchestrating the whole thing. But primarily those. And
anybody from outside the company?
Sorry?
Anybody from outside of the company?
No, we have regulatory bodies sitting, people who understand how the government is shaping individual countries, right? For this region, there would be a unique requirement. So we would have the external perspective, but the council is internal. But we fold in all of that data, and just the pair of eyes, a very diverse portfolio, vetting that idea. So you can say that the speed is limited, but I think is responsibly limited, because anything that we introduce, either in the predictive maintenance or wherever the risk is higher, right, is all vetted by this diverse portfolio before it goes in our products. Yeah, we are trying to kind of, shape the AI landscape. If I say it, the Honeywell, we say future is what we make it, and I think that's very true for the AI area. AI can shape us, but I think as human species, we will shape AI, and that will always work well for us.
Smita, can I ask a follow-up? You guys operate predominantly in what we would call legacy industries, but you've been very well on your journey of becoming more AI-enabled. And every time I travel to GCC, I meet with a bunch of folks that they're trying to bridge that gap on themselves. Legacy industries, but obviously utilize the tooling and the optionality that AI provides. Is there anything from your playbook and from your journey that you might want to share with this audience that you feel that it's relevant to them? Because I'm a big fan of people like learning from each other. You don't necessarily, AI transformations, you don't necessarily need to reinvent the wheel every time. So with that ecosystem, considering your journey, managing AI transformation in a business that is pretty global, but yet very much rooted in the legacy world. What would you want to share with our friends?
And I'll actually pick up on Mark, right, in terms if I have to give any kind of share the experience from my own learning in the domain, I would say don't separate hardware from software. Think of that together. There's a lot of talk about AI complementing, augmenting the talent, and it's smart and all of that, but that smartness is actually coming from the human brains, right? So don't underestimate the power of the domain knowledge or your dependence on the domain experts to build on that. So that would be there. And obviously you will not be, no industry, whether it's industrial operations or building automation, you're not ready for AI if you're not ready with a good quality data. That is training and storming the model. So you can't skip steps in the journey. Yes, there are a lot of tools in the market that make it a little easy, but I would say those three things is what helps shape it better.
Fantastic. And one thing I would add to this, and I want to go to Ari, is really the power of the ecosystem and the ecosystem response and all that, in particular in those very multi-stakeholder, cross-disciplinary networks. We are a university, and we've been participating in a lot of those efforts. So are you with Nokia and stuff? You've been at the bleeding edge of the alliance for telecoms. So I'm curious if you could share with us your core thinking behind this ecosystem-driven response to this, and why is it relevant to your organization, but also why it's relevant to the region and to the industry as a whole. And at a more meta level, would it make sense for enterprise leaders and government leaders to think more of this through this ecosystem response lens versus trying to pursue very, very ambitious goals independently?
Oh, no,
it was Tuari, but you can take. Yes, yes.
I think we'll pass it on.
I didn't mean to shut you down. So
yeah, I can start, Panos, and it's true ecosystem.
Yes.
So we came public last year, Mobile World Congress, with something which is called AI RAN Alliance.
Yes.
And we have 11 founding members, and now there are more than 100 companies, including many universities. And we couldn't do it alone as an infrastructure vendor. Our customers, CSPs, the operators, they couldn't do it alone. Meta, as these kind of smart classes, they couldn't do it alone. And AI and Alliance is one forum, a relatively new one, like I said, turning 1 year old now. But then there are others as well, like the 3GPP. So this is the standardization body doing all the generations. Now we are working actually on 6G. So while our customers, here in Saudi Arabia, we have great 5G networks, but we are already standardizing the 6G, which will be opened up in 2029. And 6G will be AI native. So the 6G network doesn't really properly work without AI. So, and I agree with Mark and Smita on the merits of the hardware and software. So when we have those chips, SoCs, on these devices, mobile phones, on the network side, on the base station, the routers, they are already having AI capability. They will have more and more. Then we are building the standardization on top, which is building on those chips, but also having the software capability. And interestingly, if you think about how the 3GPP works, it's the open AI interface between the device and the network. We need to make the AI algorithms of the device vendors like Apple, network vendors like Nokia, to make the AI work seamlessly together. And that's an interesting challenge to be solved. And we threw it through the standardization. And then AI RAN Alliance builds on top of it. So we have 3 working groups in AI RAN Alliance: AI on RAN, for RAN, and RAN. So AI on RAN, it's very much like the applications on RAN. So applications like it could be something on the Meta kind of smart glasses. AI for RAN is improving the performance of the network, so like the 6G standard. And then AI and RAN is thinking, how can we solve using same hardware for AI and the RAN. So super interesting alliance, and I very much enjoy also the universities, academia being very active on it. And like I said, we cannot do it alone.
That's a great segue. I want to get to Abdullah. You mentioned, Ari, about the transition to AI native. And I think in the region in particular, I've been in a number of conversations, folks from ICT and telecoms, talking to me about this journey of kind of to more AI native. So Abdullah, you have a very unique vantage point, not just for the industry, but also for the region. And given how important of a sector telecom is for Saudi and the region as well, I'd love to get your insights on your journey. And I'm interested also equally to the why behind the what. Not just the what. I think folks that are technical enough, they can understand the what. I think what is even more important is the why. What are you really prioritizing at this point in the journey, and why is important for you guys as a company, for the sector, and for the region?
Sure. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So first of all, I think AI is moving from the status being a buzzword into the status. It's actually sneaking slowly into a status to be a game changer.
Yes.
Into the reality. And DeepSeek story is not far away from our heads. So it's actually has shaked the, the grounding of under the AI industry. So starting from this point, Saudi Arabia has spent a lot of money bringing a lot of gigantic hyperscaler into Saudi. And again, the story of Grok yesterday, it's an example, an excellent example of how Saudi is investing in this area. When it comes to telecom, we in Salam, and I believe also other telcos believe that we should inject AI in every layer of our own operation. First of all, to enhance our own operation from a network perspective, from a security perspective. How can we elevate the people to do something better? How can we make sure AI works for us? What is the best way to get AI to work for our own customers as well? You asked me about the why, right? Happy customer is a loyal customer, right? So imagine if we bring this AI engine into our customer success and customer experience, where we reduce the timing for waiting, or we anticipate the issues in advance. We tell the customer, by the way, we see 1, 2, 3, and here is an advice in advance, so you can take it forward. So these are, this is one of the important reasons of the why. The other thing is we need to keep up with technology. We believe people are the assets of the organization and the assets of the country. Therefore, today in Saudi, and I believe in the region, the skill sets that we have today is on the lower end. What we need to do, first of all, is to make sure that AI help us to take a lot of this low skill set work and elevate our people and improve them through training to do a much better job, where we can hit in multiple KPIs, increasing the quality of people, increasing the quality of living, and there is a lot of things. So here you go, the why and then the how. And in telco, again, I just want to end by this. We should be an enabler to our own customer through, first of all, connecting the hyperscalers and the major services that comes from the data centers into our own customers. This is one thing. The second thing is we also want to be an enabler for our partners and strategic vendors by bringing their SaaS service, PaaS service, and AI service into the country. So this is only a small glimpse of what the telco should be doing.
Cool. I want to stay with you. I want to do something fun. We have approximately 5 minutes left. AI is extremely noisy, as we all know. So quick round, each of you. What do you think the most overhyped and the most underhyped trend or theme in AI for 2025? Sam, I'll stay with you.
That's a tricky question.
Yeah.
I think one of the trends, people are scared of AI because they're scared about stealing their jobs. I'm saying we should utilize the AI in getting better jobs. So this is one of the trends that I see in organization that is deflecting the way that they're going forward.
Yeah, I think the overhyped one now is the kind of very generic large language model. I can see the trend going into kind of separate language models per topic, and then you can combine. Underhyped, yeah, maybe something combined with the XR, so AR, VR, something like this. I'm expecting some great innovation on that side going forward.
Yeah. And we have a lot of on-device, AI on-device, on-the-edge developments that I think they're going to enable more of that. Smita.
Yeah, so on overhyped, I would agree with Abdullah. It's the job loss. Obviously, none of us have the crystal ball completely, but I would say the jobs might change. The nature of the jobs might change. The wonderful saying that you all may have heard that people with no AI might get replaced with people with the knowledge of AI. That might be true, but the job loss and we would have nothing to do is, I think, an overhyped situation.
Yeah. It was actually, as a reference, a famous radiologist at Stanford, Curtis Langlotz, and I think it was at the interview in New York Times 3 years ago that they asked him about radiologists and AI, and are we really going to need radiologists in the future, who said famously that AI is not going to replace radiologists, but radiologists who know how to use AI, they will replace the ones that they do not. And you can take the same framework and apply it in every job function. So I was excited to hear you saying this. Mark?
Oh, so for overhype, there's so many things I could pick on, in my opinion. But I'm going to pick on the fear that AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, is a threat to mankind. I asked my friend, a guy who I work with, I said, so Al, is there anybody smarter than you? Are there people in the world who are smarter than you? He said, yeah. And I said, so are you worried that they're going to somehow a threat to you? And he said, no, it's the stupid people that I'm more worried about. And I think there's a message there. The stupid AI is probably a problem, but when it gets better and better, it'll be much less of a risk. In terms of underhype, well, I'm so thrilled to see the DeepSeek happen. I think it's a sign that we're going to find in 2025, which I think is what your original question was, I think we're going to find lots of ways to come in a different path and make something new and interesting happen. I'm hoping in robotics that even my organization will do some of those.
And we have a number of announcements coming up on the open source side from models from Silicon Valley side as well. So I agree with that. Allah.
So on the overhyped side, I think there's a very common misunderstanding in our society of how AI works and what it's capable of. And we see a lot of examples of how AI is extremely foolish and stupid. And the reality is that it's unable to think the way you or I do. Right now I have a thought, and I'm figuring out the words to relay that thought to an audience. That's not at all how it thinks. It's just generating the next most likely token based on this massive training set. And that's a form of thought, but that's not really deep thought. And in the current state that it's in, we do not have to worry about AGI. The current architecture of these models is not designed, in my opinion, to achieve that type of deep thought that people fear when they think about AGI. We'd have to fundamentally restructure how the models work. And all of the advancements that we've seen recently, a lot of them, in 2022, with the release of ChatGPT. These weren't any fundamental changes to what AI really is. It was just us realizing that if we throw more compute power, more data, use bigger models, we can get them to finally get to the point where they can, string words together in a pattern that sounds good to us and actually utilize the data we feed them very well. So to keep it short, I think we don't have to be scared of AI, and in general, it's overhyped in many ways, and therefore people tend to constantly misuse it. And I think where we're underhyping AI is in the impacts that it's going to have in the future when we're able to integrate it successfully with a lot of smaller technologies, even with control over, let's say, a virtual machine that you're using within your computer and such. It's just going to be able to facilitate so many common mindless tasks that we have to spend so much time working on ourselves. And I think that's really going to take a lot of hardship off of humans and hopefully change things for the better.
Yeah, and on that end, my take is that there is a lot of overhype around organizations trying really hard to unlock the technology advantage and billions of dollars in CapEx investment in building and scaling infra and technology. I think what is underhyped is the impact that unlocking human advantage will have to organizations, and in particular to the legacy industries that we've been talking earlier. We have enough history from previous tech revolutions that what is blocking, the main blocker in large-scale adoption of those systems is lack of skills. So similar to AI, I think this is still underhyped in organizations that they will focus on upskilling and reskilling their people and reimagining their business model in their journey of becoming more AI native. Those will be the organizations that ultimately will unlock alpha. And with that, we are past our time. Thanks, everyone, for joining. And I think we kept you awake, entertained, and you walk out of this room having a few more ideas to experiment on. And thanks to our panel.
Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panel and to Panos. Please welcome on stage Alexis Lecoq, co-founder and CTO of DataDog, in conversation with Daniela Braga, co-founder and CEO for Defined AI.
All right, we continue in the AI theme. I hope everybody is still awake. I know, jet lag and everything. Well, now we're going to talk with Alexis Lecoq, CTO of DataDog. Prior to founding DataDog, Alexis served as Director of Operations for Wireless Generation, where he built the team and infrastructure that served more than 4 million students in 49 states. As a member of the original DevOps movement, Alexis spent several years as software engineer at IBM Research, Neomeo, and Orange, and he brings a strong focus on technical elegance and operational efficiency to DataDog. Alexis holds a master in computer science from l'École Centrale Paris and has presented sessions on cloud monitoring and server performance at many conferences. Alexis, tell us about DataDog. What role does it play in the AI ecosystem?
Well, thank you very much for having me. So, DataDog is, I'd say, first and foremost, a cloud observability and security company. And so what that means is that we help customers understand how their cloud applications are performing, how secure they are, how their cloud infrastructure is performing, how secure it is. And lately, we've seen a lot of customers obviously embracing AI as a set of techniques to further their business. And we've followed basically our customers, and we've also given them tools to understand how their AI applications are performing, how secure they are in terms of, let's say, a hallucination. So this is really, in a sense, a new chapter for us as a company. Company's been around for about almost 15 years, and I'd say, we've seen various stages of AI applied to the world of cloud infrastructure. And I think most recently, generative AI is sort of giving a new impulse to the whole industry.
And on that note, because building a company is not a linear road, what has happened for DataDog in the last 15 years, and what surprises did you see did you get on the way?
So, well, where shall I start? I think there obviously, every day, every month, every year brings new innovation, things that were not necessarily easy to forecast a couple of years before. I think GenAI is a perfectly good example where it's been 10, 15 years in the making, but really it blew up, I think, in everybody's consciousness in the past 3 years or so. I think the constant, though, in building the company has been the need to listen to customers. I think that's the business starts and ends with customers. And so what we have to be constantly on the lookout is to really understand what do we need to build for our customers. And so that's a constant that I think it's useful because you're not necessarily it means you don't have to follow every last trend, and you have to concentrate on what's not changing, what's true year over year. And customers generally will do that, will tell you what trend matters and what trend doesn't matter. And I think that's been, for us, it's been a way, I think, to grow consistently.
And on the topic of customers, can you tell us what kind of customer comes to DataDog, and what are the use cases they're trying to solve?
So I think we've had customers typically who come to us are the cases of brand new companies, so what we would call, I think, cloud natives, and now probably AI natives. And so the need they have is to understand how their applications are performing, whether they're AI-based or not. And so that's one class of customers. And we have other customers that are more pre-existing, that have had business before, let's say, cloud or AI was around. And I think their focus is they want to evolve effectively. And so it's a cloud migration. It's starting sort of to roll out AI applications. That's the class of customers that I think benefit from our services.
So managing and preparing data is often the most complex part of AI adoption. Why is this such a challenge, and how does cloud computing help address it?
So I think the last 5 years, probably, or last 5 years of AI have shown us that it is ultimately the data that make the difference in terms of the quality of the results you get. If you look at the fast-moving world of generative AI, the techniques, the algorithms, while evolving really, really fast, they tend to diffuse super rapidly, right? So you have, not so long ago, DeepSeek publishing papers. Before that, you had open source models, Llama, and so on. And so what we're seeing is, I think, the tools, if you will, are not necessarily strong differentiator ultimately. For a company adopting AI, you can replicate the techniques to build your own models, for instance, that you've learned that are generally publicly accessible. What is highly differentiating, I think, is the data that goes behind training, that goes behind inference. These are sort of data sets that are specific to every single customer, very bespoke, that cannot be replicated, that cannot be published. And so I think that's why I think there's a strong emphasis now on data. So managing data that will feed, that will train models, that will fine-tune models, that will use for inference, that will be used for reasoning. I think that's ultimately the differentiator. Every single company has proprietary data that they can use in order to build models that are bespoke to their business, which I think at the end of the day is where we're going.
Mm-hmm. Beyond access to GPUs, what are the biggest hurdles companies face when developing highly specialized AI models?
So I think I sort of see the world in terms of companies building AI models or using AI models in sort of three categories. So you have the ones that everybody knows. They're maybe a handful at this point, 5 or so, and they're building foundational models, models that really are designed to emulate or maybe surpass the human capabilities. You know, you can debate whether we're there yet, not yet, but fundamentally, this is what you can experience when you chat with, ChatGPT and so on. The breadth of its application is very broad. The application is very wide, and so that requires models that are very big, right? So very big. I think we all know about how costly they are to train. It's improving. It's getting cheaper to train, but fundamentally, that's a serious endeavor. So that's the first category. I think you have the second category, which are companies that are not aiming to build really general-purpose foundational models, but much more specialized models. And we'd be, for instance, one of these companies. And as a company like this, what matters is, again, the data that we have to train the models. The techniques, we'll use transformers, distillation, and so on and so forth. But we have data that we've accumulated in about 15 years of doing business, and we can leverage that data. We can use that data to train models in ways that our competitors may struggle to replicate because they don't have the breadth of data, they don't have the quantity of data. And I think the third bucket is probably where the bulk of the world is at right now, which is using foundational models provided by the first category. But I think my prediction is most companies are truly going to turn into AI companies, building their own models specific to their business, to their customers. And doing that, they'll realize, I think, that the models they need don't have to be extremely expensive, extremely big, but they have to be able to leverage the data that these companies have. And so I think GPUs you can get, it's expensive and so on, but you can get. The techniques on how to use them properly, you can learn. That's also reasonably accessible. But the data only you have, that's essential. And this is where I think cloud comes into play, because manipulating large amounts of data is a difficult endeavor in its own right. But then if you have to do that plus manage the entire infrastructure to make that possible, then really it's a tall order. And I think that's a barrier of entry that I think the cloud's been pretty successful at lowering, making sure that, look, you upload your data to the cloud, it still remains private, it still remains yours, and you can massage them, you can clean them, you can transform them in order to then feed them into trainings, sort of training runs for models. You can feed them into inference, into reasoning, and so on.
You've been around in the AI cloud space for a long time, which is wonderful. What are some of the milestones you would highlight from the past since you started, And how did they influence your take and how did that influence Datadog?
Yeah. So I think that I could think of maybe two, I think, key milestones. And I think these milestones have less to do with us. They have a lot more to do with our customers. I think the first one is the acceptance of cloud as a computing platform. When we started in 2010, it was not obvious at all that there was going to be a future in cloud. There was mostly a bunch of startups using it because it was cheaper to get started. A lot of enterprises would not touch cloud with a 10-foot pole that said, this is not enterprise, I don't want to touch it. And at least, you know, I remember in the United States, at around 2014 is when you could see that shifted. So that was a clear pivot where acceptance and expectations from customers changed. And I think the second one that's probably equally important is Gen AI. I mean, it sounds trite, but I think in a weird way, when you look at the wealth of, you know, enterprise applications, you know, even business to business, the expectations that people have in general have totally changed. You know, I think pre-Gen AI, it was probably okay to expect that end users would perform a lot of, you know, clicks and going through stuff and doing a lot of manual work effectively. Post-Gen AI, as it were, I think that expectation, it doesn't hold true. I think what we expect, whether it's ultimately feasible or not, time will tell, but we expect a lot more automation, a lot more intelligent behavior, and that's something there's no undoing, if you will. And what's also striking is it's happened very fast, and it's happened, you know, around the world. It's not something that's localized only in one region. I think everybody's, you know, hundreds of millions, if not more, people have interacted with the chatbots and have realized, like, oh my God, this is a totally different era. This is the way we think about computers has fundamentally changed. Now, if you use an application and you cannot have a fairly unstructured conversation with it, it doesn't have to be a chat, but if it's not able to interpret the data you give it, even if it's not well formatted, even if it's not you know, well structured, you immediately think this application it's outdated. It hasn't evolved. And so I think that's a very profound change, and it's a change that I don't think we fully understand the implications. I don't think it feels like we're in this transition phase where obviously the applications and computing as it's existed is still with us, but the future is being written and we don't exactly know where it's taking us.
AI investment is evolving rapidly, and since Gen AI even faster, every week it's a new thing. How do you see the current landscape evolving, and where do you think it's headed in the near future?
Well, so predicting the future has never quite been my strength, but I'll still give you, you know, how I view, you know, view it right now. So I think I'll come back to, you know, that segmentation of AI uses. You know, first bucket is foundational model, the OpenAI, Anthropic, you know, Google, et cetera, the Meta, you know, 5 to 10. These, I think their goal is more or less to try to build models that behave as well or better or can think or as well as better than we do. And you can apply that to, you know, self-driving and so on and so forth. So generally speaking, I think surpassing human behavior, being as good or better than what we do in that situation. So, you know, extremely high level of investment, only a handful can afford it. Even with, you know, things like DeepSeek that I think reset the limit expectation, but fundamentally it is not. It is a question of extremely large amounts of data, extremely expensive runs, even though they get cheaper and cheaper by the day. I think no one at this point has figured out a way to fundamentally simplify the problem. I think the second category is, and this is where I see more and more sort of activity, is that true democratization of AI. Not as in everybody can use ChatGPT, but more if you think about, so math problem, biology problem, energy problems, computing problems like ours. If we can use a language that's efficient enough, then we should be able to build really much more efficient models that are much narrower in scope, but that do what they do extremely well. And that's where we've embarked. We've built foundational models time series. But in all industries, I think this is where I see a lot of action. Because the 5 or 10 that are building these AGI type models, they're not, it's too much of an endeavor for most. And it's also not terribly, it's not differentiating, right? So, because when you think about these extremely large models, they can solve math problems, they can also speak 200 languages, and they can do a lot of things which in a lot of use cases don't matter to you, particularly as a business, right? So for us, for instance, it's predicting the performance of cloud application. But I don't need our models to write like Shakespeare. It's not the point. So by trading that off, I can think of building much more compact models, cheaper to train, cheaper to deploy, inference becomes cheaper, and yet have really high level of really good, sort of high quality results. And that I think is where we're going. And I think we'll still have the need for large, foundational models that can speak and think like a human being. But I don't think that's going to be necessarily enough. And in a sense, that gives the rest of us, as it were, the ability to build these very specific, very detailed, very deep models that will help us solve problems in novel ways, which we haven't really thought of.
We're about 1 minute from the final. What are the exciting, what exciting announcements do you have for DataDog this year? I want to know. We're beyond, I think, what us as a singular company, in the world. I think the one thing that I've been very surprised, and I think we'll see more and more of that, as I have a friend who one day works in a totally different industry, has a computer but doesn't use it to browse, and that's it. And he came to me one night and he said, "Oh, you know what? I spent 3 hours yesterday with an AI, an AI system with a ChatGPT of sorts. And in 3 hours, I wrote a Pong application on my phone, and no understanding of how it works really. How do you build applications for phones? How do you transfer them from your computer where you build them to the phone and so on? This was all the AI that effectively guided him through that. And I think this is pointing at a sort of the number of people embracing technology in new ways. It is going to be a scale beyond what we have seen so far. I think so far we've seen technology largely reserved for a small group of people, and I think that'll stop being true. And that's humbling. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Alexis Leclerc, CTO of DataDog. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, both, of course, to Alexis and to Daniela. Well, joining you now, Jean-Charles Samuelien, CEO of Alain, in conversation with Kai Wilshaw, your moderator, a broadcaster and journalist.
Wow. Wow, good afternoon, Leap. It's wonderful to be here in Saudi Arabia. Thank you for the warm welcome. I'm Kai Wilshaw, and today we have the challenge of tackling the topic of the future of healthcare in 20 minutes. But luckily for me, I can think of no better person to do that with than Jean-Charles Samuelian Werve, the CEO of Alan. Now, he's the disruptor who has grown the French health tech and health insurance unicorn to a valuation of over $4.5 billion, making him and the company the darling of French tech, and indeed a European success story to boot. JC, welcome.
Thank you. Really happy to be there. Hi, everyone.
Thank you so much. Now, one thing you might not know about Jean-Charles is that the first website he sold as a teenager was for a video game shop. It's quite exciting. Quite a storied career, as you can tell. So before we dive in, I have a challenge. I think digitizing healthcare is the greatest prize for governments across the world at this moment. So many healthcare systems are reliant on paper, doctors' notes, a patchwork of doctors, nurses, specialists. So tell me, digitizing healthcare, is it possible or impossible?
It's possible, but it's hard, and it will require to reinvent a lot of things. And the question is not only, should I digitalize healthcare, which is important, but it's not about taking the same processes and making them digital. It's asking yourself the question, with the technologies that we master today, what is the healthcare system we want to build? How do we want to dream about making prevention the new norm? How to go from sick care to preventative care? How to make technology a factor to bring the best of humanity? How to work against the shortage of supply of doctors and health professionals, thanks to artificial intelligence, for example. And so, yes, possible, but I would think even bigger than just the digitalization of it.
Yeah, well, we'll get to some of those topics shortly, I'm sure. But let's talk about Alan. You founded Alan in 2016. What was the problem that you identified, or what was the insight that you picked up that meant that this was too big an opportunity for you to miss? And perhaps for the international audience as well, just explain in brief how the French healthcare system works.
Of course. So in France, like in every country, we have a healthcare system which is a combination of public and private, but you have the social security that covers part of the care, and then you have private health insurances that cover all the rest, and that are really complementary and working hand in hand. I think the problem that we saw in France, but that we also saw in Belgium, in Spain, in Canada, where we operate, and many other geographies like here, is that, again, it was a very reactive healthcare ecosystem. The cost of care was growing both in percentage of GDP and in absolute terms. The quality of outcomes was not improving that much, so life expectancy or health span was not going a lot better, and doctors were burned out, citizens were lost in navigating that healthcare system. And so we said, okay, what can we do to make prevention the new norm? And I think that if you're serious about healthcare, you need to build your own payer. You need to be the insurance company. Because otherwise, you depend on the insurance company to tell you if you can invest or not in prevention, if you can distribute or not. And so we decided to build a full-stack health insurance company in order to be able to innovate not only on the insurance, the claim management, the distribution, but on how you deliver care and how you deliver prevention. And so it's been 9 years. We operate in 4 countries. We cover 700,000 people. We work with 32,000 companies for their employees. We grew 50% year-on-year last year. We are above 500 million euros of revenue. And it's only the beginning. What is great is you see all those impact you can have on saving people's lives, like avoiding going to the emergency room, matching a pregnancy or an extra-uterine pregnancy before the patient sees it, helping people on their mental health, fighting absenteeism for companies. And so you start seeing a very concrete impact on society, and that I think is really powerful.
Just staying with that question around preventative healthcare, and I'm sure we'll get on to the sort of nuts and bolts of that. I'm sure you speak to government leaders often, I'm sure. who will tell you the cost of lending is such, the weight on the public purse is such, that actually preventative healthcare is not really the priority. It's actually dealing with healthcare at the point of care as health issues arise. What's your answer to those government leaders?
I think there are a few things. I agree that it's really hard to make the transition because you have a healthcare system to run and to manage, and that's expensive. On the other hand, it's not that hard to start, and I think we should not be scared to use the best from other industry to apply to prevention. And prevention starts by food is medicine, exercise is medicine, working on your stress is medicine. And those are the fundamental, sleep and sleep management is medicine. And to achieve that at scale, you don't necessarily need massive investment in terms of public investment. You need some, and you have campaign of screening at scale and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's mostly how you create an engagement and gamification engine that we did at Alan that is better than spending time on TikTok, on Snap, or on any other social network, and that makes you maybe walk a few thousand steps more every day, do a bit more exercise, learn meditation, learn to be more appreciative of life, be able to talk and be supporting on your mental health when you need it. And what we have seen is that if you apply some of the learnings that Duolingo had in learning a new language to healthcare, you can do stuff that is really impactful on population at scale for investments that are quite low, in fact. And that's what we are demonstrating right now on large populations in Europe.
And you're seeing the demand for that kind of gamified approach to healthcare or to those apps, are you?
Yeah, that's what we have been building over the last year. And what we see is that 15 to 20% of our members are not daily active users making an action on their health. And when you have that, when it becomes top of mind, you really change behaviors. In the companies where we apply our programs, employees start talking about healthcare at the coffee machine instead of the last Netflix movie they watched. Yeah. And little by little, you really change profoundly behaviors of a population, and you can start quite small, in fact.
Yeah, you're in the battle for eyeballs that Netflix and Amazon and everybody else is. You've talked a little bit about the markets that you operate in. You started off in the French market. Surely, I mean, somebody like myself would think, surely that's a big enough challenge. How did you approach scaling up? And what were some of the challenges? Or did you find that actually there were more commonalities than you expected?
I think that was a big question we had ourselves and that our investors had as well. And what is interesting is that it's true that every healthcare system is different, but people, humans, beings are the same. And in fact, the needs are very similar. You want instant and cheap access to care. You want to be able to act on your prevention. You want to be able to navigate the healthcare system and not be lost on what you should do and cannot do, how much it's going to cost you. You don't want to end up with crazy out-of-pocket. You want to learn about yourself. You have like 7% of queries on Google daily that are about healthcare and wellness. So you want answers when you need them, but you don't want to be judged. And that works in every country. And so what we have seen is that we can build the same app. We can build the same technology for underwriting and pricing insurance. We can build a lot of similar technology on claim management. We can build the same engagement engine across countries. And to be the first company that applies the same insurance and health insurance engine across several countries, while still being personalized on the right thing, which is connecting to the providers, which are the clinics, the hospitals, the doctors, and so on, the pharmacies, while connecting to the billing system, connecting to the government if you need. And we've tried to combine both that level of scalability, plus being really deep and building a local team in every country we operate in, because we are regulated in every country we operate in. And so it's really trying to build a system and think as systems on what can I globalize, in fact, a lot, and where do I need to spend resources country per country.
I was going to ask you how the results are looking, and I knew that you would say that there's both the financial results, and you're, I think, still building towards profitability, am I right? Yeah. But also the real-life results. But we've talked a little bit about the results of app engagement as well. What kind of different metrics do you measure success on?
So there are a few. One at global level, which is like Net Promoter Score, how much people recommend us, and we are at 70, which is a pretty high level because you can go from -100 to +100. It's like the best companies in the world. Then we try to look for every feature its own feature, so for its own KPI. So for our medical chat, how can we make sure we provide an answer to our members within a minute? Can we close the conversation with 5 minutes, and how many conversations? And then the CSAT, we have every conversation that is rated by members, and some that are rated by doctors as well, by other doctors to judge the conversation. We have also built an AI doctor that answers instantly our members, and that AI doctors, all discussions are reviewed by doctors as well to validate the quality. And we have a 96% rate of conversations that are seen as good or extraordinary by doctors. Then there is reimbursement speed. If people find an answer really quickly, if we help them find a doctor, are they happy with the information we provided? We have, you can purchase your glasses, contact lenses, you can test your vision in-app, you can purchase food supplements, and for every of these items, we speed of delivery and quality perceived by the member at the end. We try to work with companies on how much did we reduce absenteeism, how much did you reduce the cost of claims as well, because cost of claims is very expensive, it's booming, and so when we replace expensive physical care by digital programs, we trade expensive items by cheaper one, and we share the value with our customers, so we compute that. When people enter a digital program for their mental health or their back pain, do they finish it, and does it have an impact on their back pain, on their mental health? And so we measure all those things. And if you end up, it's what is the clinical impact, what is the financial impact of everything we do.
Brilliant. That's fascinating. Now, we've talked a little bit about the health outcomes and so on, but let's just looking inside at Alan, let me put this to you. Some might say that your startup culture that you created right from the very beginning is quite un-European. You've drawn from management techniques from Silicon Valley, behemoths. You comprehensively document every decision. Your principles include things like fearless ambition, I believe, and putting members first, which seems right from the Amazon playbook, put the consumer first. Culturally, why did you decide to do that? And is Europe capable of innovating at speed and at scale?
I believe that if you want to build a company that is massive and that is going to become a global leader, you need to think about the what and the how. And the how is your culture and how you operate. And we try to combine the best from what exists in Silicon Valley, what exists in Europe, and something new. So we push radical transparency to the extreme. Everything is accessible within Alan to the employees, except the medical data of patients. And radical transparency, like salary equity, was important to us because we believe that if you hire smart people and you're really strict on your hiring bar, if you give them information, they make better decisions. And so we have been quite pragmatic on just trying the best company possible, trying to build the best companies for ourselves. Charles, my co-founder, spent time in Silicon Valley at Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I built a first company before Alan. And so we were really keen on finding something that would attract the best talent, but most than attracting them, empowering them to be the best version of themselves and pushing them to the maximum. And it's pretty atypical in Europe. Indeed, we were one of the first ones in France to share equity with 100% of our employees. We are the first one to be radically transparent. We pushed, and I think, pushed for ambition more than many people did at the time. But on the other hand, it's compounding. When people start seeing that successful, it grows. We have a few Alaners that have built company and that take our culture and spread it in a slightly different way. And so to answer your question, yes, Europe should be ambitious. And not being ambitious is a self-fulfilling prophecy. We are sure to fail if we are not. So we should be ambitious. We have the talent. We have the means. We have sometimes more complex markets because they are smaller. They might be more regulated. Either you can see that as a fatality, Either you can see that as an opportunity. There are barriers to entry, and if you manage to nail in such a complex market, to be a winner in such a complex market, you're going to be great at globalization.
Fantastic. Well, an optimistic note. Now, let me ask you, because it would be remiss of me and us not to talk about AI. And JC, you're also a board member at Mistral AI, which actually in the last few days, some of you may have seen, has launched a powerful new chatbot and announced new investments in data centers. So congratulations, first of all. At Alan, how are you harnessing not just AI, but other new technologies to improve outcomes?
So indeed, a few years ago, at the end of 2021, beginning of 2022, with Charles, my co-founder, we started to see how large language models and transformers were going to be transformative and were going to change the shape of the industry and healthcare, but also every industry. And so we decided that we needed a European sovereign player to have the tools and the means to develop large language models in Europe. And that's why we co-founded Mistral, and that's why we met tons of researchers and ended up meeting Arthur, Timothée, and Guillaume to build Mistral together, and that's why I'm a co-founder and I'm on the board, because we wanted to control that technology. It was really important to us, especially in healthcare. And so we are doing a few things. I talked about the AI doctor. We are also building the AI therapist that is accessible in your app, and I really believe into zero marginal cost healthcare. So how do you make sure that healthcare is accessible to everyone and is as close as possible to zero marginal cost? Wherever you are, whatever your level of knowledge, and so on. And so we are building those foundations to make healthcare accessible to everyone. Then we have tried to change everything in the company. So last year, we gained 52% in terms of productivity in our sales team, and 30 to 40% of it comes from AI. Because we created many tools to prepare meetings, do meeting summarization, prepare account summary, follow-up emails, comparison of products. So we change their life, like they can spend a lot more time with customers. We did the same with customer service. 25% of queries are now automated. We do the same with operations, with marketing, where now 75% of our assets are created by AI. And instead of taking a week, it takes 1 hour. All our online ads, our videos, all our logo and mascot are generated with AI. And so you gain efficiency everywhere in the company, and it has an impact both on your top line, because you're more innovative, more differentiated, and your cost structure, and so your bottom line.
That's really fascinating, isn't it? And what other technologies do you think, if you look into the future, what are the equivalent opportunities to harness new technologies that you see that could work either in your work streams internally or in the front-facing sort of interface that customers will see or members will see?
So what we are really working on is how can you make longevity accessible to everyone? And today you have very high-end longevity offers, but they are not accessible to everyone. And so how you make blood testing, acting on other tests, accessible, cheap, easily understandable? How can you use AI to know yourself, like in a longitudinal way, like nobody has never known you, to help you have the right advice at the right time? How can you help coordinate care? So it's going to be the combination of helping people to act on their data, to have the right information at the right time, to have more data sources, and to do it in a way that is very engaging and very fun and very integrated with what is the financial cost of healthcare. So we are going to keep doing more of the same, but with investing more in mental health, in fertility, which is one of the biggest crises that exist, in chronic disease management, like diabetes and so on, in like MSK, because back pain is one of the big problems of our time, women's health as well. So we are going to go deeper and deeper in every of those verticals, and using that same combination of delightful product, mobile experience, engagement, AI, community, and content.
Well, I was going to ask what the biggest challenges in healthcare would be. You've answered that, and just as well, because we've got only 8 seconds left on the clock. So, ladies, gentlemen, your excellencies, please thank JC for this fascinating discussion.
Thank you very much. Really happy to be there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kai.
Our thanks to Jean-Charles and, of course, to Kai. Introducing Hannah Escobax, Global Vice Chair of Markets with EY.
So good afternoon, and I have the privilege to talk to you about a very interesting topic and basically the dilemma that faces all of us. How do we marry everything that AI brings with sustainability, and how can quantum help us out? This is clearly, thank you, the question that I get asked every single day, and I'm going to try and unpack that in the 20 minutes we have by unpacking some of the data, but then also looking like, what do I hear when I speak to many of the companies that I visit? What do I hear when I speak to my 15-year-old daughter? Because this is really top of mind, and I'm sure you get some of these questions at home as well as how do we actually start to change this for the society? And so let me try and unpack that. And at EY, I'm also going to use a little bit of ourselves, because we have a really big population of workforce that some of these trends actually start to impact. So clearly, let's start on the good. A lot of what AI does is going to help us take some of the energy out. And so we're going to be able to transform, and just to put some data there, 5 to 10% of the global emissions could be removed by 2030. That is the same as the entirety of the emissions of the European Union. Just pick that into the back of your mind. DeepMind AI, how does it actually help us reduce 40% of the cooling costs for global Google data centers? Some really, really large numbers. And then think of what you have at home. Your heating, your ventilation, your air conditioning. AI can take at least 30% of all of that if it starts to regulate rather than us doing that manually. So some amazing big numbers, what it could actually start to reduce. And then let's look at agriculture. Using the data as well as beginning to do the forecasting, it get better yield, less water production, and everything else. Huge, there's a little muck there. Huge improvements of what you could see coming through agriculture. And then go back to the manufacturing space. And then the final point, what could it do when we start to better model and forecast what the weather does? And we've seen some crazy weather pieces. So far on some of the positives of what AI could bring. But clearly the vast energy consumption is something that keeps everybody awake. And whenever I talk about AI, that's the first question I get asked. What are we going to do about that level of consumption? And how are we going to start to change that? Now, little did I know that a simple search on ChatGPT versus a simple search on Google would take me 10x extra energy. Just think about those numbers. How are we going to change that? Because we're all using all of our ChatGPTs on a daily basis. 10 extra usage on the energy side. The annual increase in global power demand, what it means for the world, for the data centers, is a 20% additional increase. And then by 2027, 6.6 billion cubic meters of water, 6.6 billion cubic meters of water are needed. That is about half of what the entire country of the UK needs. And we see a lot of countries that are in drought of water, and that's where we're here in the Middle East. So just the stark contrast between the good and some of those concerns. And how do we bring that together? Now, clearly everybody says, it has to come to how we manage the data, and quantum is one of the big solutions that's out there. How are we going to start to do that? it could give us exponential savings. And we see it on some of the specific problems that the world is looking at. How does quantum help us to start to optimize the algorithms? Because that's actually what it comes down. And just a few weeks ago, remember, the story of DeepSeek hit the press. Why is DeepSeek actually beginning to create all the turbulence in the world? Because they have figured a different way of using the algorithms, and therefore the energy consumption that they need in order to train their models, but also for those searches, is vastly different. So we're just at the start of this. Much more needs to happen, but I think that's where the beauty starts to come in. How do we create these neutral networks and begin to take that energy out? And just as a really simple example, large AI data centers, Cornell's quantum enhanced framework, could already take 12.5 percentage points out. So we're not there yet, but this is where this needs to come and starts to bring it together. And how do we face two of these things? Recently, Liberty Global, together with EY, launched a report looking at the telco sector. What is it they need to do for themselves? As well as they got so many extra workloads and demands from their customers. How are they actually beginning to pair those two things? Huge levels of R&D are actually going into that. So let me take a segue. Sustainability, technology. I think those are the two most important megatrends that anyone in the world is faced right now. And how do you marry those up? I wanted to go back to the survey that we recently did, and it talked about confidence. For me, confidence and positivity is what it takes from a mindset to be able to grapple with some of these topics. And interesting, it showed that 60% of the CEOs actually were in that confident mindset. But it does show that 30% of them is not. And so that's a quite interesting dynamic, because every company that I speak with is focused on growth. And I think there's a much more positive climate out there. How do we focus back to that growth? But without levels of confidence that we can find the solutions to these two topics, no transformation is ever going to be successful. And so as we start to paradigm that shift, we pulled together two other big mega forces. I talked about sustainability and tech, and I'm going to come back to those. But there's two other pieces that are out there. It's geopolitics and it's demographics. I don't have to talk about the geopolitical agenda, because there is not a day that goes by, and especially 2024, with half of the world going to the polls. And we're also seeing the new Trump administration and pieces of legislation that are coming out on a daily basis. And then it all comes together for me at the human side, which is the demographics. And demographics is a fascinating phenomenon, and all these trends hang together. And I think that's what's different. If you're looking to transform, whether you're looking to transform as a company or as a country, you need to take these four factors into the equation. And what I find fascinating, especially here, because I was here 10 days ago with the team in the Middle East, is the demographics here are vastly different than most other parts of the world. Most parts of the world are really struggling with an aging population. Well, here, nearly 60% is under the age of 30. So you have a huge richness of that young generation powered with technology. I think those two ingredients are incredibly powerful. So let me go quickly through the four pieces. Tech adoption, because of what happened with COVID, saw a surge that we've never seen before. And now, with the speed of transformation through AI, the use, who would have figured when we first saw ChatGPT in 2022? Just go back, it's 2022. It's only 2 years and a bit ago. And for now, this is all we talk about. And the second piece on the sustainability, we already unpacked it a little bit. The climate-related events that we've seen, they're just picking up in faster pace. So both of these things are beginning to collide at a much faster pace than we've seen before. The geopolitical environment, as I said, more volatile than ever before. And at least 1/3 of the CEOs are really worried about what geo-disruption will do. And I'll unpack a little bit what it means from a procurement and supply chain perspective. How do you actually take that into equation, and how do you get ready for whatever's going to happen tomorrow? No one knows what's going to happen tomorrow. But we know one thing for sure. Something's going to happen tomorrow, because we see this constant pace of change. And then on the aging population, Talk about chronic diseases. It's about 47 trillion of cost for society by 2030 to have to deal with that. And that's going to change how we work and how we live. So for me, these four pieces so closely hang together. And I think that's what's vastly different from where we were a few years ago by actually looking at these in this circular movement. You have to understand the changes of these forces and how one drives the other. You have to be able to start thinking through what the potential scenarios are. And your scenarios are probably going to be wrong. It's not about the scenarios giving you the direct answers. It's about having the agility of the mindset to be able to get prepared, because we all know nobody was prepared for COVID and nobody's prepared for all the big changes. And so having a little bit of notion of what the potential is really going to help you. So I wanted to pick out tech, sustainability, and geopolitics and how they hang together. Supply chain is probably the one place where everything starts. Geo-instability, extreme weather, change in legislation put so much pressure on supply chain. At the same time, you have customers demanding everything faster than they've ever seen before. So how do you mitigate that? Most companies are prioritizing resilience over cost effectiveness because they have to be able to source from very different places and bring everything together. Nearshoring is come back from offshoring back to nearshoring, which actually reduces the risk of longer lead times. And so if you bring that piece together, how do you take sustainability and cost efficiency? More and more resilience and sustainability are beginning to impact the way companies are designing where to go, and greener practices actually have incurring larger expenses. So how do companies start to continuously enhance the resilience and sustainability without actually sacrificing cost efficiency? Again, that's where the forces start to come together. Combining technologies could help you completely balance your cost, your speed, agility, resilience, and sustainability. It's not just AI, it's everything together. IoT, blockchain, drones, and AI, hugely important for the future of agriculture. With rising demands, with growing and aging populations, how do we actually make sure that we have a much better way of doing our agriculture with the right level of visibilities, but making sure that we take cost efficiencies out, take water usage down, and have a much higher yield? And then on digital twins, the digital twins together with AI, they can start to see real-time what needs to happen as well as start to predict and having advanced simulations. Tech and demographics, this is probably the topic that I'm most passionate about. And it kind of reminds me of every time something big happens, we worry that the technology is going to take over. And therefore, is technology going to start to replace a lot of jobs? A lot of surveys that we've done shows that Gen Z feels very comfortable, much more comfortable than probably many of us in this audience, with AI. At the same time, there's huge concern what it will do to their jobs. I think we need to look at this through a positive lens. It will start to change, and it will start to change the way the brains are functioning. And recently at EY, we did a survey with the Brookings Institute to really start to focus on the future of education. And I'm hugely positive that we need to start driving that change. And I'm sure many of you have young children at home. I look at my 15-year-old girl who's grown up with a smartphone, who's grown up with social media, and I'm sure her brain is wired very differently than our brain is. In school, we were taught one thing, right? We got a lot of knowledge, and we were taught to have to be able to answer the questions we were asked. The brain of our children is very different. So they don't have to answer the questions. They're the ones that have to ask difficult questions in order, because the knowledge is all there. Like, how do we change that? And I think that is already a fascinating phenomena of seeing how that is. And the problem is that educational systems aren't set up for this. So we're focused on the workforce. I'm more focused on what happens to our 8-year-olds and our 15-year-olds and how do they get developed to be able to work and embrace this level of technology. 90% of the millennials is using AI, and about 70 of those use it on a daily basis. And schools are trying to ban it and saying you shouldn't use AI. They should use AI because they're going to be using it for the rest of their life. They have to work how to live with it. So they'll use it for efficiency, but actually it comes back to what are the skills we need to start working on and how do we help them starting to develop back to curiosity and changing that. So upskilling is vital, but also for the people in the educational sector. How do we create this AI literacy and how do we start to take this into the development of our people? And how do we as employers in this world cater to that change? So maybe then I go to the final place, which is technology, demographics, and back to geopolitics. And I talked about the aging demographics. Are we ready yet to take care of the chronic disease crisis, which means that 70 to 85% of the health costs are actually sitting there? And how do we cater to change that? Again, how many of you wear a device that tells you whether it's a Ring or a Fitbit? Anyone? I'm sure you all wear one. Ah, I see some. I actually don't wear it because I'm worried it's going to tell me certain things that I might not want to know. In one of the recent business meetings, one of the ladies I sat next to said, this morning I woke up and I'd only had 10 minutes of deep sleep. That was a very concerning morning. And so I kind of worry that maybe I don't want to know everything it tells me. But it's slowly going to go there. How does it start to predict what's going to happen? How does it tell you what it is? And how do wearables and robotics start to take over and start to work on your fitness? I do think it's part of the things of technology, demographics, and geopolitics cutting closer together, how we actually focus on being in the wellness revolution. So as I said, I wanted to take a step a little bit inwards and looking at the organization where I work. Because at EY, we have 400,000 women and men living across many of the countries. So we have to deal with geopolitics in the inside of our family. But we also go through the technological revolution. And I see my colleague there, Natalia, who speaks very well about how we have transformed ourselves. We've set up our own AI platform, which we call EY.AI. And then we have our own ChatGPT version, EYQ. It is the largest, or one of the largest, privately owned LLMs. And I'm incredibly delightful to see that we have 300,000 of our people deploying and using this on a daily basis. But I'd also go back to the demographics, because the average age of the people that we employ is about 30 years old. And every time I say that the average age is 30, people are surprised. And I actually think here it's even lower. And so the number of people that we bring in, even there are recruits, about 1/3 of the people that come into the organization, because they come in through the different ranks, their average age is about 30. So I kind of look at what we do internally as a bit of the birthing ground of taking geopolitics, technology, and demographics to heart as we navigate and change our own organization. And part of what we do is very much focus on giving back to society through our Ripples program, which is our corporate responsibility. But going back to the start, sustainability is also right at the forefront of what we do. And so we're cutting our own greenhouse gas emissions, and we've reduced that already by 40% since 2019. Clearly, COVID helped because we were all stuck at home, but we continue to make changes to our offices. Almost all our offices should be by renewable energy by the end of this year, and that's another 700 offices across 150 countries. As well as how do we actively engage by more technology and bringing this back into our workforce. So disruption is constant, and maybe that's what I wanted to leave the stage with today. We can talk about the hype of all these big topics. We can talk about, is it going to be for the good? Is it going to be for the bad? It doesn't matter, because it's going to be there, and it's going to continue to come, and it's going to accelerate. People deal with change in very different ways. I personally love change, because change makes us stronger. Change, for me, provides opportunities. And sometimes when I hear people talk a little bit about the doom and gloom to say, what's going to happen? It feels a little bit like what we heard from the generations before us. I think we have a gift. I think we live in an extremely interesting time because the level of acceleration of the big topics of the world, they're all on our plates. And I think all of us, therefore, I call it a gift. But something needs to be done when you receive the gift. We have to move into actions. I think as leaders, we need to understand what these 4 mega forces mean to us. And we have to be able to make really smart and wise decisions and adapt things, because only through adapting and embracing that, we can find a different path. Technology, in my view, is part of that solution. Technology is there for us to help us shape, but technology shouldn't become what owns it. We as humans should be the ones that own it and therefore determine where we want to go. I picked the word confidence purposefully. For me, confidence is a really important word. There's 2 other words I wanted to give. It's mindset and it's focus. If we put our mind to something, as well as we put our focus and we start to visualize what the future looks like, I think we can charter that path. And I think that technology is there to support us on the journey and helps us to focus on that level of collaboration. I wanted to give you 3 questions, because it's very easy when you sit and see all the amazing things that you see when you walk around here for the next few days. 3 questions to take. What will we do as an individual as the digital divide between parts of the world is getting bigger? What is it that we will do jointly for society? The second thing, and I go back to my 15-year-old, and sorry to pick on that, but that is very top of mind. What are we going to do to make sure that our children live in a world that's different, where they have embraced that level of technology, but together we turn the world around and stop the increase of the sustainability and the CO2 emissions going higher? I think that's a commitment we have to make for the next generation. And then thirdly, what are you going to do as a leader in the business that you steer, and making sure that you take your people on the journey? Because I said I love change. A lot of people don't like change and it scares them. And so all of us have a job to do. So with that, I wanted to thank you for listening. As I said, a gift that we've received, much more for us to do to capitalize on everything that lies ahead. Thank you.
Our thanks to Hannah Escobax. Please welcome on stage Artur Bergman, founder and CTO of Fastly.
Good afternoon. Hello, everyone. I'm Artur Bergman. I'm founder and CTO of Fastly, and I'm here to speak about platforms and Fastly. The clicker seems to not be working. This is the one you gave me. Oh. So Fastly is an edge cloud platform, and I wanted to start with talking about what the edge is and why it matters. So if you're serving, building applications and serving your users around the world, you tend to have your applications running in a central cloud location, but your users are everywhere. And we have to deal with this unfortunate thing called speed of light. So you think that the internet is very fast, but the reality is that going from KSA to Europe will take 150 to 200 milliseconds. Going from Europe to the US is another 200 milliseconds. And so to make your applications really fast and your user experience is really good, you have to be closer to them. And that is the edge. It's being closer to the users and to the devices that use your services. So our platform is here to enable your growth so that your applications are fast. I think it's important to realize that, and I think this is something that a lot of companies that started in the West, a lot of your users are not actually, on the world's fastest networks. They're not next to data centers in Europe. They're not next to data centers in the US. And if you truly want to reach a global audience, you need to make sure that your applications are fast, secure, reliable, and scalable worldwide. And that's what the Edge platform is about. Fastly didn't really start as a platform, as an Edge platform. We started as something called a content delivery network. So what a content delivery network does is it stores content close to the users. So in that sense, it's an edge, but it's very narrow use. And you all use content delivery networks every day. When you watch a live stream on a sport, when you watch video, when you are using websites, whether it's TikTok or X, you're actually talking to a CDN. We started as a CDN, we expanded to video, and then we expanded into security with DDoS, web application firewall, because all of these things kind of make sense at the edge, and I'll come back to that. One of our customers is WatchDuty. So we had the unfortunate fires in Los Angeles a month ago. And what WatchDuty does is a simple web app. It gives you updates in real time where the fires are, evacuations, and so on. It's a non-profit. It's a small team, and they got hit with a very large amount of traffic. So you can see the spike there, and they got over 100,000 requests per second. But because they were using our platform, they didn't have to think about that. They didn't have to handle that. Fastly, as an edge cloud platform, took care of that problem. But I wanted to speak about platform and the power of platform. When I started Fastly, I wish someone had given me this advice. Because the question is, are you a platform company? Are you a product company? What should you focus on? So what is platform, and why is it so powerful? And I will take a detour. There's a German company called Festool that makes power tools. And I recently had a daughter, and I wanted to make some power tools, and that's how I discovered this, and then wanted to frame this talk in a way that kind of a little bit away from technology to explain why it's important. So Festool, 100 years old, has a couple of different products. What you see on stage is a dust extractor, which is a vacuum. The next thing they sell is this rail, which people use for very accurate cuts. And then everything they sell comes in these boxes called sustainers. And so you ask yourself, how is this a platform? Here's a saw they sell. So fancy saw is a very good saw. And it comes in one of these boxes because everything they sell comes in one of these boxes. How does this thing fit into this platform idea? Well, all these boxes fit on top of this dust extractor. So as you walk around and working, you can have all your things together. And as you buy more things, they fit together. This rail, yes, the rail saw, the track saw runs on the rail. But look, some engineer and product manager put this little hole in the rail so that you can put the rail on top of your box so that when you're walking, you can carry both of them. It's a small detail, but it makes the customer's life easier. They make routers. Of course, the routers. Router is a tech term. It's also a woodworking term. Took me a while to learn that one. But those also, so if they make something that could plausibly run on this track, they will make it run on the track. And so you end up with wanting to buy more of their equipment because it all fits together. That's the platform. So here's an example of one of the things they did. So this is a vacuum in the shape of one of these boxes. So it all fits together, makes your life easier when you work with their tools. They have an integrated battery platform, which a lot of companies have, but they added Bluetooth to it so that all these devices talk to each other. So even a 100-year-old power tool company can be quite innovative. They have some unique IP. And they know that once you're in on this platform, you will end up buying more of it. And so they will sell you these discounted combo packs of the key things that they're well known for, because once you have them, you'll go buy more of their tools. And this lets you do some crazy things. What you see on stage is their special edition US Independence Day Grill Kit Sustainer, which absolutely no one on the planet should actually buy, because it's $200 and no one needs it. Yet it's sold out immediately because people love it. Another small example is a spirit level. How does that fit in? Well, they made it fit in the handle of the sustainer. And in all their marketing, they always show what more you can buy that is part of the platform. So you buy the tool, you open your tool, and you're instantly reminded of all the other things that are available with the tool. So it's a 100-year-old power tool company that is doing this. And it's very fascinating to me how they can do this. How can they sustain this? And if you think of great platform companies, it's actually not that many. You know, Apple, I think, is a great example. You have an iPhone, you're going to buy their AirPods most likely because they work. Everything they do work together. Much younger company, very strong founder that made that possible. Lego is another example of a great platform company. You know, it all works together. So bringing that back to Fastly, for us, we are a platform. And so what does that mean? We have an edge network. It needs to be instant, performance, secure. So we should not do products that don't fit within these things. Our customers should know that if they buy something from us, this is what they get. We have many on-ramps. We don't really care if the customer buys CDN or bot protection or DDoS, because we know once they're on the platform, they'll want to consume more. They want to become power users. They want to buy more. If you already know a platform as a customer, you can get value of your purchase much more quickly. Because again, you know what to expect. You know how it works. It's important to remember that, like, I'm not an iPhone customer. I'm not an AirPod customer. I'm not a MacBook customer. I'm an Apple customer, right? Like, I want to buy into an ecosystem because it helps me get my work done and not have to think about the components and how they work. It makes it easier for your sales team to cross-sell because the customer is already inside your ecosystem, right? If they didn't have this platform, they would never be able to sell an overpriced grill stamp. Same for us. Like, once you're on, you know the value of the platform. So our customers came to us and asked us what AI at the edge means. And it's been on our mind quite a while. And how does that fit in with a platform? So what do you want to do at the edge with an AI? Well, you want to be able to make things faster. You want to make them more simple to implement. You want to make them more secure. And that's what we do, right? We sit closer to the user. So how can we provide this kind of value to our customers that fits within this platform ecosystem? I think the standard approach that a lot of people would take is like, Okay, you want to run your LLMs at the edge. You will put some GPUs around the world, and you can run them there, but you have to modify them and blah, blah, blah. But that's not really what customers want. They don't want to run LLMs at the edge. They want to provide a fast, secure experience for their users with the AI experience. So how does that fit in? Well, so we launched a product called Fastly AI Accelerator that is super easy to implement and builds on the platform strengths, the fast network, the caching. And all you need to do is basically change your URL to use the Fastly one. And when the first time someone asks a query, we will go back to Gemini, ChatGPT, Bedrock, whatever you're using, and we'll get the response and we'll cache it. And then the second time someone asks a similar query, we will just respond with that query from our edges. It's conceptually what we do for a video or an image or an application, but extended to semantics around AI. And so for us, this fits really well into the platform. It delivers on what we've promised to our customers around security, performance, and instant. And so, to me, it's a great example of if you can narrow down as a startup or as a company what your platform is, what is it your customers are buying, it makes it much easier to make product decisions around how to evolve. And to remember that customers, they're your customers. They're not customers of part of your company or part of your product suite. And so it all has to fit together. It has to, in your branding, your brand promises, your sales, your customer support, your product development, all of it is a platform. And with that, very happy to announce that the Fastly platform is coming to the kingdom. We're going to open locations here inside the country, and we're looking forward to bringing instant, performance, secure online experiences here. And so if anyone wants to talk to us about that, you definitely should. We'll happily do that. But I think the takeaway from this talk really should be, obviously we're great, you should use us, but is to integrate the platform thinking in how you evolve your businesses, how you evolve your online presence. And when you work with your vendors, think about how they are platforms that can help support you as you grow, whatever kind of vendor that is. Because the power of the platform is what allows you to expand. Bringing our platform to KSA immediately brings a lot of value to our customers because we are a platform. So with that, it's been a pleasure talking to you all, and thank you very much.
Artur, many thanks. Joining you now, Mo Gaudat, former Chief Business Officer for Google X, author, podcast host, Solve for Happy. Your moderator, Martina Fuch.
يا هلا.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Masal khair. Hello, everyone. How is the room feeling? Woo! Mo, you have an amazing fan club here. How did you get so many followers?
I love all of them, so they must love me back. So, yes.
The feeling is mutual. Ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to Riyadh for another edition of Leap. We have a person here, Mo, who wears as many hats as you can possibly imagine. Can I start with your CV? All right. You are a former chief business officer at Google, 4 times best-selling author, host of the #1 mental health podcast in the world, Slow-Mo founder, 1 billion happy co-founder. This is something that we are going to get into very soon, and unstressable chief AI officer. This is probably the best LinkedIn title that you can get. How do you manage and multitask so many different roles?
Don't believe all of that. It's just LinkedIn. I'm old. I think what happens is I did quite a few things as I grew through life, and somehow they still stay on my CV. But you know, I'm former chief business officer of Google. That was around the time when I was writing my first book, is the time when I left Google. I think what happens in my life is that somehow, like all of us, life goes through seasons of things that really inform you deep inside through intuition that you should do something different. Some of us don't listen, but I listen attentively. And when life takes a twist, I put my heart in it, and then something new comes out.
What would you say was the biggest life-changing moment and disruption?
Ali, for sure, my wonderful son. 2014, he left our world because of a preventable medical error. Until that moment in my life, I was still very much the businessman that woke up in the morning and thought about nothing but business. I had been working on myself for many, many years until then, but didn't think I was qualified or even obliged to share any of what I learned along with Ali. And then when he left, my life flipped upside down, basically. I ended up writing my first book, which was a very unusual book on happiness. It was called Solve for Happy, but it was written in the language of a very highly algorithmic brain, if you want, which I think appeals to a lot of today's modern minds, even though it speaks about a topic as soft as happiness. And as a result, I never looked back, really. I've been, I wrote Solve for Happy and then started 1 Billion Happy, and then started to try to attack all of the different reasons for unhappiness, one of which is artificial intelligence, and which could be the biggest reason for humanity's happiness or unhappiness. And on every one of those topics, I attempt to double down, put my head down, and focus on producing a body of work that can be communicated in a clear way, hopefully to make a difference to the world.
So after spending 3 decades, 30 years at Google and the kind of moonshot innovation factory in the world, your focus, as you mentioned, is now happiness. What does happiness mean to you? Can you define it? Is there a rule, or what does it mean to you, Mo?
It's quite interesting because I think one of the big things that Solve for Happy attempted to achieve was a definition of happiness. You know, if you're an engineer in the way you solve problems, the first step you take is to define the problem statement. And when I attempted to define what happiness is, I actually didn't find a common definition. And even today, if you go online or use an AI to question what happiness is, you'll get countless definitions. I found that the key algorithmic difference, if you want, is that the feeling of happiness is born within us. It's not something that we acquire along the way. It's something that we lose along the way, if you want. But that, interestingly, happiness is independent of the events of life on their own, if you want. So there is no single event in life that will always make you happy or always make you unhappy, right? I remember when I first moved to the Gulf region, I moved in Abu Dhabi, and I had the Ministry of Defense of the UAE was one of my big clients, and I had that massive meeting that was really important. And on the way there, it started to rain, and it rained so heavily that I was around 15 minutes late. So as I walk into the meeting, my only thinking is, it's raining so heavily, so I'm late. So I walk in and I say, I'm really sorry, it's terrible outside. And as you can imagine, now it rains more often, but at the time...
Even flooding in Dubai, but alhamdulillah, it rains in this part of the world,
It rains more often, yeah, but at the time it wasn't common, and the general on the other side of the table immediately answers and says, terrible? This is a blessing. You can't even think of this as terrible. And when you see it that way, you realize that happiness is a comparison that happens in your brain between the event that's taking place and how you want the event to be. And so accordingly, 50% of your of happiness is your responsibility. It's probably more than 50%, because you have to imagine your perception is not always accurate of the event, and your expectations are not always realistic. If you fix those two, you'd find happiness a lot more often.
The glass should always be a half full, right?
Overflowing, yeah.
Tell us more, exactly, full is the best answer. Tell us about the 1 billion happy initiative. Is your goal more to make 1 billion people around the world happy?
Yeah, so when Ali, my wonderful son, left the world, I attempted in a very selfish way to share his true essence, so the things that we learned together about happiness. I attempted to share that in my first book with a small mission that was called 10 Million Happy. And 10 Million Happy was mathematically sound enough for me to actually have Ali's essence through 6 degrees of separation over 72 years was my calculation. If 10 million people got his message and spread it to people around them, then 72 years later, everyone in the world will have a tiny bit of Ali's essence in them. Somehow, I think life God was behind the mission, in a way, because 6 weeks into our work after the first book's published, when I say our, we're a tiny team of 4 people. 6 weeks in, my videos started to become super viral. I had 187 million views by week 8. And it's not about video views. It was about that the movement that was happening was that people would see a video that alerts them that happiness matters as much as success, if not more. And that happiness is their birthright, but also their responsibility. And so then we would measure if they would take an action that either makes them happier or makes someone else happier, so they're contributing to their own happiness or someone else's. And in that rollout, if you want, in that process, we've overachieved 10 million easily by week 8. And so being in sales and business my whole life, my team gathered around me and said, you were sandbagging, you set the wrong target. And so we increased the target. And this time we really had an ambitious target. 1 billion happy is not something that I believe I will achieve in my lifetime. But, I do everything I can every day so that hopefully after I leave the world, it continues and it reaches 1 billion people.
But it's really your vision, that drives you and people around yourself and the team. And then it hopefully causes this ripple effect as well. And can become a happiness movement. Why not start it here at Leap today? So I would love to ask the room actually for a little survey. One question, and then those who are happy put their hands up. So who is happy in the room? Who would think of themselves as happy? What do you think?
Not bad.
Not bad? Maybe half the room?
I'd probably say 43%.
Okay, still a lot of work to do, but I'm sure you're going to gain a lot of followers afterwards.
You see, the real question is, again, it's based on the definition. So some people will say they're happy if they go to a party and laugh all night, and that's not real happiness. Real happiness in Islam is actually defined as a rida, if you want. A rida is to be contented with life as it is.
Yeah.
Is to actually look at what God gives you and say, I can be okay with that. I'm okay with life as it is, right? And for many of us, I think culturally, if you really deeply embody this, it sort of almost is the opposite of what the modern world is telling you. It seems that it's the opposite of what the modern world is telling you, because the modern world wants you to be dissatisfied with life so that you go and buy things to make yourself happy. The modern world wants you to work really hard to be productive, and so the way they try to tell you to be working hard and productive is to basically tell you you're not good enough, you're not working hard enough.
And then spend a lot of money on mental health and therapists and so on.
And the truth is that when you are contented and deeply okay with life, that's not a reason to stop trying hard. It's a reason to give you more energy that allows you to try more effectively if you want. And so I try to differentiate between ambition and expectations, if you want. So, if we constantly tell ourselves that life is not good enough, we're setting expectations that are that are making us unhappy all the time. When in reality, what we should have is an ambition that we should strive to. It's okay to miss the ambition as long as we're setting, setting realistic expectations. And I think, 1 billion happy is a good example of that. It's, the ambition is, can we reach to 1 billion happy? But if we achieve 1 million or 100 or even 1 person happy a day, it's worth it.
It's a big milestone already. But more being happy is not a constant state of mind. It's volatile. Like in the morning you might be happy and then something bad happens during the day and you go to bed really sad.
Yeah, I think that's, again, culturally here, we normally say that, which I think is statistically very accurate, that if you have, your food for the day and your shelter for the night, then you have absolutely nothing to complain about. And the truth is, if you have your food for the day and your shelter for the night, if you're a Saudi citizen, if you're, in this incredibly booming economy, and, if you're attending this amazing event connecting to so many amazing people, then by definition, you're probably luckier than 99% of the world.
Yes.
And I think an ability to recognize that, while you still strive and you still try to make things better, is something that I think is where happiness really resides. When you're stuck in the traffic going home after the event today, you can look at it one of two ways. You can look at it and say, you know what, I'm wasting an hour of my life. Or you can look at it and say, wow, that was actually an amazing day to be enjoying the connection with so many people. It was an amazing day to actually be in a car, to have something that protects me, to not have to walk back home, to have learned something that might make my future and my children's future better. And it's a mindset. So life will continue to throw events at you to test that mindset of alhamd, if you want, so that you can see the world in a way that reminds you that we're very blessed.
Yeah. and change is the only constant in life, and then a normal day in our life is a dream day for other people. So it has to do with comparison as well. Let's talk more about mental health and your podcast. We have a lot of different industries, present here at LEAP as well. Music, sound healing, frequencies. That is also something that we have discussed before coming on stage in the green room. Where is your focus in terms of mental health? And what do you want to do in terms of improving the state of the world and, people's happiness from the work that you do?
So one thing I did when I graduated university, which was quite an interesting choice for me, was at the time, I know I don't look that way anymore, but at the time I was very athletic. I was playing handball for the national team. I ran marathons consistently, and like a typical 20-year-old, I was investing so much in my physical form, if you want. And as I graduated university, I thought to myself, maybe it's also fair to invest an hour a day in my brain. Mm-hmm. And so at the time, books were the best form of finding knowledge. But as I evolved with my life, even today, there isn't a single day that passes without actually spending an hour a day learning something new. Yeah. Now, if you add it up at my current age, that's way more than 10,000 hours. Right? You'll be surprised how much a repetition of a habit like learning something every day makes you much more knowledgeable, about so many things in life. I think the trick, however, is that if you start to look at it today, just like we spend an hour in the gym to keep our physical form okay, and then an hour, learning so that we keep our mental abilities and knowledge okay, I think we need to spend an hour a day working on our mental health. And most people don't see that as their responsibility. They see that as the responsibility of life, if you want. It's like if life sends me good things, I'll be okay. If it doesn't, I'll respond negatively. It's not up to me. But that's not the reality at all. And, in my last book called Unstressable, I'm writing the book I wrote the book with a co-author who is almost the exact opposite of me, very feminine in her approach, very spiritual and so on. And I'm a grumpy engineer, as you know. And so I attempted early on in the book to understand what stresses us. And you'll be amazed, you think that life is stressful. No, life is challenging. There is a difference between the two. In my attempt to understand the algorithmic side of stress, I simply told myself how is stress understood in physics? And in physics, stress is the forces applied to an object divided by the cross-section of the object, if you want, which compares to humans as the challenges applied to a human divided by the capabilities and abilities and resources of that human to deal with those challenges, right? And so when you really think about it in a fraction where the challenges is one side, we have some control over reducing the amount of challenges we're exposed to every day, but not all of them. But we definitely have a lot of control over our capabilities and skills and our approach to deal with those challenges. And so stress results from both. And the slogan of the book became, it's not the events of your life that stress you, it's the way you deal with them that does. Now, dealing with the events of your life so that you're still successful, still on top of your performance, but not stressed, is a skill. It's actually a very simple skill when you know how it works. I'll give you a simple example. Burnout, for example. Burnout is the sigma, the summation, if you want, of all of the challenges applied to you, multiplied by the intensity of each, multiplied by the frequency of them, by the duration of them. And that algorithmically is very easy to control because you don't burn out because you're running two complex projects. You burn out because you allow 16,000 little stressful things in your life. And then when the big project shows up or one more thing shows up, you burn out, right? And so it is our responsibility as humans to wake up every Saturday morning and say, what stressed me last week? Can I remove it from my life? Or if I have to keep it in my life, can I reduce its intensity or make it enjoyable? You know, if you have to be stuck in a certain commute every day because Riyadh is growing so quickly and, you know, the traffic is not keeping up as, you know, as with all big cities, can you plan that you're going to be stuck in traffic, take a nice audiobook or some music or some Quran and some, you know, a good cup of coffee and enjoy the journey rather than let yourself be stressed by it? I think my bottom line, you know, in the few seconds left is to say it's a choice. But it's not just a choice, it's a responsibility.
Yes.
Right? And if you take that responsibility seriously, you'll dedicate an hour a week, an hour a day to it, like you dedicate an hour a day to developing your mind and an hour a day to developing your body.
And every challenge is an opportunity, of course, as well. And then also it's about gratitude, really counting your blessings every day. Maybe some people want to journal also their journey and see what negative, you know, things might have happened, but then really focus on the positive ones as well. I also want to ask you, because you're not a grumpy software engineer, but a software engineer more, what are the negative implications of AI that keep you awake at night? What are you worried about the most? Because Leap has such a strong focus on AI this year.
We finally got to AI. I thought we will talk more about AI.
Couldn't live without that.
I actually will tell you openly, I have no negative feelings about AI at all. I mean, when you really think about it, intelligence in itself is an energy that has no polarity, right? You know, being intelligent, you can apply that intelligence to, you know, to doing good in the world, and the result will be good, or you can apply it to doing bad in the world, and the result will be bad. And there was this experiment done in a pharma company in Switzerland, actually, where, you know, the objective of the AI was, you know, drug discovery, finding things that make human life longer, if you want. And the researchers switched the objective from prolonging life to shortening life. And within 6 hours, the AI found 40,000 disease agents, right? It's not intelligence that's the problem. It is the value set of humanity in the age of the rise of artificial intelligence that I worry about. We could take the incredible intelligence. I call this stage of our human evolution the era of augmented intelligence. I can plug into AI today and increase my smarts, if you want, by 100 IQ points at a time, right? The problem is that if this was applied to curing cancer and resolving all of the economic challenges in the world and reversing climate change, that would be amazing. But I think humanity, unfortunately, will start by making more money and maybe creating massive defense armies that are to oppress other nations. And my feeling is that AI will make humanity a little worse before it makes us a little better.
Let's absolutely not go down that road, but let's focus on making 1 billion people happy,
hold on.
if not more, inshallah.
We need to go down that road because we all have a responsibility to try and make sure that humanity doesn't do that. To try and make sure that if you're going to invest in an AI organization, you invest in one that you don't mind if your daughter is at the receiving end of that. We need to make sure that when we treat each other in front of AI, we treat each other in a way that we want the AI to treat us when they are in control. I think my message is not a message of, oh, lose hope and be desperate. My message is we have a role to play so that this intelligence is applied in a way that makes the world better.
Mo, shukran gazilan. Thank you so much for your time. We could talk for ages and so much to learn from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Our thanks to Mo Gaudat. Please welcome Sami Al-Ajmi, SVP of Digital and IT at Aramco, in conversation with Ben Thompson.
Well, hello once again. Good afternoon. I hope the sessions so far today have been fruitful and insightful. And our next session is no exception. You can't have failed to notice the incredible Aramco stand just outside, showcasing all of the technology that Aramco is investing in right now. And I'm delighted to say with me here on the stage is Sami Al-Ajmi, who's the SVP of Digital and IT at Aramco, to talk us through some of the innovations and some of the work that is going on there. So welcome to you, and thank you for being here. And let me start straight away. We don't have a lot of time, but talk to me about that digital transformation that's underway at Aramco. We toured that stand at the booth this morning, and it strikes me there is so much going on right now, given the scale of the operations at Aramco. Talk me through some of the highlights.
Digital transformation. In general, for Saudi Aramco, per se, transformation is an art by itself. And for Saudi Aramco to stay, to continue the most reliable energy producer in the world, we have to continue transforming to adjust to the business. And the heart of transformation is innovation. And digital is no difference in that perspective. Started from deploying supercomputers to enhance exploration activities back in the days, fast forwarding to deploying sensors in the field to give operators the chance to make proactive decisions in terms of adjusting to the operation, to the support services by say. When we decided to actually move into our full journey digital transformation and created an entity to oversee that 8 years ago, we started by doing an assessment on our maturity in terms of digital. The results gave us an indication of where to focus, and I'm very happy to say that 8 years in the journey, now we're ranked as the highest in terms of digital maturity in the energy sector. And we did that by putting our head into it, and when Aramco puts its head in something, makes it happen. And digital is no difference.
And as you say, 80 years on, this is a constant process of reinvention, isn't it? This is about finding new ways of doing essentially the same thing, but also finding new ways of operating.
Exactly.
Give me some examples of some of the work that we can see up there, things that stood out for me, or things that just make it easier for your staff to operate, things like Sarah, the digital assistant. But some of this is about security, some is about being more efficient, some is about being able to monitor in very remote places, inaccessible places. Talk me through some examples.
Just to set the stage, the way Aramco operates and the area Aramco operates in is different, be it cities, population, remote area, remotes, where infrastructure available, infrastructure is not available. And we do an end-to-end operation from core business to support services. We produce oil and we provide IT supports for our staff. We provide housing, recreation, offices, security, all aspects. To actually run that, having an ERP system to actually run and manage all of that, you would have to have a digital foundation that is designed properly for that purposes. All different fields would require specialty in terms of development, but the foundation is one. So in terms of the infrastructure layer, the infrastructure being put in place, built over the years. The verticals solutions that we keep adding into it is to help support the business. And invite you already did, and everybody to come and go through the journey in our booth, where all those services, be it from a regular digitalization and RPA into a full AI assisted solution, in the auditing process, in the actually plants, where I showed you the Hayyan application for enhancing product qualities. Up to date, we have managed to deploy over 241 AI solutions. Yep. That's just the past 2 years. Add to it other services that we did. The journey we went through in adapting a full automated ERP system from manual paper process to a full automated workflow engine is just a testimony for our adoption and belief in digital.
Give me some examples of what that AI is allowing you to do, because quite clearly, and we know, fundamentally it is about saving time and effort. It allows you to do things more quickly, more productively, more efficiently. For example, exploring new discoveries. It tells you what is in there, and you will explain it more eloquently than I can. But just explain, what that allows you to do.
Okay. Last year in Leap, here we announced the first industrial LLM model, MetaBrain.
Yeah.
And just yesterday, Dr. Khawater, our executive vice president and my boss, announced the plant MetaBrain, where we actually added a vertical into our industry or specialty. The advantage of having 90 years of industrial data allowed us to do that. From the solutions in enhancing the exploration on knowing where to adjust the exploration activities,
yep.
where to drill the proper location for the wells. This is a real time data with an AI model adjusting it all the way to the plants of adjusting the type of chemicals that goes into the processing of those products that ensure quality of the products, all the way to the billing process that ensure customers get paid or get charged for the service they get, to the support, to the booking of even accommodation, office space. It's all process that based on historical data, AI powered with digital assistants. You like the names that we mentioned. You have the Musa'ad digital assistant, you have the Sara assistant, and all the other solutions that supports our operation.
Now, a lot of this is coming from the innovation lab that's at the heart of what you do at Aramco. I'm right in saying it started life as Saudi Aramco Innovation Lab. It's now the Saudi Arabia Innovation Lab. And that's an important difference, isn't it? Because this isn't about just generating this new technology, this new innovation for use within the organization.
Exactly.
This is about where this can be applied outside of Saudi Aramco. And that's about connecting very disparate parts of the organization. So you might have the team here who want to do something, and you've got the people with the answers here, and it's how you bring them together. That's a really important part of what SAIL does. Just explain that.
Okay. When we embarked, as I said, on the digital transformation journey, we found out that the history that we have in Saudi Aramco would mushroom into products that is beyond the energy sector. This is where we said, okay, we're leading in terms of innovation. Let's do something that will support and create an ecosystem that will help also the whole country. So the Saudi Arabia Innovation Lab, Aramco, SAIL, was created. This is actually bringing technology leaders with the SMEs in the field in a lab, a free environment lab, to actually put their heads together to create solutions, not just for Aramco, also to be commercialized. That by itself led into the creation of Aramco Digital, our commercial part.
Yeah.
And you've heard a few announcements that Aramco Digital did yesterday and also this morning, and as you see in the lab. This is all as a result of the digital transformation and as a result of the systematic approach of transformation that Aramco adopts. All of this was crowned just recently, as mentioned yesterday by Dr. Khawater, with the award of the 5th Global Lighthouse Network Award by the WEF, the 5th. This is the 5th facility for North Ghawar. Just quickly, North Ghawar is a 12,500 kilometer facility, currently powered with the 5G industry coverage, IoT sensors in the field. The deployment of AI have managed to increase production by 8.5%, reduce emissions by 8%, fully automated, and this entailed this facility to be awarded with this prestigious award. And it's the 5th. So it's only Saudi Aramco and Brazil. They won 5 World Cups, and Saudi Aramco won 5 WIFs. And hopefully next year we'll beat Brazil in that.
You're in there. There's a question that is relevant for so many organizations, isn't it, about how you make sure you're making the bet on the right technology. And I wonder, with the resource that you have in Sale, that gives you a sense of where this will be applied in the business. But for you, it is absolutely about what is the business case? Where do we get a return? Why are we doing this? Not just because we can.
Very, very good question. Technology is tempting. It's very tempting. And sometimes we get carried into just venturing into a direction.
Yeah.
We are very strict in finding the sweet spot between investing in the right technology and getting the value for the business. And this is how we base our development into the main intent is the business. The digital and information technology part here is to enable business, having the proper nerve system, the proper processing capabilities to support the business. And this is the sweet spot that we try to match. Sometimes, as I mentioned earlier, that results into byproducts. This is where the Sale part comes in to further invest, enhance our commercial arm. Saudi Aramco Digital comes in place to further commercialize this. It's an ecosystem developed from innovation and constant transformation.
Given what you do, we also need to talk about the security of your operations, and that is really apparent in how you protect yourself, not only from things like physical risk, but quite clearly cyber. Talk to me about the work that's being done there to make sure that the core operations and everything else are protected.
The digital environment is just like any environment. It has to be safe and secure for it to flourish and actually yield the result. And in the cyber environment, that's no difference. And as digital enhances, also our cyber capabilities enhances. We have the proper framework, governance model, and we keep adapting, adjusting to ensure we enable the business to flourish. Recently, we have just launched the Eye on AI program. That's a governance process preparing us for the AI world. Currently, we are also developing preparing for the quantum era, where we have already installed our first appliance, the Quantum Shield appliance. This is in preparation for the go live of quantum. We have a chair in the King Fahd University, KFUPM, in quantum, and we have developed a society for quantum computing. All this to prepare us for the proper governance, for the safe operation and secure of all our digital transformation.
I was asking this question a little earlier to everybody, actually, that if we meet again here on this stage a year from now, what will you be most proud of? What will have changed for you, do you think, within the organization?
I'll send my twin, my digital twin.
Yeah?
Will be here next year.
Really? Is that who I'm interviewing?
Next year, hopefully, والجميع بخير إن شاء الله, if we meet here, I'll be announcing that Aramco is the best digital company that happens to produce oil.
Okay.
So this is how much we're very much committed to invest in digital, because digital is the future.
Yeah. And I know there's a whole session on sport as well, but talk to me about the team, because we
have the
using
section.
data and using AI to make sure that you're doing well in football.
Maybe people here will get upset, but as usual, when Aramco gets into the field, it only accepts the first place. And sorry to everybody, Qadsiya will become the #1 team in Saudi Arabia, not just in the region. Usually we do it globally, so we're heading to the World Cup, hopefully.
And on that note, we come to the end. But ladies and gentlemen, please thank Sami Al-Ajmi, SVP of Digital and IT at Aramco.
Thank you very
so
much. Thank you very much.
Our thanks both to Sami and to Ben. Introducing Gary Sorrentino, CIO of Zoom.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today we're here to talking about the future of work, but it really is about multi-generational working. The future of work brings to us many, many work challenges. We have to worry about remote, hybrid work, automation, AI, but mostly we got to worry about what we're calling multi-generational work. So what is multi-generational work? Well, it's all about people, and it's all about different kinds of people, and it's all about the different ways that people want to work. So statistically, we're going to look right now globally, where are we with this thing we call generational working? Today, there's about 12 to 15% of the workforce is made up of boomers like myself. Another 30 to 33% is made up of what we're calling Gen X. And another 35 to 38% are millennials. And on the bottom end of the scale, about 15 to 20% of very, very intelligent, younger folks we're calling Gen Zs. But that's where we are now. And the reason we tie this together between future of work and multi-generations is this is all going to change over the next 5 years. Think about it. In the next 5 years, where's boomers like me going to be? I'm probably not going to be in charge of companies. And it's all going to change. And what that means is there's going to be a change of thinking. So for all my millennials and Gen Zs out there, around 2030 is going to be the time for millennials and Gen Zs. So the metrics from this generational change is going to go from this picture to this picture. Now think about the change that just happened if we look ahead 5 years. Boomers like me, hopefully will be retired. Gen X's, well, you're going to still be here, but the bulk of the decisions, 40 to 45% of decisions made in companies, the leaders of companies will be millennials, following with a quick follow, 30% of Gen Zs. Now, what does that mean? That really means that the way that we're thinking about work today is going to change again in 5 years. Because I can guarantee you, for anybody who's a millennial out there, you're probably saying, we're probably not going to do it the way Gary did it. We're probably going to think of a better way of doing it. We're going to be so far along with AI, we can change the way they work. And supporting those decisions are going to be the Gen Zs. Okay. But today, the reason we call it multi-generational working is it's not about those 4 or 5 categories anymore. I want everybody to think real quick. Who actually aligns themselves to just one of those characteristics? Who thinks they're just a boomer, or just a millennial, or just a Gen Z? So here's what I learned. So I love stories, so indulge me here. The first day I started with Zoom. Zoom is a very young company, and they hire great young employees. And so the first day I start with Zoom, I pick up that traditional way of communicating that I'm used to. It's called a telephone. And I go like this, and I call someone. And it pops up on the screen, and you know what it says? Call denied. I said, call denied? It pops up, and the screen says, Gary, I'm sure whatever you need, we could handle over chat. Because the person I called was a Gen Z. They're not picking up the phone. They want to chat with me. So what I did was, I had to make a decision. I'm working for a company that's mostly millennials and Gen Zs. I need to change. So what I did is, I became a different kind of worker. And this is what we mean by multi-generational work. Okay, so the new worker is a lot different than today. They want to be tech savvy, but they want to be human focused. Yeah, I might run the project using the latest and greatest software, but I still want to talk to all the project members. I want to do it in a human fashion. I want flexibility and stability. So here's what that means. I want to work really hard from 8 to 5. But then when 5, 6 o'clock comes around at night, I want to give that same attention to my family and friends. All right? I want to be collaborative, so I want to be part of the team, and that's the new millennial way of working. But you know something? If you need me to be an independent contributor, I can do that also. I want work-life balance. I think everyone, no matter regardless of the generation, look, what do the Gen Zs and millennials teach us boomers? There is life after work. It's not work continuously all day. I want to be entrepreneurial. In other words, if you're working on a great project at work, something that's going to change the needle, something that's going to make my company better, I want to be part of it. But if you're not, I will probably have a side gig because I still need to feed that entrepreneurial spirit. And the last thing that we all have to change now is we all have to be lifelong learners. At the end of today, technology is changing the way we work. Technology is changing the way we work with each other. Technology is changing what we actually do for our living. How can we do this without being lifelong learners? We're not going to wake up tomorrow and suddenly understand AI. Okay, so here's what I did. I said, I want to be a multi-generational worker. So I said, from my baby boomer characteristics, I still want to be professional, I want to be loyal, but I'm sorry, I still want to be a workaholic. From the Gen X, I want to be independent, but I want to be adaptable. I'm still skeptical. As the millennials teach me, I want to be tech savvy, but I want to be flexible, and I want to be open-minded. And from the Gen Zs, thank you very much, you're teaching me that there is life after work, okay, which I never knew on my own. So I put these attributes into my favorite AI tool, and I said, if I want to be this, what should I look like? Okay, don't laugh. Promise, don't laugh. Here's what the famous Gen I tool said I should look like. You see, that's the new worker. The new worker is not just a Gen Z, not just a millennial, not just a Gen X, not just a baby boomer. The new worker today is trying to figure out, how do I become a worker of the future like me? I had to adapt. I had to learn how to work in a new company. Quick show of hands. Who out there is trying to be a new worker? Right, that's what we're talking about, managing multiple mindsets. Okay, so 5 generations working together. What are the issues? We all want to communicate differently. Yeah, I still want to pick up the phone and talk to people, okay? But today's world, they don't want to work synchronously. They want to work asynchronously. Technology preferences. I'm still a phone guy, but everybody wants to use chat. And here's the other thing. I have a traditional way of working. I might look before I jump, but today there are more modern work styles that I have to adapt to. I have to change. So we have all these generations coming together, all in the same place, but all trying to work differently. And today, let's go back one. Today it's the rise, let's go back one. It's the rise of the digital native. You know what that means? Do you know that 38%, and this is a US statistic, 38% of the people in the United States work for someone who was younger than them? Because what's happened is the digital natives who are picking up the new technology, picking up these new ways of working, are rising to the top of the leadership. And people sometimes like myself, look, I work for Eric. I work for a person younger than me at the end of the day, right? So today we're seeing that there's a rise of the digital native. The next thing is in this multi-generational working, how do you maintain culture? Hardest thing to do. But the three things we talk about is you need to have transparent communication. You know, I remember during the pandemic, most companies were asking their employees what they want, and they were doing it. Towards the end of the pandemic, they were asking their employees what they want, and they weren't doing anything. You know what they do now? They don't ask the employees anymore. They've changed. Also, the other thing is, we need diverse voices. It doesn't make sense for a single-minded type of management team to be thinking about culture. You have to have diversity in the room. You have to allow people to express how they want to work. And here's one thing that's popped up a lot. People need a sense of belonging. There are so many people today that when they interview them, they don't feel like they belong in the company they work in. Okay, but there's different things about this. One is about training programs. We have to stop thinking that we can train all different types of people the way they work one way, right? We got to mix up the formats. We got to be flexible, right? We got to foster continuous learning. And that's really hard to do in companies today. But one of the suggestions we have is microlearning. Come on back. How many companies do microlearning out there? What's microlearning? Can't we teach a topic in 90 seconds? Isn't one of the greatest platforms teaching all of us how to do something different in 90 seconds to 2 minutes? So today it's about, why don't we adapt our training? Why don't we pick up some of the skills that we're learning and turn towards microlearning? Here's the other thing. Mentoring is becoming one of the most important things we're finding in companies today. Through career, skill-based, personal growth. I love stories, so please. I gave a very similar presentation last year here at Leap. And when I got off the stage, I met this person, and they came to me and they said, you know, that was almost accurate. I said, almost accurate? They said, well, you need a reverse mentor. And I stopped and I said, a reverse mentor? Well, for the last year, I've had the privilege of once a month talking to someone about what I'm doing in business, how I'm presenting, less than half my age. I will tell you this, it is the best hour I spend every month on self-development. So for my senior friends out there, if you're not thinking about a reverse mentor, can't be a sibling, can't be someone in your family, can't be someone who works for you, find someone who can reverse mentor you. I'm telling you, this has been one of the most positive things I've done in my old career progression. Look, when I do these researches, I come up with great facts that don't fit in the presentation, and I always like to put one in here. Like, can you believe that 43% of the Gen Zs will resign in the next 12 months? Right? Besides that, there are baby boomers. We're resigning about 11% every month. And about 49% of us expect to work past 70. That's not me. And if you look at the Gen Zs, they expect to retire at 60. Just some different facts about the different groups. Okay, but when it comes to this age of AI, I think we have to look at AI as, AI is not a technology. What is, if we want to make AI successful, what's the one thing we have to consider? Humans. Humans. I think we missed that point when we talk about AI in these multi-generational companies. Because remember, today, we need humans to determine quality. And we need quality to determine value. So it all starts with the humans. And I do, as we talk about this, one of the things we stress is that one of the catalysts for making AI successful in all of our companies is the human factor. So we have a problem, though. Most people, we have this pendulum effect when it comes to AI. Older generations like myself, we're completely resistant to change. It's just not in our DNA. But go to the other end of the scale on Gen Zs, you jump in without looking. And we have to find that balance of where can we set up a workplace dynamic where we can take the baby boomer caution and the Gen Z excitement, and how do we meet in the middle? How do we make sure that we're getting that tribal knowledge from the boomers that are leaving, but how do we get that excitement, that thrill of seeing new technology from the Gen Zs? So I think there's three things here. One, we have to figure out the way we communicate. Companies need to figure out, how are we going to communicate? Are we going to work asynchronously? Or are we going to work synchronously? The second thing I think we need to do is, it's all about upskilling and learning. I'm a constant continuous learner, and I keep stressing with companies, you have to keep upskilling. For the older generation, you have to upskill, because the technology is changing faster than we can understand it. And for the younger generation, well, you don't know how it worked originally, so it's a learning. And I think the last thing is, we need to customize AI so that it works for all of the generations. So the future of work, didn't we start here? The future of work is really about what? Reshaping the way people work, the nature of our jobs, and the workplace. But as we move forward, we've been doing all the research. We're not going to call it the future of work anymore. Now it's really about human-centered work. We're going to move from trying to figure out the future of work to try and make the humans work better going forward. And these are going to consist of AI collaboration. How do we hyper-personalize work so it works for boomers, Gen Zs, for that managing that multiple mindset? How do we put in ethical and sustainable work practices? You know what I love about talking to the Gen Zs today? They said, I signed a hire contract to work from 8 to 5. Right, why am I working 10 o'clock at night? How are we going to put these practices in place? How are we going to enforce in our companies continuous learning? And going forward, isn't well-being going to be one of our productivity drivers? If we can make people feel well at work, do you think they'll be more productive? And I don't mean just giving them coffee bars and things like that. It really is about making them feel proud about the job they do and that they're working on things that are important. So the reason I bring up the one Zoom slide is, Zoom is all about human-to-human connection. And we think about multi-generational work. We think about how we're going to get the different generations to work together. We also think about how that generation scale is going to change, how it's going to go from a boomer-led environment to a millennial-led environment who's going to keep testing all the things that we put in place. So instead of my normal picture, I'd like to say thank you, to remember, look, I'm a multiple mindset. Every day, I try to figure out what are the best ways to work and not the ways that are tied to my generation. My name is Gary Sorrentino. I'm the Global CIO from Zoom. I hope you stop by the booth. Thank you so very much.
Gary, huge thanks for that presentation. Please welcome your panelists, Martin Blanken, CEO, Neo Space Group, Andrea Vena, Chief Climate and Sustainability Officer, European Space Agency, Alhamdi Alanesi, CEO, Arabsat, and Dr. Umut Yildiz, Chief Scientific Officer, Plan S, Infinia Metu. and your moderator, Frank Salzgeber, Vice Governor for Space with the Communications, Space and Technology Commission.
Please have a seat. Welcome, salam alaikum, and have a great evening. Yeah, applause is fine, please, for the audience. That's good. I like that. I like that. You know, give them a little bit warm welcome here in Riyadh, here at LEAP, and being with you at nearly the end of the day. So today we speak about space, and this is, don't say anybody, it's my favorite session because it goes about my heart. It's about what we do, what we will do, and space is for everybody. I have an amazing panel, and as a moderator, I make it always easy and saying why I should do all these introductions. You know, I'm not paid for that, and I leave it to the panel. And I start our panel, and we start with our ESA ex-colleagues, because I was working for ESA a couple of years ago. Andrea, I see something when we discussed in the briefing, and I see some known sustainability is more than just protecting environment and the planet. Sustainability, it's for our future generation. But before we go into that, Andrea, who's Andrea? Tell us more about you, who you are, what you're doing, and what you stand for.
Thank you, Frank, and good evening, everybody. Very pleased to be here with you. Yes, Andrea is an engineer who has more than 35 years of experience in space, and I spent my last 25 years with the European Space Agency. Now I am the Chief Climate and Sustainability Officer, and as Frank was saying, I do believe that it is a duty for a public agency to preserve space for future generations. What we are talking about today is the European Space Agency has 50 years now, in 2025. It is an intergovernmental organization. It is made of 23 European member states and has a budget of about 7 billion euros. It is spread all over Europe, and it is a global agency. It's working with all countries around the world. We have some preferred partners, some newcomers, but it is really the agency that is covering all the field of space, from technologies to applications and services.
Thank you so much. Before we go to our local space heroes, I want to welcome Umut, coming from Turkey. Umut, you stand in that panel also for the science. You know, science and space is originally by science because it's driven by the curiosity. Tell me more about yourself.
Yes, welcome everyone. I'm Dr. Umut Yildiz. I'm an astrophysicist by training, and I was not born in space, but I hope maybe I will die in space. And so I'm just spending my entire life with space, science and technologies and everything. So my background is I worked at NASA JPL as an astrophysicist for last 10 years, and recently I came back to my home country, Turkey, to join an aerospace company, Plan S and Infinia, and I'm also the Science Communication Director at the Middle East Technical University, which is also important. We need to communicate science to everyone so that we can get either more funding and we can get more support from people as well. So
thank you so much. Abu Siad, I'm a big fan of Arabsat, 22 member states. I have the pleasure to work with you since 3 years. Tell us a little bit more about Arabsat and yourself.
First, it's always a pleasure working together. We've been 3 years in LEAP, and every time you bring something new, fruitful and valuable to the market. Al-Hamid Al-Anizi, I'm in the space industry over the last 3 years with Arabsat, but I carry with me more than 27 years in transformation, technology, and financial services, where all of these is capitalized in the space industry. Arabsat carries more than 48 years of providing services to the Arab world, more than 22 countries, and also Africa, more than 52 countries, where Arabsat took a responsibility in providing data, broadcast, and many other services. The passion about Arabsat is the capabilities to develop and grow and fulfill the needs of these nations. The challenge of Arabsat is balancing between the sole responsibility of developing these countries and maintaining good margins to have a sustainable profit. So we are balancing these two equations in a very nice way, but we also help the the nations of the Arab world and Africa to really provide them with all the necessary services from space.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, Martijn, you joined the Neospace Group as a CEO. I think it was last May. Who's Martijn?
Yeah, Martijn is a Dutchman originally, but who hasn't lived in the Netherlands for a very long time. I'm sort of lost in space in a bit because I spent most of my career in telecoms in Asia and in Australia and in Europe. And since last year here in Riyadh, leading the Neospace Group. It's a PIF portfolio company. Most of you are familiar with the Vision 2030, where there is an effort to make the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia less dependent on fossil fuels. And as a consequence, PIF is investing in a number of different sectors. Space is one of them. And the Neospace Group has been set up to become the national space champion in various domains, satellite communications, geospatial services, and potentially also in some navigation areas.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you so much. I think it's important that you know who's there. We have great champions here in the kingdom. We have partners across. Therefore, I think I always want to have this lengthy introduction, but I think it's good for everybody. Abu Siad, what keeps you awake in the night when you think about space and space projects? Very short. Share the stuff you can share, at least with the audience.
Beside the board demands, which is it's always keep me awake, I think the challenge to satisfy the demand of the market. And this is really very challenging. How to, with a diversity of more than 22 countries and more than all these African countries, how can you provide services that from mature markets like Saudi Arabia, UAE, and others to undeveloped countries or undeveloped markets? And how to ensure that with the capabilities of these countries, we'll be able to provide them the services they need for education, health, government, oil and gas, and many others. So balancing these is really very tedious, very difficult, but we are really looking into it, and this is part of our strategy, and we have a very strong team in developing these into action points and tangible services and products that fulfill these. This is the most, I would say, nightmare, but it's a very challenging thing for me.
Very good. Martijn, sounds that familiar?
Space, I think the most difficult thing is that the industry is developing so quickly that you need to wonder how are you going to make money ultimately? We're a commercial operation. There's so many great ideas. There's so many promising technologies, but getting the timing right is not easy. So what keeps us awake at night is that the PIF has put a lot of confidence and a lot of money behind this company by making sure that it is invested in a way that you can get a good return, whilst also making sure that you help to stimulate a new economy here in the kingdom, finding that balance between developing and being a catalyst in the industry whilst making money is top of mind.
Coming from business, money now, Andrea, you have to see that this is also sustainable. So their nightmares or their thoughts, is that the same, or you're thinking further?
Yeah, this is actually what is keeping me awake at night. Space is so precious for everybody. We are using space technologies and applications all the day, and we not even know that. We are living exciting times, so there is a new frontier in space. We are going beyond, we are exploring, we are creating space economies, we are doing a lot of things. But what is dangerous is that space is not any longer recognized as a benefit for politicians. And then there is a stop in investing in space because space is not done in a responsible and sustainable way. So this is what is concerning me in my role at European Space Agency and as a head of sustainability. And this is keeping me awake.
Thank you so much. Dr. Moot, science?
Yeah, I may go a little bit ahead of time, and I see the potential for the humanity's future in space, because I mean, we kind of get bored of living on Earth, right? You know, we are going to our jobs, you know, back and forth, and it's kind of it's okay, but you know, there are different places that we can go. So maybe, for example, the Europeans, when the Europeans go to, you know, discover the Americas, it was a big potential for them. So they didn't actually know what is in there, But when they go there, they created lots of opportunities and lots of trade opportunities, plus living opportunities, life opportunities in there as well. So what I feel like is there's a huge opportunities in space. We will definitely live in space at some point, and I'm not at some point. I'm definitely sure that we are going to. Most of the people, maybe here, are going to go to space before we die. I mean, in our lifetimes, it will be happening. Hopefully, this will happen soon. Maybe not. We should go to Mars, or maybe create a colony on the moon. But going to space and maybe try living on there is not a big stretch for us.
Okay, next time we will sell occupied Mars, occupied moon. That's perfect. I get that. By the way,
that would be great.
If you want to visit Arabsat, it's in Hall 2. Neospace Group is in Hall 3. So please feel free tomorrow, even tonight, and the next days. There will be 1 or 2 questions to the audience. It will be after the next session. So be prepared. And I'm always saying you cannot leave for dinner if you do not have at least 1 good question. So please volunteer at least 1 person. Another thing which we discussed in the brief, which was I find very interesting, was when we speak about how we can empower humankind by space, having it for a sustainable future on the one side, but we go back also to have it also commercial sustainable, because somebody has to pay for that. So can we not combine both? So how we can empower humankind by space? And I'll start with Andrea.
Well, this is a very good question, especially for a space agency, because we have many stakeholders. We are not only dealing with industry, we are dealing with our member states that are our shareholders in this case. And we have to ensure that everybody is taking advantage of what is done by space. And here it comes competitiveness, because this is the way I read what you are asking me. So it is the very duty of a public organization like ESA to help our companies to be competitive on the global marketplace. And how we combine competitiveness with sustainability, this is through innovation. And innovation is at the core, and this is really the key that we can use to progress in the future. Innovation that is coming from space on Earth, and of course, from Earth to space, for the benefit of everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Umut.
I think global cooperation is very important because, for example, on Earth we have lands, and you can own the lands. The countries own the lands. They say, okay, this is my country, and you can buy the lands, and you can say, this is my home. But for space, it's not like that. Maybe even for the airspace, you can tell, okay, this is my airspace. You cannot, pass through it. But for space, it's not like that. So it's when you send something to space. Even the LEO, low Earth orbit, it has to rotate around the Earth, every 90 minutes. So it just works, quite fast. That's why there is no specific place that you can own in space. So that's why global cooperation is very important to have a sustainable future in space.
Thank you so much, Abu Sayed. You're a little bit in the between. You serve member states. You have several countries. I think I see commercial, but still you have a mandate to your member states.
To be honest, one of the challenges is as they mentioned, the innovations is increasing rapidly, and investing in space is building a satellite and up to specific technology, and then send it for 15 years, hoping it will do all the services over 15 years. This really looks that now you need to consider carefully of the demand you need, and the best way to do it is map it with the demand of the countries. Maybe that gives us a little bit of space or a better chance than other competitors. But innovation is really adding a grade to us. It helps us to reach our customers in faster way and provide the empowering services to these nations in much faster. Give you a simple example, in the education and e-health, we were able to sit with a lot of schools in the remote areas in a couple of countries, and that's really empowered. But now the cost is a little bit high. So to deploy it across more nations, it will be challenging. The main challenge also is the difference in the innovation. The innovation in satellites is growing very fast. The ground stations and SATCOMs and terminals is a little bit slow. You need to have different terminals by different band. You need to have different terminals by different services. So that creates an overhead cost on the in the investment on the ground. And it's a debate between different, the manufacturers waiting for the satellite operators, the operators waiting for them. And the innovation should go from the satellites all the way to the ground to provide more cost-effective services or hardware for that.
Thank you so much. Martijn, that is your way. You know, you have one customer. Is that the way to go?
Well, one of the ways, absolutely. Look, I think it's two sides of the same coin. One is you want to make sure that you understand where demand is going to be, but particularly when you talk about innovation, you're going to be asking people something that they don't even know that they don't know. So it's very difficult to assess the demand for something that hasn't even been fully developed yet. And I think most companies now, and certainly we are seeking to build strong relationships with research institutions, for instance here in Saudi Arabia with CACS and with the universities like KFUPM and KAUX, who have a wealth of experience, lots of very bright and intelligent people who are going to be working on projects where you know in advance that more than half of them are going to end up absolutely nowhere, but some of them might work. And I think it's our job also to, if you want to be a catalyst in an ecosystem and you want to grow the ecosystem, that you feed the ecosystem with money and with ideas and with concrete projects to drive that innovation. And I think the Space Up competition that is being run at the moment between CST and the Saudi Space Agency and NSG, our company, helps with that as well, where you address some very specific problems in the geospatial domain and invite people to come up with innovative ideas. And I'm sure that something will come out of it that is, in the longer term, you can commercialize it and make some money of it. But that's not the initial intent. You want to create a little bit of enthusiasm in a society that people want to actually spend time on space, and that it's not just something in the very distant future, but it can actually be real in the next couple of years.
Martijn said something nice. I have to do a little bit on commercials now. We break now for one commercial, which is the Space Up Challenge, which is on the SSA, the Saudi Space Agency, CST, but also NSG website, where we're looking for solving problems here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 6 tracks, and we're looking for startup companies, SMEs, entrepreneurs solving that. And there is access to $28 million in contractual opportunities. So solving problems here, so that is the short commercial. So I have to make a little bit also advertisement for myself. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please, don't let me down. You know, because otherwise I have to use my questions. No questions? Oh yes, thank you so much. I will not go frustrated home. Can we have please a mic to this gentleman? Can we have a mic to this gentleman? Yes, thank you so much. One question. If you say who you are, where you're from, and what is the question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I am Bislan. I'm from Infinia and Dr. Umut's colleague. My question would be to Andrea. You know, here in Saudi Arabia, I see like a lot of initiatives regarding the space. We also have some initiatives in Jordan, Turkey, and UAE, and other countries from the region. I would like to ask Andrea if he can give us a lesson learned from the European Space Agency from its past 50 years of experience. Because we believe also the regional cooperation is very vital for space business. Is there a lesson learned from the European experience that you can share with us? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent question to an agency that has based its entire life on collaboration. At the very beginning, the agency was founded by 6 member states, 6 countries only in Europe. 65 last century. And then little by little, they were growing up, and now we are 23. So the lesson learned is that it is necessary to join forces because there is not a single country that can do everything in space. You can do something in space. Maybe you can ensure a kind of a satellite. You can have a kind of a ground station. But you cannot cover all the spectrum of space activities. So the lesson learned is, yes, go for collaboration. Collaboration is very important. Space systems are very complex, are composed by many parts. The value chain is very long, very complex. And therefore, my advice is, yes, do join forces.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I have one last question, and then we go to the round of the end. We have roughly 10 minutes left. So please be very short. And then at the end, I have a normal ending of the sessions, but I'll tell you that in a second. What are the technology or business model which will impact space in the next 5 years? And we start maybe from commercial into the future, and very commercial is Martijn. We start with you, Martijn.
The question was what?
So what are the business or technology, the technology or business models which really will impact space in the next 5 years?
Well, I think space and Earth, I think the advancements in the geospatial area, when we talk about sustainability and sustainability on Earth, the advancements in the hyperspectral, multispectral developments will help us to make better informed decisions and to foresee problems well before they actually occur.
Okay, perfect. Abu Said.
I think it will start with the GEOs, with software-defined satellites. This is number one, high-throughput satellites, and the laser beam for data communication. These will definitely make a great change, and it will add great value to the investment for the future of space.
We go with the time a little bit bigger now. Andrea, you have to think even longer than maybe 5 years. Fine. And of course, Dr. Amut, you can do a decade or more.
Yeah,
Andrea.
maybe longer, you are right, because I think and I do believe that the circular economy principles in space are the very key for space exploration in the coming years. So reuse, recycle, repurpose. This is something that we have to take into account on Earth, in low Earth orbit, and also in this space where we are going to see other celestial bodies.
Perfect. Dr. Umut.
So since we are talking about next 5 years, so
you may exceed, you know,
okay,
you're the scientist, you can look really
I can go
far
further, yeah. So we are talking about global internet coverage, but even right now, our globe is not covered by internet fully. So normally we want internet everywhere. For example, we go somewhere where there is no cell service, and there are some emergency situations, and you want to send a signal to the emergency services, but you cannot get it. Right now, with the constellations, satellite constellations, it is going to be fully covered by the private companies. Hopefully, within the next 5 years or maybe even 10 years' time, this will be more accessible to everyone on Earth, so that whenever there is an internet need, then it will be provided for everyone.
Perfect. Whoever had a panel with me already, I have always a game. Starting a sentence, and the panelists have to close the sentence. It should be not long, very short, and looking a little bit to even more than the future. And I start with my friend Abu Said. Arabsat will deliver the first connectivity to Mars in the year 2030 with the following partners and services.
Well, to Mars is a little bit far for us and is above our objective, but I think data, the most important is to provide data connectivity so you can see more of Mars.
So can we watch Netflix on Mars? Can we watch Netflix on Mars? If we go to Mars, can we watch Netflix in there?
This is a good service. I think we as a regulator will think about it and definitely will charge that one. So, Martijn, the Neo Space Group, which will have its first IPO 2028, and the main story is?
That it is the first Saudi Arabian startup that is attracting not only funds from inside Saudi, but from the world for with a valuation well over $1 billion.
Yes, I like that. Evaluation with $1 billion is good. My colleagues from CST, did we take note? Because we have to come back as a KPI to follow it up. So thank you so much. Andrea, all major space nations will have agreed to a sustainable model for low Earth orbit by 29, and the main points are
fully accountability of what is launched, whereas it is in orbit, zero debris policy at the design, and I would say full collaboration in avoiding collisions.
Thank you so much. Dr. Umut, science is important for space. The new role of space science in 2035 will be?
Maybe in the outer skirts of the solar system, plus maybe we should go back to the solar system. Maybe in 2035 we should know more about the moons of Jupiter and Saturn, if there is life on there as well. So this is basically the most important questions for the humanity, and hopefully we will arrive there during those times, and then we can check it out if there's something in there.
Perfect. I see I have 4 minutes left, and you know I take all the time. In football in Germany, we say after the game is before the game. So we're thinking about still deep. Our space session is done nearly for today, but we think about the next leap. What is the next big leap? So I want to have from each of you what we should cover in space in the next leap. Dr. Umut,
maybe
give me 2 or 3 subjects.
Okay, living in space, how do we live on space, and maybe how to survive while there are thousands of satellites up there and we don't get the orbit that much dirty. So this is sustainability for you anyway.
I think the most, now it will be direct to device, where it's really going to change the communication and it become a major shift in the communication. So direct to device, with the enormous change and enormous business activities done in it, we will witness a lot of change for it next year.
Thank you so much. Andrea?
Well, seeing what a huge event is LEAP, and we are talking about next year, I think it's very important that it is touched upon how space is deeply impacting on our daily life. Yeah. Not only us that are living for space, but everybody that is here. And the benefit of space is something that could be tackled by LEAP next year.
Martijn. Yeah, building on it, I think it would be good next year to talk about space manufacturing using microgravity or zero gravity and see how that will impact life on Earth. I think it's closer to really become a commercially viable industry than many people think. So that would be a good topic.
Thank you so much. Well, I think we got great homework for the team. Stay with us. You have great shows after this panel. I think this panel gets a big applause for being here, being with us at LEAP. Thank you for joining us. And visit us next time. Stay the next 2 days here at LEAP and see you to the next session. Thank you so much.
Many thanks to our panel and, of course, to Frank. Introducing your next panelists. First, Tony Gray, Senior Vice President, CSS Global Delivery, Oracle. Abdulaziz Al-Shafi, VP of IT Infrastructure at Aramco. Man Farsi, General Manager of Cloud Computing, Communications, Space and Technology Commission. And Gary Sorrentino, Chief Information Officer, Zoom.
Welcome, everyone. I think this session today is very interesting because it's bringing collective experience from multiple industries. So I think we have Man Farsi, who is representing Communication, Space and Technology, CST, right? Welcome, and representing the regulator side of the session.
It's my pleasure.
I think also we have Abdulaziz Shafi, the Vice President of IT and Cloud Infrastructure for Aramco. Thank you, Abdulaziz. And we have Tony from Oracle representing like CSS. And myself, Mina Gabbour from PwC, representing cloud transformation. I think today the session is around how innovations are getting applied and impacting digital infrastructure. And there are here multiple trends in the market, and we are looking forward to get like the collective experience. So I will start with you, Tony. So what is the opportunity for AI from your point of view?
Thank you, Mina. So, well, first of all, this is my first time to be at LEAP, and just really fantastic to be here. We're here to talk about innovation, but to have this entire conference focusing really on innovation and enabling technology in the kingdom is just a really amazing experience. So great to be here. You know, we can't talk about innovation, obviously, without talking about AI. You know, we know that AI adoption is really accelerating. So IDC issued a recent report telling us that AI would contribute $20 trillion to the global economy over the next 5 years. That's 20 trillion, which is just really, really amazing. We know that 80% of enterprises last year increased their spending on AI. So really AI adoption is really, really accelerating. But what does that mean, right? What does that mean for all of us, for all of you guys? It probably means pressure, right? You're getting pressure from your customers, you know, from your board, from your stakeholders to keep up, to adopt AI, and maybe not just to keep up, right, but to accelerate. You need to be faster than your competitors. So, you know, so there's a lot happening in this space. You know, at Oracle, we're really focusing on this and helping our customers, you know, adopt AI quickly and successfully. So, for example, in our applications, right, our cloud applications, which are, our financial applications, supply chain, HCM, and so on, and also in our industry applications, we're switching on AI features for our customers very, very quickly, and customers can choose to switch those on, you know, at no additional cost. And then every quarter, we're releasing more of these AI innovations and AI agents that they can use. But from an infrastructure perspective, right, those applications are underpinned by our cloud platform with embedded AI features. And then, of course, our cloud platform is running on our Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, which is, you know, a very high-performing cloud infrastructure that is built to enable AI. So we have a lot going on, right, to really drive this level of innovation. You know, there's so many examples of how customers are adopting this, you know, in every industry, really. But one of my favorite examples is the healthcare industry. So healthcare is a very complex business, right? So healthcare providers not only have to run a business, right, with the usual kind of challenges around managing financial applications and so on, they have very complex workforces, right? So they're very complex human capital management needs, very, very complex supply chain with a lot of just-in-time supply required. I mean, all of this is even before they start to talk about patient care and how they deliver, you know, how do they deliver to their end patients. So we've been using AI with many customers in the healthcare industry to look at how they can drive efficiencies across all those business processes. And then efficiencies, ultimately mean better patient care, better patient experience, and better outcome for patients. So that's just one simple example, right? There's so much happening across many industries, and really we focus at all levels of our infrastructure, to enable that and make it as simple as possible for our customers.
Excellent, excellent. Thanks, Tony. I think this is really important for integrating agentic AI with like specific use cases and wiring that back to the application, to the industry.
Yeah.
So, Abdulaziz, for Aramco, I think data centers in general are like high consumers of energy, and how data centers are adapting to the increased energy demand going forward. That's one of the major challenges. And when we add like AI workloads on top of this, right, there are also the sustainability kind of requirements and challenge. In your point of view, how are you managing this demand, high demand and requirements in Aramco?
Thank you for this question. I don't, hide a secret that the AI workload is putting a huge pressure on data center owners or operators. The pressure was there to meet with the growing demand of classical computing, but with the advent of AI and large language models and the GPUs that consume so much power, now we get to think of new ways of how can we respond in timely manner to this workload. And now companies are busy expanding their classical data centers, but we're hoping that there will be a breakthrough into the energy and how data centers can be fed. Add to that the challenge to be compliant with the sustainability targets. That introduces part of the solution, which is using renewable energy. Renewables are in the heart of our Saudi Arabia 2030 vision. Probably I've heard the latest figure is achieving by 2030 120 to 130 gigawatt of power, and one of the single locations could be providing 20 gigawatt of power. Today, the largest maybe classical data center would consume 30 to 40 by max kilowatt, and that you have to multiply it by 10 or more to reach to 300 megawatt of power in a single facility. That is a huge power consumption that we need to offset by the use of renewable and by the optimizing the infrastructure itself, such as the cooling infrastructure, which consume roughly about 35 to 40% of the electrical or energy that's coming to a data center. It's very challenging. I think we need to be humble into recognizing the criticality of being able to meet the demand in timely manner, and hopefully the research in this field will help them to achieve the result.
Yeah, excellent, excellent, Abdulaziz. And I think for us, like working with multiple kind of like data center providers, their first question or first challenge, they usually say, how can I plan ahead for all my future power and electricity consumption to cater for my demand? Because in order to scale that up, it takes long time in order to build it.
Yeah. Just one comment here. It's important to recognize that building a mechanical electrical infrastructure takes longer time than building the hardware, which is a very challenging situation.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for that. So Man, the regulator side of it is very, very critical, of course, to make this like regulated and secured. So cloud is becoming like the digital infrastructure of today, right? And from your perspective, how do you see cloud infrastructure is impacting the innovation and also providing the right balance from security compliance and regulatory compliance?
Great question. Thank you, Mina, for this. In fact, from my perspective, as you said, cloud as a digital infrastructure is very aligned and hand in hand with innovation. Both of them, they are impacting the business's digital transformation. And if we look into a couple of years ago, when the hype of cloud computing just started, there is a different value proposition from each and every customer or businesses. And when we talk about businesses here, we are referring back to enterprises, we are referring back to startups, we are referring back to government entities who's consuming or leveraging the cloud services. And if we look a couple of years ago, the initial value proposition was to lift and shift certain workloads. How they can run the traditional applications into the infrastructure. And at that point in time, it was innovative to a certain extent where customers or business owners, they want to shift their finance model from CapEx to OpEx. And that was very great at that point in time. Afterwards, the application modernization came into the picture, where a lot of technological advancement came into the picture, like the serverless, containerization, where it helped the end user to orchestrate the application and the infrastructure underneath to make the operation much easier, much simpler. But in today's world, and I think I like the phrase, we are in the intelligence age, where the power of data and AI is impacting the businesses and the transformation of all businesses and users. So from that perspective, I think the most innovative part of the cloud that both of them can deliver to businesses is the power of data, the machine learning, and AI on top of that to bring a lot of intelligence for the users. This is one part of the equation. The other part, which is also very important, and this is from the user side, is how they want to leverage an industry-specific solutions related to their core industries. As Tony was giving an example of a couple of industries and the use cases that they have, and I think this became a challenge in every and each industry, that they became more innovative to solve certain challenge belongs to their industry. And I think cloud, with the power of AI, can resolve a lot of these challenges. Last but not least, if we look at the cloud provider, there is also a lot of responsibilities coming with the innovation in order to develop the depth and breadth and multiple technological stack here to support certain business users. And from the other side as well is how they can leverage partnerships. Today we see a lot of independent vendors, software vendors, they are on top of the cloud provider or the hyperscalers to enrich their portfolio. I think, as you said, Mina, with the innovation, the protection of data, and also from the cyber attack is quite important. And I think the kingdom has very advancement into this area.
Yeah, thank you, Man. I think the pressure on the regulators to continuously support all of this, like fast-paced kind of like innovations that are coming to the market, and the demand is very, very critical in order to support most of the organizations. Tony, back to you. What is the technology industry doing to enable AI for enterprises?
Yeah, well, I guess the first point to make is that the innovation cycle, right, whether it's AI or any technology, is really accelerating. So gone are the days where we would spend months or years deploying new technologies. Now, days, weeks to deploy new technologies. As technology providers, we're really providing a lot of new innovation through our products, through all levels of applications and infrastructure very quickly. And the challenge for enterprises now is how do they keep up with that? How do they adopt? I guess from an applications perspective, I already talked a little bit about some of the things that Oracle is doing to enable innovation and AI innovation within our application stack. But as I mentioned, the key thing that's underpinning all of that is our infrastructure. And one of the main components or key components of infrastructure is data, right? We know that there's, good AI needs good data, right? Public LLMs, as an example, right, have done an amazing job of leveraging all of the publicly available data. But when you use that, it seldom has, an impact that is relevant specifically to you as your business because it's not leveraging your business data. So one of the things that we've been working very hard on at Oracle is how do we allow enterprises in a secure way to leverage their business data together with public data from an LLM to give really business relevant results. But the challenge that enterprises have, the challenges that you have is your data, in many cases is in lots of different places. It's in lots of different formats. It's probably subject to lots of different rules or potentially regulation as to how it can be used. We've specialized in our Oracle database, Oracle 23 AI database, of allowing our customers to converge data into a single data model or a single data architecture. And that can even be distributed, right, in different locations. And then once you have that data in a single data model, because we've embedded, kind of really cool AI features, such as machine learning and vector search, embedded in the database, you can bring the AI to your data in a secure way, rather than having to move your data somewhere else to take advantage of the AI. So that's something that we've really been focusing on. Underpinning, obviously, our data is our infrastructure and Oracle OCI, or Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. And here, to enable our customers, we've really been focusing on giving customer choice, right? So you can deploy all of those AI features, applications, and platform in Oracle's public cloud data centers. And as part of our committed investment in Saudi, we've committed to investing at $1.5 billion in Saudi. In the kingdom, we've had a data center in Jeddah for a number of years, and last year we just opened our second data center here in Riyadh. So we're really following through on that investment. But in addition to our public cloud, we have also got options to deploy in a sovereign cloud, and we're working with our partners in STC to make a sovereign cloud which will be operated from within the kingdom available later this year. And the other option that we provide to our customers is actually to put our cloud inside your data center. So we have something we call dedicated region, which can sit behind your firewall, and all of the services, the cloud services that we provide, all of those AI features and everything that's in public cloud is available in those dedicated regions inside your data center behind your firewall. And that's a really powerful option for many customers that, again, maybe are subject to regulation. That's something that they need to be able to do. And then the final thing that we've been doing is, we understand that every customer, certainly that I speak to, and I'm interested in your perspective on this, but every customer I speak to is multi-cloud, right? Nobody is going with a single cloud vendor, and we've recognized that. So we've been working with our partners in Microsoft and Amazon and Google, and we're embedding Oracle OCI inside their hyperscaler data centers as well. So if you're a user of, let's say of Azure, then you can also leverage OCI's unique capabilities within the Azure data center. So that's our infrastructure focus, is really to try to bring as much AI capability to our customers as quickly as possible, and then to give you options as to how you deploy it. And then I think the final thing about enabling, and this is something specific to Saudi, we've been partnering with the Ministry of Human Resources and Development we've partnered with them to bring a program called Mobily, where we've committed to training 50,000 young Saudis over the coming years in cloud technologies and AI, and that's something as well that we're especially proud of that investment.
Yeah. Thank you, Tony. And I like the sovereign cloud kind of initiative, because this is coming like really bridging the regulatory compliance, security, localization for government as a fast-paced choice for that. So, Abdulaziz, back to you. How do you see IT hardware manufacturers' role in innovation as a player in having more sustainable data centers?
Well, I think, of course, hardware manufacturers have a responsibility, just like the data center operators or even the software developers, into trying to have efficient equipment in which these new models will be running. I know we have some of them with us today, so I'm just saying you need to share accountability with us. And what we need or expect the hardware, and I'm going to talk not only about IT hardware, but also about equipment that run a data center or infrastructure in general, including connectivity and data network. Because they're building our storage solutions, data network equipment, and the processing equipment in which these large language models and AI solutions will be running. we expect to see low energy, I would say, chipsets that are very efficient. We expect also to see liquid cooling reaching to the chipset itself to manage the heat generated from this power consumption. So I believe we have seen this over the years, the transformation in the hardware. And I'm glad to see today, I have seen through some of our hardware suppliers, how they have decreased significantly the power consumption on a chipset from 2018 until today, and they have achieved really excellent results, reducing the power taken there. Whether you go to cloud or you stay on premise, you are at the end paying for the consumptions you are doing.
Yep.
So I believe that innovation or breakthrough got to happen. I was excited to see yesterday that there will be some now starting localizing hardware industry in Saudi Arabia, whether it's a laptop or a server or storage device. And I'm hoping that we are going to lead in the industry by showing an energy efficient equipment that are reliable and will be considering sustainability obligations. This is very important. And these hardware also manufacturers will be preparing the equipment to be like renewable ready rather than just, fed by commercial power. I'm hoping that also the engineering of data center infrastructure or communication sites who are providing reliable electrical power and cooling systems takes into consideration how to become even efficient in their own equipment. This is important because a large amount of the energy that goes there will be feeding that infrastructure. I think that will also be part of the utility company's responsibility to ensure that there will be a stable grid, that we are not impacting. This power consumption is gonna soon be like in the news, and how to tackle it, how to make it modular, how to avoid, affecting the grid itself. And while maintaining in the industrial sector, reliability is not something to have, it's a must. So how can we do all of this? So it's part of it is in the hardware manufacturers. They should feel jealous from what's happening in the development and the intelligence, artificial intelligence, and the other computing workloads. And also the data center technology, I mean the MEP or the mechanical electrical plant should create efficiency within their equipment, in the chiller plant, in the UPS infrastructure, because we're gonna see multipliers by 10 in the capacity. So how would that happen? That is a big challenge, and I'm sure that we will see breakthroughs in the hardware very soon. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Abdulaziz. Type, Man, CST is regulating the cloud market in case. And how CST is boosting this market with a collaboration with other regulators in the kingdom?
Okay, very, very good question. Thank you, Mina. In fact, let me just shed some light on that the regulator and the policymaker today, they are contributing massively to the ecosystem between supply and demand. And maybe previously we were talking how the innovation is impacting demand and the supply as well. When I talk supply and demand here, they're like customer and provider. But the regulators and policymakers are really within the middle of the ecosystem. And for certain purposes, and depends on the role of the regulator within that ecosystem. But for example, in CST, we look after the user protection, we look after to promote investment, we look after how the services and the innovative technologies are available within the kingdom, and also to safeguard fair competition between the provider. And if you want to frame it, I usually frame it into three different aspect that we work after. Either we regulate, we are developing the players, or even we want to enable the ecosystem. And here the enablement is all about collaboration. Yeah. So into the regulate part, we are putting or making sure there is the right regulations with the clarity that support the investment and support the innovation of the provider to operate in the kingdom. If we want to talk about how we are developing the players or the service providers, I think my team is doing a great job lately we have been working on a maturity index, how we rank service provider from their innovation, their depth and breadth of the technologies, their channel and go-to-market and the delivery. And a lot of innovation is happening at that space. If we look at the enablement, and I think this is where the room of innovation, even for us as a regulator, how we work with each other. Let me give you a couple of examples of that. If we look at how we stimulate the adoption of the cloud, a lot of partnerships are happening with our colleagues in the Digital Government Authority, and they are doing an amazing job by putting a cloud-first policy where they are seeking the support of the government entities to move into the cloud with a sort of policy that help them to move forward, and also guidelines. Another thing that we have also contributing with the leadership of XPro and the support of DGA, the government today are launched a couple of months ago a national frame agreement to support and accelerate the adoption of the cloud from the government entities with the support of the cloud service providers registered or licensed by CST. Another good form of collaboration, we realize the importance of power within a data center and the high cost and the operation cost that can occur from the growth of data center. And I think my colleague Abdulaziz already spoke about that. So with the partnership with SERA, which is the Saudi Electricity Regulatory Authority, and the leadership of MCIT and Ministry of Energy, the support of the government, we have put a power tariff specialized for cloud computing, really to support the cloud service provider and the demand to move into this adoption and be very competitive. Another example with IGZA, for example. In Saudi, we have a cloud computing special economic zone for the cloud service provider to stimulate the investment and boost the R&D and innovation. Last but not least, I'm afraid we are running out of time, we always believe in innovate, then regulate. And CST, a couple of years ago, have launched the Emerging Technology Sandbox. An amazing story. I don't want to talk about it too much, but I think it's an invitation for the audience and everyone to join us tomorrow. Our colleagues within CST are going to talk about it, and they're going to announce a lot of good stuff out there. Thank you, Mina.
Very good.
Excellent. Thank you, Man. And thank you, Abdulaziz. Thank you, Tony, for today's session. And I think this is the end of the session. And thanks to everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to our panelists and, of course, to Mina. Well, it's time, please, to welcome your final panelists of the day. Hasman Hilmi Salahuddin, Chief Investment Officer of KWAP. Nurjan Kadirki, CEO of B Global Ventures. Cliff Chow, Managing Partner of EW Partners. Jess Chung, Co-Founder and CEO, Valuable Capital Group. And your moderator, Nicholas Ponnert, Managing Director, EW Partners.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this, what I think is the last session for the day. My name is Nicholas Ponnert. I'm the Managing Director and Strategy Officer of EW Partners. Active in the Kingdom since 2017, we're one of the largest private equity firms here in Saudi Arabia, and we focus specifically on investments between Asia and the GCC, both in a way to contribute to the ecosystem here, as well as driving returns for our investors. So it's a great honor for me to convene this panel, aptly titled Shaping the Future of Cross-Border Investments, Asia-MENA Collaborations in Technology and Digital Infrastructure. And I'm very delighted to have four accomplished panelists joining me on stage today, each bringing, I would argue, a very unique perspective on this theme. So first, let me introduce Mr. Hasman Salahuddin. Hasman currently serves as the Chief Investment Officer of QAP, Malaysia's largest pension fund, overseeing its global investment program. I would say that Hasman is not a stranger to the kingdom. He was previously the Chief Executive Officer of AMO, the subunit of Malaysian Airlines, organizing pilgrimage tours between Southeast Asia and the kingdom. And earlier in his career, he spent 12 years with Khazanah, the Malaysian sovereign, also overlooking its MENA investment program. Next, to my left, we have Nurjan Kadirki, who is the CEO of B Global Ventures, which is a subsidiary of the Kazakhstan Investment Corporation. Nurjan specializes in structuring venture capital investments, private equity investments between different regions to drive the ecosystem in Kazakhstan, but also in the Central Asia region. Now, we also have Jess Chung, representing, I would say, an operator on the panel. He's the co-founder and CEO of Valuable Capital Group, which is not only a leading fintech group in Asia with multiple locations, but is one of the top fintech and recognized brokerages here on the DataVolt exchange, which is trading under Saham Capital. Some of you may know the app. Last but not least, I'm also very delighted to be joined by my colleague, Cliff Chow. Cliff serves as the Managing Director and Managing Partner of EW Partners, overseeing our China operations. Cliff, he brings a 30-year distinguished track record in the alternative investment industry, having previously served as a partner with Hope Investments, one of the largest private equity firms in China, as well as the Director for Financial Operations of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, China Investment Corp. So look, what we're trying to do here today is really to explore both the opportunities, the challenges, and some of the emerging trends we're seeing in cross-border investments between Saudi, the GCC, and Asia. So I think a good starting point is to really assess the current landscape. So what I will do for each of the panelists, maybe just share a quick minute or two of what you think sort of is the state of the current situation of relationships in cross-border between Asia and MENA. And then we'll go into some more detailed discussions of various topics. So maybe, Nurjan, maybe you can start with your thoughts.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Nicholas, for presenting us. Hi, everyone. My name is Nurjan Kadirkey, as Nicholas already mentioned. So, answering to your questions, I think for the past decade, the Central Asia, overall Asia, and many relationships are has accelerated. But sovereign wealth funds, governments has done everything in technology, in infrastructure, as well as some in finance. But I think there is some untapped potential for the private capital, especially, I mean, the private equity and venture capital. I think there is some room in space to where more key players from both markets can collaborate more and enhance this cross-border investment.
Thanks. And what about you, Hasman, from your point of view?
Thank you, Nicholas. Assalamu alaikum and good evening, everyone. I think I don't want to, initially I wanted to quote numbers I got from Google, but I don't want to do that. If you look just at today's vibes and energy at this conference, it's been very dynamic. You've seen a lot of course, local Middle East companies and also those from Asia, and you see a natural assimilation of these two companies to sort of demonstrate that the cross-border collaboration and partnership has been strong. And historically, that has also been so. You look at the Silk Road, you look at the Batuta, and the bridge has always been there. And today, it become increasingly more important. I suppose post-COVID, post-interest rate hike, post-Trump, post-tariff, people are sort of trying to diversify away from certain geography. And because of that, you heard about all this onshoring, offshoring, reshoring, friendshoring. And because of that, it becomes more and more important for us to collaborate and partner cross-border. In fact, in my previous company in Kazana, we actually had a project called Project Batuta, and the aim is actually to promote cross-border investment between the GCC and Southeast Asia. But at Co-op, if I can be honest, we have nothing yet in the GCC, but that's why I'm here, trying to solidify that bridge between these two regions. So,
thank you. Yeah. Cliff, what's your 10 cents?
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Cliff Chow. For EW Partners, we're headquartered here in Riyadh. We have a deep network in the Asia regions. So we've been doing this kind of a cross-border investment between Asia and MENA region for more than 6 years. Two very important trends I would like to just share. I think it's very important for us and probably for the audience here. One is we call it, most audience very familiar, is the economic diversification here happening in the region, in the kingdom. So many cases we have done is actually right into this theme that how we help Asian champion companies such as Siam Capital, etc., that to make themselves home here and create a new market for them. And we see this trend continue, like what we've been seeing happening in the last several years in Riyadh and also other countries in the GCC region. We're a strong believer that this is a long-term trend, that the economic diversification are going to be a big market opportunities for those who are interested in doing cross-border investments. And I think the second important trend is, we call it global supply chain reorganization. So that's more really related to more the whole geopolitical relationship being reorganized by the administration in the US and the rest of the world. And the spillover effect is a lot of big companies, medium-sized companies, particularly in China, but also some part of the Asia, are all looking into how to safeguard their global supply chain and how the business continuity. And with that kind of a trend, also going to be a long-term trend, they are also looking for how they can create some continuity to their business plan, including but not limited to considering relocate some of the headquarters even. In some cases, relocate some of the R&D capabilities or manufacturing capabilities to other regions, such as here in Kingdom Saudi Arabia. One of our business partners, actually, Lenovo, has been doing a lot of things the last couple of days here in LEAP. Also a big evidence that these kind of big Asian companies are considering how to have a plan B on other regions. And this trend is another big push for us to continue our cross-border investment, and we see a lot of opportunities going forward as well.
Thanks. What about you, Jess? What do you see?
A little different from my colleagues on stage. I'm not from an investor point of view. We're more like a service provider, right? As a financial intermediate company, more than the reasons that my colleagues has just mentioned, which are very strong, which is also driving all these collaborations between the MENA area and also the Asian area. All we see is the development of the regulatory environment and infrastructures of the exchanges. We see a lot more enthusiasm on the investment, the cross-border investment on the secondary market. And we've been in the kingdom for over 3 years now, and we've seen dramatic changes every year. But we still think this is just the beginning of it. There are a lot more room on top of it. And we're seeing changing policies, we're seeing changing the structure of investors, we're seeing the changing asset classes, right? And we're expecting a lot more to come. That's basically what we see now. Yeah.
A lot to dig into. So I think I will go to one on each of you and maybe ask some follow-on questions. I think it's some interesting themes that everyone in the audience might be interested in. I think, Hasman, given that you said that in the past you haven't had maybe exposure in your global program to the region here, whether it's in Saudi or the GCC, having said that, of course, you do have a global investment program. So I was curious to understand maybe from the role of both of a sovereign or a public pension fund in your case, how do you, on the one hand, facilitate some of these flows while making sure you are generating the returns for your stakeholders, particularly in more emerging or newer markets that you previously don't have exposure to?
Right. So Co-op is, we actually are about $42 billion asset under management, and we are more like a sovereign pension fund, whereby currently our exposure is 75% domestic, 25% outside Malaysia, and 85% in public and 50% in private markets. And as a sovereign pension fund, on top of our fiduciary duty to provide returns, we also have the expectation to play a little bit of a sort of a catalytic role. So this is where I think, as a sovereign fund, you can add value. Every time there's a G2G official visit, when the Prime Minister comes here, he goes back, and then there's always an announcement. But I think this is where, as a sovereign fund, we are sort of the executor of that announcement. And as part of our strategy to come into this region, this is naturally part of our diversification strategy, because we want to grow our exposure outside Malaysia. Of course, easiest way is always to go to the developed markets, but I think for us, given our historical affiliation with the region, I mean Malaysia especially, being very close to the kingdom, we feel that there's a need for us to explore what and how we can collaborate with each other. So I think, back to your question, as a sovereign fund, our role is actually to play that execution role, because what we've seen so far is that there's always talks, but people don't really walk. So I think that's why I'm here, really to want to find something that we can do and deliver.
And Nurjan, I think from your perspective, also from a sovereign perspective, your mandate is also to be a catalyst, right, for the ecosystem, not only in Kazakhstan, but in the Central Asia region. I think reflecting maybe on what Hasman is saying, how do you think that you can bridge that gap, and what do you think would be maybe the sectors or the themes that are both applicable in Central Asia and here in the GCC, where there might be opportunities to create partnerships?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, to my mind, I think there is 3 key sectors between the regions that can drive our economics further. The first one is fintech and digital payments, because as you might know, as well as in Kazakhstan, it's a booming sector. We have a number of unicorns. So actually, there are 2 big unicorns who are doing in the fintech, as well as I do believe that in many regions, it's a more expansion market for Kazakhstan in these projects, or for potential the many region startups can grow the same big unicorns in such sectors. And sector number 2, I think it's AI and industrial tech, because everything around AI automation, how much money is overall globally involving to the AI sector. Anyway, it's has a more space to be there. And the third one, I think it's also something like trendy, but I do believe because it's more on expectations from investors. So it's everything around ESG. So it's like a green tech, climate tech. In green energy, there is a lot of initiatives can be done. So these 3 main sectors, I think this is the top sectors for the upcoming 2 to 5 years. And we, as a big global ventures, actually trying to catalyze these sectors. So actually now we are launching our 30 million VC fund for the early stage up to Series A. We have already backed our half of the commitment by Kazakhstani sovereign wealth funds. Actually, it's a fund of funds, a QIC. And I think there is a room for regional limited partners from many regions, or overall the Southeast Asia region, to untap this potential by having and frustrating the market, being a co-partner in this fund, so we can grow together in this.
Well, you mentioned fintech, and that's maybe a timely also segue back to you again, Jess. Because you think from a fintech arena, you're really a standout example of originally company from Asia coming to the region, right, and to really become a bridge between the two. And you did mention that your perspective is different. You are an operator, you are the facilitator for these flows. I just wonder if you can give us a bit more sense what you see. We've been talking about the primary markets, but in the secondary markets, what do you think, what is needed and what are you seeing to really untap that flow between not only the Western markets into the GCC, but also between GCC and Asia particularly?
Yeah, well, I mentioned about the changes that we've seen during the past few years, especially between the MENA area and the Asian area, because we've been operating in Southeast Asia, including the Greater China area and also the Southeast Asian area. We used to only look at the West, that's what usually happens, and now we're looking at these part of the world. I think a very important condition here that we're talking about is, first of all, is the regulatory environment. Before there's the ignorance, in our operation that we don't know about it, or the rest of the financial markets are not familiar with it. And I think the Saudi government and the local regulator has done a terrific job, in the past few years, promoting the system, the infrastructure. So we do have a very good foundation right now, which we can bring the secondary markets together. And with the efforts between the exchanges, we know that last year the Hong Kong exchange and the Saudi exchange has signed an MOU on strategic partnerships, collaborations. These efforts has been able to provide that environment for more investors to get access to secondary market to each other. Our role in between is, as you introduced, that we have multiple licenses and platforms in Asia, in Southeast, in Saudi, and also in the United States. So we are the ones who is trying to be the bridge between these markets and to help our investors to understand, how products and how investment activities work in each region, and to bring them good investment instruments, especially in terms of high ROI. Everyone has been looking for that. And I think that, and that's another thing that is worth to mention is over the past few years, not many regions, especially when we're talking about secondary market, that we see that much of growth, right? That we see that much of potentials. And I bet my colleagues look into primary market investments a lot more than I do. But with the trend of the booming of the investment activities between the two regions, we can bet that the secondary market is going to boom after it, right? Because eventually, what is happening in the primary market is going to carry on the secondary market. So I think we're on a very correct path, and we are standing on a very good foundation. So I think we can look forward for more collaborations.
So I think you touched upon, of course, we're all excited about the opportunities. You talked about some of the challenges and how they address from the secondary market perspective. I think let's go back to the primary, from a primary market perspective, and get some thoughts, maybe both on the challenges and how each of us can be a part of solving those challenges that we see. So maybe Cliff, from your perspective, EDL purchase, of course, unique model is addressing some of these risks and challenges of going cross borders. You want to share a bit more from your view of how we can do that in a satisfactory way?
Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to take a few minutes to talk through that. So we have done several very remarkable investments here in the kingdom. Saham Capital being one is in the fintech space. Saudi computing company, SCCC, is the first cloud here in the kingdom, joint venture by EW partners, Alibaba Cloud and STC. I think those two are all very much a feature in Leap these days. So I kind of summarize in three things to talk about. One is the market demand. So when we look at the cross-border investment, first we look at where are the demands in the market, just like everything. So of course, in the demand, we look at where the white spot, where the gaps are. And then we look at, second thing is then, once we identify the gaps, then we look at back in the Asian side, Asian region side, what companies or where are the sort of competitive advantages when we say we want to bring companies come to this new market, to a new region. Then we need to look at why is the reason, what are the competitive advantages of these potential companies can bring along to the region. And then the third thing is really the, probably we call it our secret recipe. So you have a demand, you identify some competitive advantages, but on a deal-by-deal basis, every secret recipe will be different. In some cases, we need a company with a strong conviction, a strong management team. In some cases, we need a local partners, like in the cloud space, we need STC as a great partner. In some cases, we might need different things, like maybe capital support from PIF, etc. So deal by deal, we look at then really the successful ingredient with them all together. I think they're very, very different. But over the past 6-7 years journey, I think we have pretty much figured out in each case what kind of spices we have to get to the recipe.
Hasman, that's the GP answer, right? In terms of doing deals, right? You're the asset allocator. And is there anything different when you look at things, US, Europe, traditional markets, right? In some of the new territories, not just capture the upside, but from a downside protection and management of risk. Do you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think the way we do asset allocation is that, of course, there's a risk allowance that's been determined by the board. And we simulate based on our exposure in the region as well as the sectors and the sector classes. We look at the country risk premium. And so long as we operate within this boundary condition, we are okay. And based on that, we made the decision on where we want to deploy our investment. I suppose how we're going to do it, basically like any pension fund or investment house, we do it either direct or indirect through funds by working with like-minded partners, say you mentioned like other sovereign fund, PIF, for example, and that's how we try to manage the downside. I think what's more important is that we do see that cross-border investment beyond promoting the exchange of financial capital is also important in terms of exchanging talent, exchanging technology, and as well as exchanging network. I think that's where we want to diversify away and also promote diversification in terms of beyond just getting the return. We want to see how we can also benefit each other from this cross-border investment. And I'm saying there's a very famous Arabic proverb And I'm not saying this because I'm in Riyadh, but I truly believe in this proverb, which I learned from my teacher many years back. There's a saying called kama tadinu tudanu, if I'm correct. It says that treat others how you want to be treated. So this cross-border investment with the region, between these two regions, is, again, we believe that we see value in terms of how we can add value to you, and we also see that you have a lot that you can add value to us as well. So
that's beautiful. Yeah. I mean, it's beautiful, and I think Nurjan, in the sense of you saying, looking at some sovereign capital to unlock private capital, right? I think that's another part of this de-risking, maybe matrix, right, to create some of these partnerships. So maybe could you elaborate a little bit on that theme, and maybe how you can play sort of as a catalyst to create some of these partnerships?
Okay, thanks. Yes, as there is some untapped potential, but of course there is some, like how to say, some restrictions that may face the business, the companies and projects. It can be aligned with some adaptation risks when the projects want to go from market to market. As for example, as one of our portfolio companies through our different fund has like a very good traction in our market, but then they go to one of the market of the, I do believe it's in Philippines, in Indonesia, and they faced this risk of adaptation. So the project was not adapted, and they failed in that market. But however, in a couple of months later, they have succeeded in the Philippines. So it shows that like adaptation risk is one of the things that, and we are here as a VC fund managers. So we are here to help them to help the projects, because we face every day a lot of startups. We face every day the problems of the startups, and the projects are facing from market to market. And the second thing is, I think it's all about the talent, how to manage the talent, how to open their potential. And of course, in that part, I think also the VC funds also are the key main players. I think in that part, not just governmental support, it's more about the support from the market. So everyone should how to say, everyone should understand that helping each other in such kind of situations will foster the market to grow. So I think this is key to things.
So certainly private-public partnerships, sovereign capital, private capital, good relationships between local partners, all critical, right? Going back to you, just maybe more again back to the tech space, right? And from the facilitator, what in terms of technologies do you think could be helpful? You know, clearly blockchain is a big thing across the world. AI is a key theme. How do you see these things, these trends playing into this matrix?
Honestly, when it comes to trends, we're pretty much on the same place, right? Like, it doesn't matter from an investor's perspective or from an industry perspective. So what I face on a day-to-day basis is a lot more specific, right? For example, banking system, right? For example, settlement system, clearing, you know, those sort of like day-to-day operation. That's what I have to face. I think things has been changing a lot, not only in Saudi Arabia, but also back in home, you know, Hong Kong or Southeast Asia. What I see is as good as, for example, the implement of open banking, right? We're able to get more efficiency on information usage without breaching certain legal setups or compliance setups. Second of all is the mechanism of efficient settlement and operation systems. Not only for us, because you know we invest a lot in technology, and we have a very strong proprietary in-house developing team, but we're talking about the amount of investment that exchanges has been putting into these infrastructures, which is helping the whole industry to upgrade. It's a push. It's a push in behind of the participants in the market. we've been participating a lot in this kind of infrastructure upgrading in Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Exchange has rolled out 2 versions of PTTP system, and same in Hong Kong. You know, Hong Kong Exchange has just rolled out the new IPO infrastructure. So what I see here is not only that the technology itself, in an investment perspective, that is very encouraging, but actually in an application, I mean, dynamic in terms of being able to provide more service, being able to provide more opportunities, being able to make more connections and bridging. That's extremely important. And now we're looking at AI, we're looking at blockchain technology. I think very soon, very, very soon, not only the private sector will be trying their best to implement all these technologies and put them in service, but also there will be more acceptance in terms of infrastructure building from a government perspective.
And certainly there's a lot of those companies around here at today's Leap,
exactly,
right? So we can have a look.
Exactly.
Well, I think it's about time to wrap up, but I think it's quite remarkable. We're in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, we have Southeast Asia, we have Central Asia, we have North Asia all represented, and I think also a lot of the presenters and the companies here. So I think it's really an indication of what's to come, a lot of potential of really bringing these regions closer together, and we're very glad to have you here, and I hope we can do much more together and with people also here in the audience. So thank you so much again for joining the panel, and thank you all for listening in to this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, our thanks once again to our panel and, of course, to Nicholas. And that concludes day 2 of Leap 2025. We wish you a very good evening, good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.